Big welcome here to Terra Topia for round one of the South African Motocross National Championships, proudly brought to you by Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP Distributors and Prepsol. It's round one here at Terra Topia. We're just outside of Krugersdorp in Gauteng, South Africa, and a big welcome to everybody that's joined us here on our live stream feed. It's the first time we've been live streaming from a Motocross National Championship here in South Africa, so we are looking forward to all the action. Down on the left-hand side, underneath that Cannabis Energy Drink gazebo, you will see all of the 50cc riders that are about to make their way to the start gates here for the first heat of racing. It's 12 minutes and one lap in that first heat of racing. We're just waiting for them to come into the gates before we start the day officially here at Terra Topia. A big welcome to everybody around the world, and of course everybody who's already joined us on the live stream. You can see there's guys that have come in from Cape Town. We've got some guys coming in from Zimbabwe as well. Great to have you guys and part and parcel of this event. It's all good to go here for, of course, the first national championships of 2021. Great to be back out on the racetracks and actually racing, of course, with this terrible COVID disease that's all around. Big welcome to Trevor Burley, to Paul Tilley's just joined us as well. Thank you so much for your support there. I'm sure Blady's going to do his best as he can here today. Also got Ian Odendahl who's joined us as well. So a massive thanks to everybody who has come in via our Facebook feed. If you do have people that are out there, of course, on Facebook land that don't have Facebook itself, we do have a YouTube link. You can go up to 60 seconds on YouTube. I put the link up on the comments section, so if you want to get onto that link and you don't have Facebook, or if you want to send some people that don't have Facebook and they want to be watching what we're doing here, courtesy of course of Full Output. And great to have Obico giving us all of this action as well. So a massive thanks to everybody that's behind the scenes, to our cameramen, and of course to everybody out on the circuit that is doing an invaluable job and a tireless one to ensure we can go racing for the first time in 2021 at national championship level. We were here only 2 weeks ago for the Northern Regions Championship. It was slightly different conditions to what we're enjoying today. It's ideal, perfect sunshine and the perfect high felt weather, of course. Heading up to about 34 degrees Celsius is what we're expected to do today. And no rain expected, as opposed to 2 weeks ago when it was pouring with rain here and everything turned out to be completely different to what it is today in terms of track conditions. There are still remnants of that on the circuit, and a lot of people will get to see that we have got a whole bunch of corners that are still under very wet conditions. So it'll be interesting to see how it changes up, and of course how the ruts all form here today, and see what's going to happen with the actual race action that's out there too. How are you doing, Jenna? Yes, I think there's a lot of people out there with some FOMO, but you know what? At least we can give you some of the action that's happening here from Terra Topia. And we're going to bring you each and every one of the heats. The stream will continue right through the day. We may do a little bit of a break in the proceedings at about the halfway mark, just to break that stream up and give us some time to reset so that we don't lose time on Facebook. But of course we are streaming every single one of the heats here today, right from the 50cc's that we kick off with. Here's a man who's happy to be doing his job. It's great to see some marshals that are happy to do their job. It's a lot easier to do your job in sunny conditions than it is in the treacherous conditions we had here 2 weeks ago. The race order, of course, is MX50s. They start the day's proceedings first. It's the junior riders. They do a slightly shortened version of the circuit. Then we get into the big 450 MX1 Premier category. That's an 18-minute plus 1 lap heat. The motos for MX3s and ladies combined is the third heat of the day. We then go to 65cc's, the 85cc's and Pro Minis combined, MX2s, the 250cc class, and of course finishing off the first set of heats of 7, and that is with the MX High. Thanks, Shelley. Appreciate the support there from the sidelines, and to Carla, who's just joined us as well. 85cc's are the 5th race of the day, so it's probably going to be about an hour and a half or 2 hours time from now. But if you stay tuned, of course, we will be putting up some graphics throughout the day as well, and you'll see exactly when they are. Also, make sure that you do link into Pro Timing as well. Pro Timing will give you all of the live timing that's happening, and you can actually pick up on who's who on that live timing. It's protiming.co.za, and just click on the live timing link that's on there, and then click on Motocross, and you'll pick up all the action as well as what you're seeing here at the track from our live stream point of view. There's a great shot of a lot of the sponsors involved here. Cannabis, of course, our headline sponsor. TRP, which includes Thor, Motocross Gear, Gurney, and of course Prepsol, our cleaning team that are part and parcel of this. 2 weeks ago, they were working frantically to get motorcycles clean to get back on track for the second heats of racing. Today, probably going to be a little bit easier in terms of the work that they've got to do, but needless to say, every single time a motocross rider jumps onto or into the gate for the start, we'll have some clean bikes there, courtesy of Prepsol. Just waiting for our 50cc's to make their way into the gates. As soon as they are in and locked and loaded, of course, we'll start the day's action. But interesting to see that already with 2 rounds of motocross championships that have happened so far, it's going to be a couple of guys who are used to the weather, and the weather being the wet weather that we've had here in Johannesburg and the Gauteng region over the last 2 weeks has been pretty hectic. Not what we're used to, that is for sure, at this point in time. But awesome to see that things have dried out today for the first national championship, and it should prove to be a little bit easier on the riders in terms of not making them as tired as what they were after battling the conditions that they had here 2 weeks ago at the Northern Regions Championship. But one thing that they are going to battle with today, of course, later on, is the dust factor. So as you can see up on your screens now, is going to be to Cannabis Energy, to TRP and to Prepsol, our headline sponsors for 2021 here for MSA's National Championship event.
Yeah, great. Okay. So for our 50cc riders, if you could please get yourselves ready, and everybody get yourself nice and comfortable. We're going to start today's racing action with our stars off tomorrow in the 50cc class. The race program is as follows. Take note, I'm going to say this once. The MX50s are up first, then it is our current stars in the MX1 Championship. MX3 and ladies are after that. MX65s, 29 riders lining up as a group there, that's brilliant to see. Then it's the 85 Junior and MX Pro Mini class. MX2s and the round off the racing action, the Working High School 1 to 5cc class. You can see our 50cc riders getting lined up on the start line. 50s, the 65 and the 85. We're really going to have tricky track conditions to deal with today. It's going to be all about
There you can see them riding out, or getting into the gates and getting ready to go for their first heat. The 50cc riders now making their way to do their gate choices. And the gate pick, of course, goes to the man who was on pole position, Trenton Kretzmann from KwaZulu-Natal. Casper van Zyl was second and Aidan Retief was third this morning in the practice. Raiden Wolves, who of course shared the honours here 2 weeks ago in the Northern Regions Championship, he is in fourth place ahead of Maxwell Fourie. Then it's Ross McKenzie, Ulrich van Arsvierken and Lo Rademeyer. Xavier Victor up into ninth and Wilco Deploy making up the top 10. Then you've got Travis Liddell, look out for Kaylin Oosthuizen, one of only lady riders that rides in the junior categories. Jan Verstaad, Luke Van As, Tyler Ferguson, Hendrico Barwise and Jaden Terblanche, Joshua Peter Newman, Kamani 2, it's Campbell Dupree, Connor Rawlins, Quade Walker, Ashton Rawlins, and of course Riley Geldenace and Chloe Udendal, second of our lady riders there in the 50cc category, that's making their way to the gates now to start the proceedings. A big welcome, of course, to people all around the world, including Cheryl McClellan, who's joined us as well, all the way from Belgium. Great to have her here, and of course, looking forward to all the action that's been happening there. It's great to have you here as well. Sue-Ann Spencer's joined us too, so has Renette van Black, Yvette Martin, and Noria van Arsvierken. And looks like Nikita Fushia joining us as well. As you can see, the 50cc riders now getting their final preparation done for Heat 1. Once again, a reminder, you can pick up all the action here that you're watching on Facebook. It's been cross-posted to the Voice of Choice page, my own page, as well as onto the Up to 60 Seconds page. And if you don't have Facebook, or if people around the world are watching and you've got some friends and family that don't have Facebook, you can pick it up on the Up to 60 Second YouTube link as well. I put the link up on the page there, so you can get all that action as well on YouTube.
NX1 riders, please remember to get yourselves ready. You are on straight after the 50s. So NX1 riders, we go from our future stars to our current stars. So NX1 riders, get yourselves ready for the gate straight after the 50cc race.
To see a big gate here, of course, looking forward to all the action that's going to be out there. Cam Roach has just joined us as well. Looks like he's looking forward to the action. Lloyd is just getting everything ready there, final radio calls. See the young lady riders getting ready to go as well. It's going to be an absolutely amazing event the entire day, and looking forward to all the action that will be happening out on the brown stuff today. Trenton Kretzmann just out of shot at the moment, of course rocking the number 1 plate from last year. The man from KwaZulu-Natal, of course, going to be looking forward to trying to keep that number 1 plate all season long and retain his championship. Not an easy thing to do when you've got such a competitive category of riders. Maxwell Fourie alongside him, 2 riders across from the Ridgeway Race Bar team. They've got a big contingent here this weekend as well to watch out for in all of the categories, so he'll be looking to rock it out there for the 50cc class. Lloyd just giving the final signal to all the riders to have their motorcycles revving and ready to go. We're standing by now for, of course, our cannabis energy drink ladies to make their way onto the circuit with the 5-second board and 15-second board as well. Kretzmann looking for the whole shot to be pushed hard by Aidan Retief, who's just on his left-hand side. Eyes down, we're about to go racing. There they go, the gates drop and down towards turn 1 they go. It's a slightly shortened version of the circuit that they do. Kretzmann stuck in the middle of the pack, but it looks like it might be the 85 of Ross McKenzie who gets the whole shot. McKenzie hits the whole shot and gets through into turn 1 first. followed very closely there by Maxwell Fourie. So Maxwell Fourie on the inside of Kretzmann and showing them the way around. So using a little bit of local knowledge here is Maxwell Fourie from the Ridgeway Race Bar team, up in his second place and already being pressurized there by the champion. But out front, a great start from Ross McKenzie. McKenzie hangs on and keeps it all together at this point in time. Just behind them, they start to line up Ulrich van Arsbergen, followed very closely there by Casper van Zyl. Cassie, of course, running in the Fast House colours this weekend. Great to have Nitro and the team there involved with that Fast House brand. Behind that looks like Lo Radimer and then Aidan Retief as they head down to the bottom section of the circuit for the first time. Great shots here from these guys as they come through there. There goes the 23 bike. And looking pretty good is Jaden Tablanche. Jaden Tablanche, much better start than what he had. Oh, rider down by the looks of things just in front there. And what you're going to see during the 50cc's, of course, with the smaller wheels, the big ruts that are formed with the bigger bikes out there, they're going to take a little bit of strain. Speaking of taking strain, out front looks like a change-up. And yes, Kretzmann's at the front. Kretzmann leads out and he's got ahead of initial leader there, Ross McKenzie. McKenzie's dropped down into second. Cassie starting to make his way through. They come to the bridge crossing now. On his tail is the 37 of Ulrich van Arsbergen. And that's how it stands at this point in time. McKenzie in second, Fourie in third, Casper van Zyl and Ulrich van Arsbergen. Raiden Wolves, and he was of course sharing the spoils here 2 weeks ago. He's sitting in sixth place just ahead of JD Verster. Then it's Travis Liddell and Tyler Ferguson and Jaden Tablanche. There's a couple of riders down there. What a pity. 460s, one of them. That is Xavier Victor trying to get that Elegant Fuels Husky started again. Looks like Gary Famata helping him out. Yes, it was. On the sideline there, multiple SA Saloon Car champion, Gary Famata helping him out and getting him back on track. So we've started and this is what it's all about. Coming into this one and looking for an opportunity now to see if we can see what's happening at the front end. Of course, that's the man who leads it out as they come through the FMF turn there, the final corner on the circuit. And he's followed very closely there by the 85 of Ross McKenzie. McKenzie trying to stay at the front end of this field, although he led for the first sort of half of that first lap. Just got pipped in the end. Being closed down now rapidly by Maxwell Fourie. Maxwell Fourie doing a super job there on his little KTM, of course, riding in the Ridgeway Race Bar colours. This of course also being shared onto Ridgeway Race Bar's Facebook page as well. Behind that it's Wolves, and then coming along to the riders, Casper van Zyl and Raiden Wolves fighting it hard just ahead of Ulrich van Arsbergen and JD Verster. Travis Liddell just behind them. The clean pair of wheels so far for Kenton Kretzmann. Apologies to the Kretzmann family. I think Mom came up to me this morning and said to me, listen, we're not from PE, we're actually from KwaZulu-Natal, so yeah. There are some Kretzmanns that I know down in the PE area, and of course they're involved with motorsport, so the assumption was pretty much on the cards there. So apologies for not getting that right initially, but of course we've got it right now. I hope that you are enjoying all the action that we're seeing here so far. Battles through the field as expected here amongst these youngsters. 33 Riley Caldenes fighting hard. Looks like Caleb Oosthuizen and Chloe Oendal all over him. There's a manoeuvre through there from Kretzmann. Kretzmann finding a way through on the young lady. Caleb Oosthuizen, not much of an issue there and gets past relatively unscathed. So we've got a good manoeuvre happening there from Kretzmann as he gets into the lap riders for the first time. And we've got about 8 minutes to go here still. And this is a 12-minute moto plus 1 lap. Kretzmann just taking it real smooth at this point in time. He's about 2.7 seconds up the road from second place Ross McKenzie. And McKenzie behind him, he's got Maxwell Fourie and now Raiden Wolves up into fourth. And Raiden Wolves actually just putting in the fastest lap of the race on that last pass. So Wolves on the charge. Keep an eye on that 3:45 right there. He is right there, Raiden Wolves. Fastest man on track at the moment is 3:45. Oh, Caleb Oosthuizen's gone down. Fast house young lady rider, unfortunately crashing out there. Hopefully she's okay. It's a pity there for her, but she'll be, of course, up and riding if she can get up there as soon as possible. Ulrich van Arsbergen starting to make his way up to the back end of Casper van Zyl and Raiden Wolves for a chance now to possibly change that top 5 up slightly. So it's Kretzmann, across the line again, leading things out. Just ahead of the 503, and of course that is Campbell Dupree, he's just gone past. Maxwell Fourie starting to put the pressure onto the back end now, and so is Raiden Wolves. So Wolves and Fourie closing in, and all problems from the riders, they're just getting it wrong across the bridge. Was that Ross McKenzie? Yes, it was. Ross McKenzie making a very big mistake there, and unfortunately cost him dearly. He's dropped back slightly into what is going to be probably third or fourth place. He was in second at this point in time. And as he hit the bridge, he just got the wrong line through the bridge, which has now moved Maxwell Fourie up into second place by the looks of it. So Maxwell Fourie in second, Ross McKenzie either third or fourth. Couldn't try and pick up if Wolves got through. I think Wolves did. Raiden Wolves has got through. Yes, he has. So Raiden Wolves now changing positions there. They come through. So there's confirmation. Okay, well, McKenzie back at Wolves now. McKenzie now back up ahead of Raiden Wolves. So the battle continuing between these two. This is for third and fourth place. Just one bike ahead there is actually Maxwell Fourie. So yeah, there we go. That's second, third and fourth place we're watching right now as they head down towards the river. Wait for that number one place to come through there. Watch for it, watch for it. Here he comes any second now. Our marshals just moved to the left hand side. Coming through there. There is our leader, Trenton Kretzmann. Going around the outside of some of the back markers, coming up onto the back end of Kaylin Westhuizen in the second time. She of course has gone down already. Finds an inside line there and gets through on the young lady rider. And then just behind that, keep an eye out for 85, 55, 345. Battle of the fives out there basically. And at this point in time, McKenzie was quickest on the last pass and was in second place, but we know that he dropped down and Maxwell Fourie got through on him. Is there going to be a change up here or possible change up for any of the riders that are fighting for second, third and fourth place? U11 Luke Bonas just being overtaken again. Back marker there waiting for 55, 345 and 85. Battle for second place heating up there. All of them on similar lap times, 20s, 18s and 20s. That's what we're doing. Some more back markers now for Kretzmann. Find the easiest path through. Not always easy to do when guys are fighting their own fights around the track. As you come up on, you've got to be so careful that you don't get involved in that race action or possibility of that race action going down. Another lap going to be completed here by our leader, waiting for now 555. There he is, second place. So 555, he was pushing hard there to try and stay ahead of Raiden Wolves on the 345. Maxwell Fourie running really well at this point in time and trying to maintain a good margin over the third place bike, and it looks like he's pulled a bit of a margin now over Raiden Wolves on 345. Kretzmann looking like he's got it all sorted out here. The 555 bike come through, there it is just in the background. Rodimer in the mix there as well on the 25 bike, but 555 then Raiden Wolves on 345 just behind him. The Wolves have made up a little bit of advantage there. There you see second place on 555. 345 round the outside is third. The Raiden Wolves doing such a good job to close that gap down. They lost ever so slightly on the last lap and a half. It went so well in the wet here 2 weeks ago. In the dry looks like it's just good. See the dust starting to already become a factor here. Running here from Trenton Kretzmann, he's kept it all together now, trying to maintain over the next 2.5 minutes or so plus a lap. That's all he's got to do, try and keep it together ahead of Maxwell Fourie. There's Raiden Wolves. Raiden Wolves is right there, find a way around on low Rodimer now. Rodimer gets outgunned by Wolves eventually and Wolves gets through. So Raiden Wolves is up in the third place and maintains third place, now tries to hunt down the second place rider just ahead of him there on the 555. hard, but the reason why, Raiden Wolves is right there with him. There's a change up for second. Wolves on the inside now, looking for a way pass. Can he find it? No, he can't. Maxwell 3 sees him coming. Oh, and a slight mistake there from Raiden. Just clipped the front of that jump, and it slowed him down slightly. So close there. We've got about a minute and a half, so probably about 2 laps to go in this one. About 2 laps to go for these guys. Maxwell 3 trying to fend off the attack coming from that 345 behind him of Raiden Wolves. Nice little fight there. Casper Funsell not too far off the back end. If something goes wrong with either of those two, you could probably pick up the pieces, but we'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Kretzmann goes through 100% section now, heads down into the bottom of turn number 2 and 3 in the normal scheme of things, heading to TRP. Right here from the youngster, keeping it all together so far and keeping it upright and out of harm's way. He's pretty comfortable out there, that is for sure. And this is the battle for second. Maxwell 3, Raiden Wolves side by side now as they come down towards the river section. Great fight here between these two. Coming out of the fly turn now. Oh, a little mistake from Maxwell 3 this time. He gets a little bit squirrely coming out of that. Didn't quite get the traction he wanted out of that turn, but that's allowed Raiden Wolves to close him down. Wolves on it now, looking for a chance. Can he use the back markers to his advantage? Oh, the back marker gets in his way again. Similar maneuver to the last lap that they pulled through here. Got about 17 seconds, so probably you're going to be looking at about a lap or so to go. Has that last lap board has come out just yet? No, not yet. Probably too far away though. Raiden Wolves still in third, behind Maxwell 3. To close down and pass his good friend. Arch rivals on the track, but good mates off it. That's what it plays like in this sport that we love so much. What it's all about now with the last couple of laps to go. Can they keep it all together? Is there going to be any changes? Will back markers come into play? Chloe Undahl being lapped again there by the leader. Two lady riders doing a fantastic job out on track. Some moms and dads out there supporting and of course helping on the sidelines as well. So this could possibly be the last lap board coming out for Trenton Kretzmann as he comes across the line this time. Just great action here from Kretzmann. He's done it all right so far and kept it all together. There's no issues whatsoever here from Trenton Kretzmann. And expect that last lap board to come out as that number 1 plate comes around. There you go, last lap out for Trenton Kretzmann. One more to go for these guys. He comes past the lady riders again. 5-1-5 being overtaken again as well. So lapping up to the top 9 there is Trenton Kretzmann. He just goes past JD Verstappen. Maxwell 3 still hanging on for second. Now trying to find his way past traffic. Oh, he just squeezes through and yet again. Can you believe it? Raiden Wolves just getting caught up by the traffic there on the bridge crossing. They switch it over from the big track to the small track again. Kretzmann's done it all right. The riders stuck on the sideline there being helped up. Oh, was that a mistake? No, I thought it might have been Maxwell 3, but it wasn't. Just saw the white kit there. I thought it might have been Farid who made a big mistake if it was him, but it wasn't, fortunately. The Ridgeway Race Bar man still in second place there. Raiden Wolves, what a ride here from him. Great job so far from Raiden. So far, Wolves doing it all right. Of course on the gas, remember. And the checkered flag time is about to happen here for the first heat of the day, the 50cc's. Moto 1 to the line. Clean pair of wheels, that's for sure, and some clean kit as well. Checkered flag on standby as he comes up the hill. And there it is, first win of the season and maintaining that number 1 and that red plate so far for 2021. Great ride from Trenton Kretzmann. Second place coming up any second now. Is it going to be the 555 of Maxwell 3, or are we going to see Raiden Wolves sneaking through there on the last lap? Quite a way back. And it is Raiden Wolves who's come through there. Maxwell 3's made a mistake somewhere on track. I can't find him at this stage. So Farid there in third place, being beaten by Raiden Wolves on the last lap. And Wolves doing a 17-1, the fastest lap of the race on that last lap to get through and take the second place away from Maxwell 3. Ross McKenzie should be the next man coming through. He'll be on the 85. And then behind that will be Aidan Retief on 42. So that's how it finishes up for Heat 1 of the 50cc's. We are, of course, expecting the big Premier class to be in the gates and ready to go any second now. I hope you enjoyed all the action. Remember, please like and share this to all your platforms on social media. We want to create as much hype around this event as possible. Keep us doing what we're doing here with the live stream and the feed that we've got going out on Facebook as well as on YouTube. We'll be back shortly with commentary, but stay tuned to all the pictures here from Terra Topia.
You got a mask, right? Yeah.
Another superstar coming to the ringside.
So there you have the podium from race number 1. An amazing effort there from Trendon Gretzman, taking the victory ahead of Raiden Wolves and Maxwell Furry, your top 3 in the 50cc's Heat 1. And we'll be back shortly with action from the 450s as they make their way down into the start gates for their first heat of action. 18 minutes and 1 lap to go for the MX1s. So there you see them down in the gates. Remember, they do have 1 lap to go out on the circuit and have a look and see how it's changed from practice this morning, where Jesse Wright was quickest on the number 14 out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha. He's on the inside of your shot right now, just below that pro taper, and Gazebo just on the right hand side. He's got the bright yellow helmet on, of course. Alongside him is Anthony Reynard, also on a Yamaha, and then 42 Marco de Freya, who of course took a victory here only 2 weekends ago. An incredible effort there from him, first time ever that he got to be out there at the front end of a race. Changing from Yamaha to Husqvarna this year, 21 is David Goosen. Goosen this morning not quite on the same kind of pace as Jesse Wright, but he was second quickest. And then of course the number 1 from last year is Tristan Purdon on the Red Bull and TRP sponsored KTM. He's going to be looking to set things right here right from the word go. Alongside him on 34 is the brother leader tread Alfie Cox KTM of none other than Brad Cox, and then just alongside him in that shot is 24 Mark Carty. He also has been quite a find for the season and had an incredible effort over the first couple of seasons. 84 is there too, and of course pushing hard from the word go will be Leonard Dutoy. He's also part of the Ridgeway Race Bar squad. We've got a big team this year, 252 Ricky Roth alongside him. And Mark Hardy, I beg your pardon, I thought it was 24, it was actually 84 that we picked up on there, Leonard, but there is Mark Hardy on 24, 36. Looking at that, sorry, 38 that is, that's Seth van der Nabile. Watch out for Jaden Proctor on 11, and Adriano Catalano, first time out from national championship point of view for, of course, the champion from the 450 class of the other series that runs here, the Mayfair Gearbox Inland Championship. And he, of course, is on 746. So what you'll see now is they've got a warm-up lap. They're not allowed to jump the jumps. They're under yellow conditions all the way through. It's just to give the riders some kind of indication as to how the track might have changed up after the last time they were on track. Some of these guys have only been on track once this morning, and those are the guys who are only running in the 450 MX1 category. And they, of course, would have only seen the track early this morning. They were the second class out for, in fact, they were the first class out for practice this morning. So it was a long time ago before some of them have been out there, and of course the track conditions would have changed dramatically with the 7 heats of practice that have happened so far. So it just gives the riders an indication as to how things have changed. And then they come back into the start gates and we get ready for the first heat, which is 18 minutes and a lap per moto. As I said a couple of weekends ago here at Terra Topia, Marco de Freyr, it was a massive surprise to a lot of people at Northern Regions coming through with an incredible effort on his side to be at the front end of this field. A competitive field like this is not easy to be in front of, that is for sure. Notable missing rider from this pack of riders, of course, would be Maddie Milan. He unfortunately has not picked up a ride for this season. We may see him down at KwaZulu-Natal's round of the championship, but hasn't made it up here to Gauteng just yet. Big pity not to have him here. And as I said, Jesse Wright now the lone rider for Out of Africa Yamaha in this big pack of riders. He would have partnered up last year with David Goosen, but as I mentioned at the start of the commentary for this one, Goosen has switched factories and gone across to Husqvarna for 2021. Leonard Toy on his machine, pushing hard there in the 84 bike, running for the Ridgeway Race Bar team. There's Jesse Wright in shot, the Out of Africa Monster Energy rider. Also had a great outing at the Dirt Broncos at the first inland championship for Mayfair Gearbox, and as well as the Northern Regions Championship here 2 weeks ago. 18, Johan Fokkelsang, always a man to watch out for, and he'll definitely be a man to watch out for in the whole shot. Out of the gates he is electric, and hopefully he can keep it all together as they get into the thick of it. Fokkelsang, of course, on the KTM, looking for a chance to be at the front end early on if he can. Jesse Wright, though, has had the advantage in terms of whole shots for the first couple of races without being commentating at over this very tough time of COVID. See on the sideline we don't have a lot of spectators, no spectators allowed at any events in motorsport just yet. Hopefully that's going to change in the very near future. But one cool thing is that we can give you all this action courtesy of the live streaming that we're doing here on MX Nationals, on the Voice of Choice, on up to 60 seconds, and on Ridgeway Race Bars, Ridgeway TV. See them just rolling around now. They can all see not much has changed, and they'll roll back down the hill and into the start gates that they've selected. I saw Jesse Wright has gone right next to the start gate hut as the pole man setting the pace this morning ahead of David Goosen and Cam DeRoe. Haven't really mentioned Cam DeRoe, I haven't seen a shot of it yet, that's probably why, but he is also involved in this one. Cam DeRoe definitely be a man to watch out for here. He'll be taking on Tristan Purdon. Also look out for, of course, Seth Van der Wiele, Jaden Proctor, Ricky Raff on 252, and Mark Hardy on the 24. There is the man that we're going to try and beat this year on the number 1 plate, Tristan Purdon. And at this point in time, Tristan Purdon has entered into 6 races and has won 5 of them. So not a bad start to a season if you're looking to take on. Right, so all this action, of course, proudly brought to you by Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP Distributors, and Prepsol. So we are ready to go now for Heat 1 of the MX1 450cc Premier Class. It's Jesse Wright. Alongside him is Anthony Reynard. We're going from right to left across the screen. 14 is Wright. 23 is Reynard. De Vreye's on 42. Goosen's on 21. 1 is Purdon. 34 is Cox. 84 is De Toy. 252 Ricky Roth. And looking for a chance to possibly squeeze from the outside line there on the 746, Adriano Catalano and Mark Hardy on 24. That's how they're going to be lining up for the very first time. Just splitting them, of course. On 38 is Van der Wiele. So let's see who's going to have what it takes here as we get into the thick of it now for the very first time. In the 450 class, you'll watch those eyes go down. The goggles will face the gates. And as soon as that 5-second board Moves away. That's exactly what happens. Gates drop, and out the gates they go. Great start from Jesse Wright. Justin Burton trying to squeeze through, but on the inside line, it's Vogelsang. I said he'd be the man to watch out for when he gets up the inside line and whole shots. So it's Johan Vogelsang who gets the whole shot. De Vreye's alongside him, gets forced high and wide through turn 2. And it's a good start there from Reynard. Reynard up in the second place now as he forces the 2 KTM riders very high and wide through turn 2 and up in the second place. It's Jesse Wright who's right on his tail, trying to find a way through there on Johan Vogelsang, and then David Goosen. Goosen got some big problems with De Vreye on his tail. Then Tristan Purdon. Ricky Raff just ahead of the rest of that pack as they come through now for the first time and down towards the river. Fantastic start from Johan Vogelsang. Exactly what I thought might happen is exactly how it happened. Down into turn 1, TRP corner, and it's Vogelsang who leads out. Yamaha side by side in the air over the tabletop and through the big sections and the big jumps down the bottom of the river. As they go along that river section, a great bit of running here so far, and Vogelsang hangs on. Jesse Wright going around the outside of Reynard into second place. Reynard down to third now, with Goosen in fourth. Runs a little so slightly wide, and Reynard might make him pay, but they're side by side as they head over that jump down towards the bottom end and through Ogio. Coming over the Cannabis Energy table now. Whoa, look at that. Good run here from Jesse Wright. Sees him squeeze through and up in the first place now, ahead of Johan Vogelsang, who's into second. Reynard into third. Fourth is Goosen around the outside of De Vreye. De Vreye gets bumped down one into the clutches of Tristan Purdon. And that's how they start things out here at Terra Topia in the MX 1's 450s. These big 450s are not easy to ride, and they are making it look like it's so easy as they head down towards Pro Taper. Reynard still hanging on for second right now with Goosen on his tail. As Vogelsang gets the motor down to fourth place, David Goosen squeezes up into third. And here comes De Vreye. De Vreye's got through on Vogelsang as well. So Johan is kind of like a half-lap specialist. I don't want to ever take away any of the skill that Johan Vogelsang has got, but he's incredibly quick out the gates and certainly knows exactly where to place the bike to get the whole shot. It's just got to, he's got to convert it from there into race pace if he can. Already being hounded now by Tristan Purdon. Vogelsang comes out and up past our commentary section for the very first time here at the top end of the circuit. We're in the Obi van, of course, courtesy of Obico. Great to have them on board with us to do all this live stream action. But big action expected at the front now as the 2 Yamahas are about to go at it. Jesse Wright hangs on for now, ahead of Reynard. Anything goes wrong between the 2 tuning fork machines, and you've got a Husqvarna breathing down their neck with David Goosen on its back. Goose had a fantastic start so far. And he's starting to close down on the back end of Reynard. Reynard has got some problems of his own with De Vreye. De Vreye's got Purdon. Purdon has now left Vogelsang slightly, and ever so slightly in the background. Watch out, of course, for the action that could be happening there between Ricky Raff and Brad Cox. Just behind Tristan Purdon, the man in shot right now. The man who is king and wants to try and retain his kingdom if he can in the 450s. So down on the river section now, heading along the bottom part of the circuit. They go through Thorn Prepsol, out of the Cannabis Energy drink turn and up towards the start-finish line, or the finish line now. Another lap completed. 14 minutes still to go. 3 minutes completed in this one. It's a great start so far. And this is what 2021 is going to be all about. I can't wait to see how it's going to just get better and better. Goosen closing on the back end of Reynard now. Didn't really get a chance to race against Reynard in the Northern Regions Championship. Reynard came up and incredibly entered into the MX3 class, which was a bit of a surprise to everybody, but then of course came back in the second heat of the 450s and came to play. And that's of course when Goosen and Purdon came together. So that was where Marco De Vreye was given the opportunity to take a victory. Jesse Wright though is looking for his first victory, that is for sure. Doing such a good job of it so far at the front end, keeping out Reynard. It's not an easy job to do, that is for sure, but he's certainly up for the job today. Reynard still in second place with Goosen closing down on him. Himself just a little bit of a roost gap now, getting into the rhythm, getting down into something that he can handle, finding pace that's required. This is right at the moment, setting the pace. 2 minute 12s around here. 2:13s from Reynard, 2:13s out of Goosen, 2:14s out of De Vreye Purdon, and 2:21s now out of our whole shot man, Johan Vogelsang. This is how it starts for 450s for 2021. Will this be the year of 21? We'll have to wait and see. David Goosen certainly would like it to be. Is 23 going to be a factor in this one as we get into the thick of it now for 450s for the first time? And Reynard being closed down now by Goosen. Jesse Wright, sure, he's certainly found something special this year. Chatted to him only a couple of days ago on Ridgeway TV at Ridgeway Race Bar, and got to find out exactly what his plans were. He was saying he's concentrating on the 450s. He's been given the opportunity by Guy Henley just to look after the 450 class and not have to worry about doing dual duties, which is probably a good idea for him because he's now doing exactly what Guy is expecting him to do. Oh, and a change up a second. Great move there from Goosen as he finds his way past and gets up to second place. So David Goosen is starting to make some maneuvers here. Let's have a look and see what their lap times were like this time. Goosen should probably be the quickest on that last pass. With the opportunity to get through there on Reynard. Reynard down to third, into the clutches of De Freya. Marco De Freya also, oh yeah, certainly. Laps tumbling here. Lap times tumbling big time as well. And fastest of that last pass. Exactly what I said. David Goosen. 2:08.4 from David Goosen. 2:09.6 coming out of Jesse Wright. So he's almost a second quicker. Just over a second quicker, in fact. Oh, right it down. Is that Leonard DeToy? Yes, it is. Leonard DeToy for the Ridgeway Race Bar team has gone down. Making a mistake there in the FMF section. There are a few sections that are still pretty wet from 3 weeks of rain here in Gauteng. And here comes a maneuver for the lead possibly here as well. Is this going to be Goosen on the inside of Wright? Oh, Jesse Wright fighting back and his ex-teammate goes past him. So we've got a new leader. Oh, no, we don't. Jesse Wright comes straight back at him. This is what it's all about. Wright versus Goosen. Ex-teammates and now arch rivals on the circuit. Not that they weren't arch rivals before. Great action here between the two of them. Goosen's at the front now. He's going to try and get away now on the Husqvarna. Can he keep it all together to stay ahead of the two Yamahas there for second and third? Reynard realizes that he can maybe capitalize as Wright might have just felt the effects. Look at that bottom line there. There's an inside line and a high line that's available through that bottom turn before they come up here to Ojo. You can see it's either or. You cannot go anywhere in between because it is so wet down the bottom end of that circuit. Reynard is definitely being closed down now, though, by Marco De Freya and Purden. Purden not too far off the back end of De Freya. We've already seen him fighting hard at Northern Region level. Here at National Championship level, it's changing up ever so slightly as well, as Reynard is definitely the man with a target on his back. Is there going to be a change up here between De Freya to give himself some breathing room between himself and, of course, Tristan Purden behind him? Reynard hangs on for now, though. Reynard in third, remember. The battle for third place about to heat up. As we see De Freya, Marco De Freya and Tristan Purden closing in. Leader crosses the line again. Another lap completed and some more seconds, valuable seconds and minutes ticking away. Reynard under attack though from Marco De Freya. De Freya wants by. He knows if he can put Reynard between himself and Purden, he might just get a bit of breathing space to get up the road and look for a chance to get through on Wright and maybe even catch Goosen. Oh, a little mistake there. Just getting the wheel clipped on the back end, and De Freya might have just been rattled by that. And Purden, I think, is going to try and... No, he's trying to capitalize, but he couldn't get the drive. Couldn't get the drive as they came out of the twin air turn. Now heading down the hill, they do sweeping lefts and rights all the way down past the Asterix corner into the bottom section again, and then head up towards our commentary position. Reynard still hanging on, doing a super job of it, I can tell you. Not an easy man to pass on a circuit, and of course he's not really the kind of conditions that we got today's racing. Reynard has had to sort of battle through on a few occasions. He's a big sand specialist, loves Zone 7 in Cape Town. His home track, of course. Now watching Goosen come through some of the back markers. I think he's going through there on Shane Steenkamp and on Leonard DeToy. See Canberra on our list has also dropped out. Maybe he's concentrating on the 250 class. So we'll watch for Deroe in the MX2s a bit later on. Reynard on the inside of Wright. Wright losing out there. Yeah, Reynard's through. Jesse Wright taking the wrong line, unfortunately, through that bottom corner. I said there were two lines through there. One is quicker than the other, and Reynard found out which one was. And he's up to second. Wright down to third. Wright had a big look over his shoulder just to make sure how far back the Freya and Purden were. There's a bit of a smoke. Yeah, one of the bikes smoking there pretty badly. Smell in the air, he came past us as well, so definitely an issue on one of those Yamahas. I think it's Reynard's, yeah, definitely Reynard's bike. Reynard's bike certainly starting to cough up a bit of white smoke there. That is definitely not what he'd be wanting. Going through a very, very fast part of the track right now. Doesn't seem to be hindering his progress, and his ability to ride the bike at pace is not a problem, but there's certainly a bit of white smoke coming out of the side of that bike. Right now, oh, Purden, what a move! typical Purdon move. In fact, almost an identical move he pulled on De Freya 2 weeks ago, and it looks like, is that De Freya's bike starting to smoke up as well by the looks of it? Could be. Maybe it's picked up a bit of mud on the radiator and starting to make that bike overheat slightly. No, is it just dust coming? No, there's some smoke. Oh no, there's definitely, that's more than smoke. There's a big issue there on De Freya's bike. Lots of problems there on De Freya's bike with smoke coming out of that KTM as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on 23 and 42 at this point in time, see if they're going to actually be able to survive and get to the finish line. Watch out for Tristan Purdon now and Jesse Wright. There is second place Anthony Reynard, but watch the third place battle, because at this point in time Jesse Wright could be in trouble. Look at this. Look at that. Oh yeah, there he is. Purdon's right with him. Purdon is right there with the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha of Jesse Wright, and it's Red Bull KTM taking on the Monster Energy Yamaha. Of course, here at Cannabis Energy Drinks National Championship Motocross, it's great to have all the energy drinks going to battle on track, courtesy of Cannabis Energy and TRP. Down the high line is Purdon. Purdon on the high line. This time Jesse Wright takes the inside line, but once again gets beaten. That inside line is certainly not the quicker one, and Purdon now moves up. Purdon up to third place. Can he find a way to close things down now on Reynard just ahead of him? Reynard did have a bit of a smoking gun there, so maybe you can pick up on there might be a problem on that Yamaha. It's still smoking. Still a bit of smoke coming out of that Yamaha. ZF 450. Freya's made a mistake. Oh, what a pity there for Marco De Freya. He's made a mistake. Or is that an issue on the bike? Yeah, it's an issue on the bike. You can see he's not happy. Something's gone wrong with that motorcycle. We saw it smoking earlier on. Oh man, can you believe it? Such bad luck there for Marco De Freya. Certainly in with a chance of a podium, that is for sure. Looks like his KTM might have just given up the ghost there. So it's Goosen who leads out across the line again, completing another lap. We've got about 6.5 minutes to go, plus a lap. That's Goosen leading out by that margin over a smoking Yamaha, and then a hard-charging Red Bull KTM with Tristan Purdon on board. The reigning champion looking for a chance to get to the front and possibly take the first victory of the season. Probably the way to start things out. How to retain your number one plate, win from the start. Not a bad plan. Can he do it though? Red Bull KTM man doing such a good job out there. He closes down now on Reynard. Reynard could be in a bit of trouble here. Is Reynard's bike going to be able to hang on? A lot of smoke coming out of that bike is also a concern for me, and we saw how the Freya's bike went to the sideline only after a couple of laps of it smoking. Back marker's going to be overtaken there. Steenkamp, Adriano Catalano. So then the choice drop back and force you down into 13th place or 12th place at this point in time. Quite a good plan there for him in his first outing for the 450s, but certainly a man to watch out for in the season. It's a super run here from Reynard to keep Purdon out, but Purdon certainly looks like he's the most dangerous man on track at this point in time. Lap times are starting to tumble here, that is for sure. Look at the gap that's coming down as well. Here comes Purdon. Purdon on a charge now. Can he find a way past here on Anthony Reynard? Goosen hanging on for now. Reynard hanging on for like by the bare clutches here. And is there going to be a change up? I think there may be. You can see the body language on Tristan Purdon has changed up dramatically. And he starts to mean business when he gets into that frame of mind. There is your leader. Goosen with the advantage. It's about 4 seconds now over second place Anthony Reynard. There is Reynard and Purdon. Purdon line is that outside to inside. High line coming out of the last corner, inside line for the first turn. As they head back down into the valley. Purdon clearing those goggles, looking very good. Looking for 100% vision as he comes through there, and that's exactly what he's getting now to close down on Reynard. And Reynard is in trouble here. Can he fend off the attack from the reigning champion? Don't know if there's enough time if Purdon gets through to possibly still catch David Goose. Oh, a little mistake there from Purdon. A small mistake from Purdon, just running high and getting just cross-rutted. Didn't cost him too dearly, but he definitely got out the saddle. And very lucky to not go down there in that mistake. He stayed upright and continues now. Gonna probably have to get back into that rhythm again. He's lost a little bit of ground now, of course, to Reynard with that small mistake. No mistake so far from the Foxman on his Husqvarna. The change up from Yamaha to Husqvarna looked relatively easy. It's not always the easiest thing to do to climb onto new machinery when you've been part and parcel of a factory team for such a long time. But, these guys, this is what they do. Top professional motocross athletes in their own right and doing exactly what they need to do to make things work when they do changes like that. Speaking of working, no one's working harder at the moment than number one, Justin Purdon. And looking for a chance down the inside. Oh, big look there. Nearly put a wheel up on the inside of Anthony Reynard, trying to find a way past. Can he do it? No, not yet. Certainly some smoke and more smoke coming out of Reynard's Yamaha. Reynard will be rocking the number one plate when the MX2s come out. Of course, he's running 23, his famous number, on the outside of this bottom turn, heading back down into the valley towards the river. Here we go. It's the inside line for Purdon. He's got the Foster line. Can he keep it all together? Look at the drive that he got coming down that face. On the landing face, he just got the drive down and he gets past. There it is, second place done by Tristan Purdon. Up into second place now with about 2.5 minutes to go and a lap. So is that enough to close the 6.5 second lead that Goosen's got? I don't know if he's got enough time. So up to second, Purdon crossing the line and through in second place now ahead of Anthony Reynard, down to third. Jesse Wright still hanging on for fourth place. It's Cox in 5, but Jaden Proctor's in 6, Johan Vogelslang, the whole shot man, in 7th. Ahead of Ricky Raff, Seth van der Nabile, and Leonard Atoy up to 10th place now for Ridgeway Race Park. Nice inside line here from Reynard, but Reynard seems to just have changed his body language. Maybe he's thinking about, hang on a second, I've got 4 races to go, I need to pace myself here. If Purdon makes a mistake, I'll have another go, but he's not usually a man who will give up the ghost that easily. It's quite a nice shot, that. It's the N14 highway in the background there. It says speed limit 120. I think at that point in time the bike's probably going to be doing about 120 up on the top end of the circuit. Jesse Wright, there's your 4th place man. Yeah, Reynard hasn't given up, and nor will he, as he closes and tries to get back at Tristan Purdon. Taking slightly different lines there, so it hasn't quite got the same kind of body language he had earlier on when he was fighting hard to keep Tristan Purdon out. Now that Purdon's through, seems to have just given up a little bit there, thinking about the long day of racing that's got to be happening today for him. Goosen clearing out at the front end. Just 6.5 seconds on the last pass. Might be slightly less than that as Purdon comes through now in second. We're going to be getting their last lap call on this one. Purdon at this point in time, will he have enough time with only one to go? If he runs wide like that, he's not going to have enough time. He's got to find the ideal lines around this track and close that 6.5 second gap. The last lap board is out. Lloyd Brown, the COC and MX Commission President there, showing that last lap to David Goosen and now to Tristan Purdon. S-bend that they go through there. Looking for its first victory of the season. Goosen hasn't won at any of the other championships he's participated in just yet. He's kept it for the big one, the national round 1, 2021's motocross championship here in South Africa. Again, just using the power of that 450 to get the bike across and across the cross ruts there as well. Not finding a line, just powering over the big berms that are formed for the different classes of riding that happen here today. He's certainly done an incredible job so far. Amazing action that we've seen so far here today from just the 50cc's and now into MX1. You've still got MX3s and ladies will be up next. 65s and 85s in the Pro Minis combined. MX2s and the 125 high school category. And they've got to come and play for their first heats of the day. Thanks Grant Scott. Thanks to Leslie Goosen as well, and of course to Cam Roach. Justin Tuckles joined us as well. Thank you for the coverage, bud. We do appreciate the support. Like and share it. Tell all your friends about us. If they haven't got Facebook, remember there is a live stream link for YouTube as well. Get into the comment section, you can pick up on that. It's up to 60 seconds, the YouTube channel. You can watch as well with all of today's action. If you want the timing, remember, log on to protiming.co.za. We're here at Terra Topia, just outside of Krugersdorp in Gauteng, South Africa. It's Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP's national motocross action and the first 450 heat of the 2021 season. Incredibly, is going to go to number 21. That's quite apt, I think, and possibly something to watch out for 2021. 21 crosses the line on the back wheel. Goosen takes the first victory in the 4 phase and makes it look real easy. Fast Fred Frencham, the first man to come and congratulate him there. I think it was also one of the other teammates that have come to join him there as well from the junior riders. So well done there to David Goosen, taking the first victory of 2021. Justin Purdon comes through for second place on the number 1 bike. We're going to change that up if we can. There is Anthony Reynard for third place. A great effort there from Reynard. And he'll definitely be looking for a chance to possibly change it up later in the day. He'll be concentrating, I think, on trying to retain the number 1 plate in the 250s. Here's Mrs. Goosen. How are you doing, Shan? Nice to see you on the sideline there supporting your man. Remember, all the supporters on the sideline are exactly that. They are not spectators. They are team members or supporters of that team, limited to X amount of numbers per team and per rider. And great to see them all looking after the way we need to do things here in the COVID scenario. Up next, we're heading into the MX3s and ladies combined. But to give you the indication of the top 5 so far: David Goosen from Tristan Purdon, Anthony Reynard, Jesse Wright and Brad Cox eventually finishing up the top 5 there as they cross the line. Jaden Proctor will finish up in 6th place. You can see him just in the front of the shot there on number 11. And going through the shot is number 18, Johan Volkelsang, the whole shot man, who eventually finished up in 7th ahead of Ricky Roth. Linda DeToy for the Ridgeway Race Bar will finish up in 9th place ahead of Seth Vandenabile. And we're going to be heading down towards the podium to catch up with our riders and of course also get some interviews from our race winner David Goosen. One of our support sponsors there, Race Shop, of course supplying the mats and the track stands for the bikes that are at the podium. And MX3s and ladies are already into their start gates. They of course will be getting 1 lap to go around and have a look at the circuit as we saw in the MX1s. But we're going to go back of course down into the podium and try and catch up with our top 3, David Goosen, Tristan Purdon and Anthony Reynard. And it looks like Goosen's pretty happy about the fact that he's now kept it for the best part of the season to go and take the first victory, and that's at national championship level. So there you have it. In 3rd place, it's Anthony Reynard. 2nd place, Tristan Purdon. And race 1 winner in the 450s for the Husqvarna team, David Goosen. All this action is proudly brought to you by Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP and Prepsol, and all the associate sponsors for the MX Nationals 2021. So Ian Topless, the man, of course, who took the championship last year, will be the man trying to retain another championship this year. But Grant Frericks and Dwayne Kleinans might be some big competition for him. In the ladies category, of course, multiple SA champion 4 time in a row, Kayla Roth, Leah Haygate and Jadine DeLima, with Shane DeLima and Dakota Krobler fighting with Kayla Williams. This is the ladies category today. We're just waiting for our guys to set up down at the podium to catch up with David Goosen after race 1 win. And you can see some pictures here from the MX3s and ladies combined making their way around Terra Topia.
Yeah, he's got.
It looks like, unfortunately, we missed out on David Goosen. He really made his way down to go and get sorted out and ready for the next heat of racing. So we'll catch up with him a bit later on. But as you can see, out on track, 15 minutes of action about to go.
No, the guy from Cannabis said he'll keep the winners from before us now, afterwards, going onwards.
Great example of a shot going at the bottom end of the circuit. Watch out for that bottom turn, ladies and gents, in MX3s and ladies combined. It's a bit tricky, that one. The rider's being caught out there. There's certainly 2 lines that have formed through there, and we saw how well they can be used by both Goosen and by Tristan Purden in the previous heat to get through on Jesse Wright, our race leader initially. There's Kayla Roth, looking to keep that number 1 plate on that Kawasaki again if she can. Leah Haygate and I think Jadine and Cheyenne DeLima will be possibly giving her a bit of a run for her money. 44 is Bruce Falloon. We saw him heading back down towards the start gates. Certainly a bigger field here 2 weeks ago at the Northern Regions Championship in terms of the MX3s. And up next, courtesy of Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP and Prepsol, the National Championship race action. MX3s and ladies now into the gates for their first heat. It's 15 minutes plus 1 lap. And this should be pretty tasty because it's the return of a man who spent a lot of years at national championship level, particularly in supermoto more than motocross, but started his career, of course, in motocross. Grant Frericks on 101. A fast house rider man looking for a chance now to take on 76 just on the right of that shot next to the FMF branding for the Thor Monster Energy and out of Africa Yamaha team. Multiple SA champion now in his own right. And that, of course, is Ian Topless. 114, Dwayne Kleinans in there as well. You can see how he was going to be improving coming through there on the leader tread KTM. And watch out as well for Bruce Falloon on 44. Looking for a chance now as that 5-second board, or 15-second board is about to change to 5. Eyes down, gates about to drop. Who's going to have one to take? Great start from Topless. Good start from Frericks, but I think Topless might have it. Coming through the inside. No! Oh, it's so close! Topless just squeezes Frericks out. And on the inside, what a start there from Dion Dutoy. Dion Dutoy getting out of the gates rapidly on the 127 bike and now goes side by side with both Frericks and Topless. He falls back into 3rd place, into the clutches of Dwayne Kleinans. And as they come out of that one, Kleinans side by side with Dion Dutoy as they come to turn 2. Great start from the 77, Cheyenne DeLima. Jadine De Lima, I beg your pardon, who is actually out front in terms of the ladies. What a start there from her. Not getting caught in all the fracas there into turn number 1, and leads out in the ladies category for now. On the back end of 113, and that of course is Jaco Smit. Multiple Northern Regions champion is Jaco Smit, so he knows this track relatively well and keeps out the young lady. But what a start from Jadine De Lima. Didn't expect that. Don't think Kayla Roth did either. As they come to the finish line now for the first time, it is Topless in second place, Ferrix leading out, 114, Dwayne Kleinhans on the leader tread machine there in third place, and on his tail as they come through to start the proceedings for MX3s and ladies combined. That's how we go into it for the very first time. Topless and Kleinhans second and third on track as they come through the Asterix S. Cedric van Straten, yes, there is a YouTube link. It is on the comments. If you just go up on the comments there, you'll see it earlier on. But of course, it's up to 60 seconds that the YouTube link is on. So if you want to find it on YouTube, just find up to 60 seconds and you'll be able to find it. Maybe what I can do is ask Paul to put that YouTube link up again on the comments. There is definitely a YouTube link for people that don't have Facebook, and we're trying to stream this as far and wide as possible. So when you get there, tell all your friends about us as well. It's a good start here from Dwayne Kleinhans as he's into third place ahead of Dion de Toy. Jaco Smit down in 5. De Lima still hanging on for the lead so far in the ladies class on the 77, but just behind her was Bruce Falloon, and then the number 1 by Kawasaki, Kayla Roth. Dwayne Kleinhans doing such a good job. Ferrix is doing an amazing job so far to keep out ahead of Ian Topless. Topless in second as they come up towards Ogio. Third is Kleinhans. Now they come through 100% through the whoops. And there you can see just on the left hand side the OB unit. That's where we are, that's where we're based, bringing you all this action. There's a bit of a change up as 44. Yeah, here we go. There's the battle for the ladies. Just behind the 4-4 bike of Bruce Falloon is the fight for the ladies, and De Lima keeps out Roth. Kayla Roth about to make a move, but it is De Lima that is currently still leading things out for the ladies category. Combined MX3s and ladies here at round 1 of the Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships at Terra Topia. Ferrix getting away now from Topless. Topless hanging on for second. Third is still Kleinhans. A bit of a gap now. This, here it comes any second now, will be the battle for the 4 and 5 spots. Dion de Toy and Jaco Smit. There's de Toy, Smit just behind him. Kleinhans starting to close on the back end of in Topless as well. Over the Cannabis Energy tabletop, past the Ridgeway Race Bar. Village, I would call it. I think there's like 9 portable shells out there that Ridgeway Race Bar have got with their team. Their own little village that they've set up there on the side of the mountain. This little valley in Krugersdorp. If you have joined us on the various streams and feeds, a big welcome to all of you. I'm not seeing all of the comments, so if I don't get your comments today, unfortunately it's because there are 3 different streams going out, 1 on YouTube and 2 Facebook page streams. We're trying to keep up with it. Just behind this man here, 44 Bruce Falloon. I think we may have a change up for the lead in the ladies. Yes, here we go. Roth on the inside, De Lima on the outside. Sure, it's so close. So close. Very, very tight racing action there. Leah Haygate also fighting hard there now in there with Kayla Roth. So it's 3-way battle for the ladies. 3-way battle for the ladies there as 76 Leah Haygate joins the fight. So we're running in reverse numerical order at the moment. Number 1 at the front, yes, but 77 and 76 in the ladies class are running in reverse numerical order there. 77 ahead of 76, but Leah Haygate, I think, might have just got through there on that last shot we had of it. Is Smit from Falloon. There it comes, look at this. Leah Haygate all over the back end now of our current champion in this category, number 1, Kayla Roth. Haygate looking for a way through early on. used the opportunity that was given to her by JD. Was out. Topless getting the hurry up board from the sideline from the Out of Africa Yamaha boys. Fight on now between Viljoen and Smit. Great battle between the two of them actually. Ferrex leading out comfortably at the front though. A little mistake there from Grant Ferrex. Just getting caught in one of those inside lines that might have had just a bit deeper than what he thought. Sure. Fantastic start here from Ferrex, so welcome return to national championship level racing for him. Championships was of course when he was part and parcel of the Mr. Price Supermoto national championships that used to run all around the country. Heydays of racing, and he's back in it now at MX3 level. He's been doing a lot of course, off-track training and test riding for various motor journalists out there. For a better man to go and test a motorcycle than that, particularly when it comes to the dirty stuff. Topless though, Topless is about 2.6 seconds on the last pass. It's probably down to about 1.5 seconds now as they come up on the back end of Dakota Krobler. One of our lady riders at the back end of the field, also doing a super job just for a way through. And Leah Haygate, ooh, big maneuver there for Bruce. I give Leah Haygate a chance to get past him. Yes, it is. Haygate capitalizing on a mistake there from Bruce Viljoen. Just getting caught up and cross-rutted, and he just got out that rut and sat up and out the saddle, giving Haygate a chance to squeeze through. Ferrex is the man out front though and doing it all right. As I said, it was about 2.6 seconds the last time they came across the finish line. They're about to come across the finish line again, but I certainly think the gap has come down between himself and the man in second place there, Ian Topless. Leah Haygate still in that second spot now on the back end of Raf. Raf fighting with Jaco Smit. Goes around the outside of Jaco and finds a way past. Now she's put another rider between herself and her closest rival, Leah Haygate. Is that going to help her get away? Haygate and DeLima have certainly been working hard in this COVID off season to get back up to pace. Not always easy to do. Two double headers we saw last year at the end of the championship when they had to combine events to get all the championship rounds in. It was all about Kayla Roth, but certainly Leah Haygate and Jadine and Cheyenne DeLima have been working hard to get to the pace now of the number one rider in the ladies class. Another lap completed now by, of course, the number one, Kayla Roth. And she can pull together now and stay ahead of the rest of this pack of ladies hunting her down. Jaco Smit has just kept Leah Haygate out, so Haygate hasn't quite been able to get through there, close that gap down. And you can see Kayla getting away in the distance, so she's going to try and find a way past if she can. Sure, how cool is that? As we're getting into the MX3 category racing here, and the ladies combined with MX3s, the man who's just been on board and got the whole shot, of course, in the MX1 class, Johan Vogelsang has just joined us on our live stream. How are you doing? Good job out there yourself, bud. Lovely work. Grant Scott's in the house as well. Certainly hope you guys are enjoying this coverage. It's the first time we've done live stream action from a National Motocross Championship, so I hope it's going out all good. Looks like it's all good so far. Ferrex the man to beat here so far, getting down into the 2:18.4s now, fastest man on track on that last pass with about 5 minutes to go. Smooth and very, very easy style from the fast house man out front. Stays at the front end of this field relatively easily and unscathed so far from Topless. Topless still hanging on for second. He's not too far back, but it has gone up to about a second more, the gap, as they come into the Asterisk S. Back marker to renegotiated. I think that might be Philip Harper that he's coming up on right now. Harper now just being demoted down and one less lap to be done from the 74 bike. Can watch that all day. Very smooth style of Grand Ferrex. Running out of course, Fast House and Savage. 127, early pace setter, and of course almost the whole shot man, Dion DeToy. He's dropped down into 9th place, just behind Jaden DeLima, but he's got his own little fight on here. I think just behind him is Sheldon Watkins on 757, yes it is. Watkins fighting hard now with, of course, the 127 of Dion DeToy. Great little battle there between the two 7 riders. 44 closing in yet again. That's Bruce Viljoen onto Jaco Smit. I think JD might have got through. I mean, not JD, I beg your pardon. It's Leah Haygate who's got through there. So, yes, Haygate has got through as she gets into the Asterisk S first. Ahead now of Smit and Viljoen. Look at those different lines and how those ruts have formed up in that turn. Out of Twin Air and up across towards us here at 100%. About 3 minutes to go now for this race. Still a lap after that as well, so it's probably about 4.5 minutes to go of racing. Yeah, Haygate, that's the second place KTM rider for the ladies. Ferrex across the line and completing another lap. Comes out of that FMF turn now and down towards Ogio. Ferrex has got this pretty much sewn up if we can keep it all upright for the next 2.5 laps or so. Letting the bike do the work through the whoops there, or through the ruts I should say. Just gets on the power and makes it look so easy. On track, and these kind of conditions, it's not an easy circuit to ride, and the track is starting to rut up. They've done a great job to prep it. 2 weeks ago we had massive thunderstorms and almost a week's worth of rain before we came to the Northern Regions Championship here at Terra Topia. Completely different scenario on that day, where rain and mud being the order of the day. Today it's all about clear conditions so far. It's going to start dusting up a bit later on. But the track is rutting up beautifully here, turning into an incredible motocross track. Well done to Dave and the team here for the job they've done to prep the track for the National. Coming up on back markers again is Grand Ferrex. Going to complete another lapping of Dakota Krobler, young lady rider who's just getting better and better every time she gets onto her Kawasaki. Kayla Roth, speaking of Kawasaki's, leading the ladies now comfortably, and quite a way up the road from near Haygate. Looking to make it number 1 again for 2021. So it's Haygate who's in the second spot, but not enough time to close down on Kayla Roth for the possible win here in the first heat. MX3s and ladies combined. Up next, of course, the 65cc's. We've still got the 85cc and Pro Minis combined, MX2s and the high school class. Ferrex getting the last lap board now as he comes across the line, so 1 to go now for Grand Ferrex. Lloyd on the side, getting the last lap. 2 L's and 2 L's. Not always easy to do. But it's Ferrex who's got to keep it upright for 1 more lap here at Terra Topia. And with a 5, almost 6 second lead over Topless, he has a look over the shoulder just to make sure where Ian Topless is. And Ian Topless is a multiple SA champion, so he's definitely not going to give up the ghost without a fight. But I think what Topless is doing now is thinking about the long game. Done this on numerous occasions. He's had younger riders fighting him in the MX3 class, even though he is MX3s is basically for the vets and masters, literally. Great to see that, of course, Grant Ferrix has come into this MX3 category, fighting hard from the word go. So 101 leads out the MX3s, 1 leads out the ladies. Is that going to be the case by the time the checkered flag come out? That's Kayla Roth heading up. She's going to start her last lap. Ferrix is about halfway through his last lap and should be almost at the finish line. As she goes through, there we go. Roth with a lap to go. Kayla Roth currently lapping in the 2-minute 30s. 2:18s coming out of Grant Ferrix in terms of his best laps that he's seen so far. And he heads back down to the river. Has not put a wheel wrong here so far. Looks like he might be the man to beat it. He working on that out of Africa Monster Energy and Motul Yamaha of Ian Topless's in between the heats to see if we can find a little bit extra pace there for him. Possibly run with the pace that Grant Ferrix is setting as he heads towards the checkered flag. It's a welcome return to National Championship racing for Ferrix, and that's the way to do it. Take a victory on your first time of asking. MSA 1 there is Annie Allen. Good to see her on the side of the track as well. Getting some great photographs. There's a lot of media out there getting as much of the attention as we can get from our championship here, considering that we don't have spectators at the circuit. So we hope you're enjoying all this action, courtesy of Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP and Prepsol, our headline sponsors, and of course all the associate sponsors here involved in National Motocross Championships. Kayla Roth coming to the line now, any second now. There she is. Looks like just about half a lap to go now for Kayla. You can see the different lines at that bottom turn. There's that very inside line that Kayla's taken. There's the middle line and there's a high line. But if you go anywhere in between that, it's just a quagmire down there. You're definitely going to get your bike stuck in some very, very thick mud, which is not what you want. Roth has done it all right though. She's kept out via Haygate. It's almost 15 seconds between Haygate and herself. So Haygate now will have to do some work in between the heats to see if she can find a little bit extra pace, maybe get a better start as well. On a similar vein to what we saw coming out of Jadine DeLima, who well-shotted in terms of the ladies category earlier on in this heat of racing. Our last turn now, a couple of step ups and step downs to do down the river, and then the first victory of 2021. The checkered flag in his hand, Lloyd Brown will be waving that flag for the first time in the ladies category and championship to the reigning champion on bike number 1, Kayla Roth. There you go, across the line, and first victory for 2021 to the number 1, Kayla Roth. She'll be making her way to the podium along with Leah Haygate and Jadine DeLima. And already down there we're probably seeing Grant Ferrix, Ian Topless and Grants, who hung on for third place there on the leader tread bike to take out the top 3 honours, or the third place in the top 3 honours. There's Leah Haygate, second place going across the line there for the ladies. Good ride there from Philip Harpo, also finishes up nicely. And it's going to be Jadine DeLima. There you have it, Ferrix on top. He takes the first victory of 2021. Second place going to Ian Topless, and third place to Dwayne Kleinhans. Great effort there from our top 3 in the MX3s.
We'll get our top 3 ladies riders up on the podium now, please.
Sorry, man. Sorry, guys.
There they are, getting ready to go now for their first heat of action. It's the 65cc category. It's going to be a very competitive class, one of the biggest classes we've got here this weekend, so certainly looking for some big action between all those youngsters that are involved here. If we look at how things worked out this morning in practice, it was Jack Pullen on his 65cc beating out Blade Tilley and Aidan Henley making the top 3. And 110, Trent Valsecki, certainly a man to watch out for as well, had a great outing at the Northern Regions. But let's go in between and see what's going to be happening for the 65cc's. So 65cc's in the gate. As I said, it was 31 Jack Pullen who had the choice of gates. And I don't see him in my shot there right now, so he might be right on the right-hand side or on the left-hand side, depending on which side of that big gate of 28 riders he's decided to go with. 125 Blade Tilly's gone alongside the start gate. He is right on the left-hand side of that start gate as they get ready to go now for the 65cc first heat. There's your ladies on the top. It's Kayla Roth who's taken the victory there in second place. A great effort from Leah Haygate. In third place, it was Jadine De Lima. Right, we are good to go now for 65cc's of racing, and this first heat is 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Watch out for the 125 of Blade Tilly. He's on the inside line. 218 alongside him is Sven Larsen for Youngblood Racing. 418. Also starting there is Cruz Martin. Watch out for 51, Aidan Henley. And as the gates drop, Trent Valsecki gets a good start. So does Aidan Henley. But as they head towards the top of the hill, who's going to have what it takes on the inside? There's Pullen, the man who set the pace early on. 31. He came from the inside line. But it looks like it's 29, Blake Frost, who's got the whole shot. Frost gets the whole shot. Jack Pullen into second place, 218. A fantastic start coming out of, as I said, Sven Larsen for Youngblood Racing as they come through there. And what a start there from these guys. As they get up into the top end, let's go back down into the pit lane and catch up with Kayla Roth.
Great race. Congratulations on your win. What does it feel like?
Thank you so much. Worked hard for this. Put in a lot of effort and riding for it. I'm happy that my hard work's paying off.
Well done. Congratulations.
Back to race action now, and as things change up, yes they have. We've got a new leader as they come through there. Looks like Sven Larsen starting to fall by the wayside there as they come into the river section for the first time. Remember, for the 65cc's, these youngsters have got smaller wheels. They're going to battle with those big ruts that have started to form. They're going to have to find the lines that they need. They don't get the warm-up lap to go and find those lines. They've got to do it there on their first lap of action. And in anger as they come across the line, Larsen under attack as the 125 goes flying past him. And as they come through there, it's Blade Tilly who's on the maneuver. So Tilly now starting to make his way to the front end. Jack Pullen led things out as they came across the line, and he's looking to make it a win from the whole shot. He didn't get, but of course the fastest lap time he had this morning in practice. That's what he's trying to do here, and can he do it all together and keep it all together at the front end of this first heat of 65cc's. Into the asterisk S for the first time. Further back there, that's Chris Brindley. 137 is Alex Cooper. He had a phenomenal outing here 2 weeks ago at the Northern Regions Championship, and he now looks to do the same thing at National Championship level. Sven Larsen battling hard at this point in time, trying to keep out and keep in contention for a possible top 5. And he's been closed down rapidly. Here's the fight for the lead. Oh, what a move! Around the outside, Jack Pullen just finding a way to the front end so easily to get through. But that's not an easy maneuver to pull when you're fighting so hard with Blake Frost. Frosty had no answer whatsoever, but he's going to try and come back at Jack Pullen if he can. So it's Pullen from Frost. And Frost is the 29 bike at this point in time. Sven Larsen still hanging on for third, or is he? As Blade Tilly found a way past on him on the 125 numbered machine. Trent Valsecki on 110 just behind that, and Aidan Henley in the 6th spot. Let's see if he's able to change up anything there for Out of Africa and Monster Energy Yamaha. Marburn medical team on the sideline. Always great to have the two of them and their entire team to help us out. They do such a good job with keeping our riders out of harm's way if they do get into any trouble. We do appreciate their support on the sideline, as well as all, of course, the marshals and medics that are part and parcel of this big team here at Terra Topia. 218 is Larsen. 31 is Pullen. There is your leader. Jack Pullen doing it all right at the front end for now. Second place still Blake Frost. Just waiting for that third place man to come into sight. Is it still Sven Larsen? No, change up. It's now Blade Tilly who's moved up into the 3 spot. Blade has had a great run up into the 3rd place now, closing down on the back end of Blake Frost there just ahead of him. Between the 2nd and 3rd. Jason Nell's just joined us as well on the stream. Big welcome to you, bud. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. Great little fight here between the 65cc's. If you have just joined us here at Terra Topia, just outside of Johannesburg. We're in Gauteng, of course, in South Africa. It's round 1 of the Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP National Motocross Championships. Trent Valsecki up to 5th ahead of Aidan Henley. Then it's Nickel Smith, Cruz Martin, Alex Cooper and Liam Carstens. Jake Van Scoor just outside of that top 10. Cabela Ledwaba and Daniel Brindley. Derek Van Aswierken, Evan Frost, Leighton Burt, Ivana Fenta, one of our lady riders in 17th. Riley Roker. And look out for, of course, Kaywood, Eli Young making up the top 20. Good possibility of a change up here. Blake Frost being caught by Blade Tilly. Tilly easy to spot with that bright yellow helmet. Is pulling the leader. Second place is Frost. Third place is Tilly, and they're definitely rider. Could be a rider down. Oh yeah, rider down on the inside turn. Not one of the lead riders though, but it has cost those lead riders their optimum line. And the dad's helping out to get that bike started up and fired up again. 110 is Trent Valsecki. Valsecki's doing such a good job, man. Really awesome to see these guys pushing so hard and doing it all right to keep these bikes upright. Tricky conditions for them. Remember, with these small wheels, it makes it a lot more difficult for these riders to keep it upright. There's a super run here through the 100% section for our leader. Jack Pullen doing it all right for now. Hopefully he can keep it all together and stay at the front end. Not an easy thing to do when you're in the company that he's in. Needless to say though, he's got to do it for a couple more minutes than this. About 10 minutes of race action still to happen. Because he's still working hard at this point in time to stay at the front end. Not always the easiest thing to do, that is for sure, but needless to say, the battle is on. And the battle is now for second place, as we're seeing a move here from Tilly to close down on Frost. He's closed that gap down. The two of them currently lapping in the 41-43 mark, between 2-minute 41s and 2-minute 43s, sharing those honours between the two of them, but they cannot catch the pace of 2-minute 39s coming out of Jack Pullen. The reason being is they're fighting so hard. They're fighting with each other at this point in time, which does slow you down ever so slightly. But needless to say, it's a great fight between the two of them for second and third in the 65cc's. Great action out there as well from 65cc's further in the pack too, but these two are having such a good fight. We're just staying with them for a while. Back markers in the house as well will start to be closed down rapidly. 124 is one of them, Liam Carstens, as he comes out of the TRP turn. He's just ahead there and trying to keep out the attentions of Leighton Burta and Carl Pinar. Still no change for second and third. Frost hangs on to keep out Tilly. So close between these two riders. It's incredible to see. Good possible change up here. No, not yet. 125 numbered 65cc of Blade Tilly. Just not able to get through on Blake Frost just yet. Great fights on though, I can tell you, between the front end as well as that mid-pack. You can just see the riders all around the track just having their own little dices, and of course this man leaving things out will eventually get to those dices, and that's the one thing that he's got to take into account, is how does he get through on riders that are having their own little fights, and does it affect his ability to stay in the front? So far, 2-minute 38.2s, fastest laps on the last four passes there from Jack Pullen to keep the lead of the race and stay ahead of the two contenders in second and third of Frost and Tilly. Valsecki's up to fourth. He's found a way ahead of Sven Larsson, who's dropped down to sixth, and so is Aidan Henley. The number 2 bike out there, of course, battling at the moment, Mohammed Khalid Noble. Kaywood and voted Van Niekerk, Finley Walker, Trenton Kretzmann. This was out there in the 65cc's just for practice this morning, but they won't be racing in it. He'll be only participating in the 50cc class, concentrating on retaining that number 1 plate, as we saw earlier on with the victory he took in the 50cc's. What tends to happen with these riders is they'll ride the 50cc national class, but at Northern Regions level, they will concentrate on 50cc's and 65s to get used to the additional power of these slightly quicker motorcycles, and also give them a little bit of extra practice time on race days when they can get into the practices on their 65s as well as on their 50s. Back markers are going to be the name of the game now, and fastest man on track is now Blade Tilley, and you can see why. Tilley is starting to close on the back end now of Jack Pullen. Pullen not too far up the road. There is the 31, and right behind him is 125, that bright yellow helmet. Pretty easy to spot from a distance is Blade Tilley as he starts to close down on the back end of Jack Pullen. Pullen hasn't quite got the ability to get through the back markers as well as what Blade Tilley's been able to do, and that's why he's been able to close that gap down. Once Pullen gets some clean air, he might be able to get through. Yellow flags waving in the background means it could be a possibility of a rider down somewhere on track. It's not going to affect the first two as they come through. Back markers in the middle of a jump are always a concern, especially when they go down at the bottom of the hill as well, when there's only one line for the 65s through that bottom turn, heading up towards Ogio. Yes. Definitely a maneuver on here from Blade Tilley. He wants this victory and he wants it big time. Very close action here between the top two now for the lead of the race. Didn't quite expect Blade Tilley to close that gap down that had been opened up so dramatically at the start from Jack Pullen, but he's done it with a lot of prowess, no doubt about it. The ability there of Blade Tilley as he closes in, and look at the gap how it's closed down now coming through the fly section. Fly racing section now, and it is certainly a battle on here for the lead, and oh, there's a move! Try to squeeze up the inside, didn't quite get the line, but he's now shown a will, and Jack Pullen will be well aware that it's now a battle for the lead. 2:37.2s coming out of the man in second place, 2:38.9s coming out of the man in first, 2:38.39s I should say, coming out of the man in first as they come across the line and complete another lap. The pressure is on Pullen here for sure. It's really close here between these two. Just a matter of time, matter of placement, and also back markers could be a big contention as well for the ability for Blade Tilley to find a way through. Both of them getting caught out there by that inside line. Oh, very tight between the two of them. Wide line there coming out of Blade Tilley, trying to go on the high side around that berm, staying out of harm's way on the inside. Didn't quite work out for him that time, but he's definitely got a different line through there. He makes the gap up again pretty quickly, but he was certainly a lot closer as they came through that section. And he got left behind ever so slightly. It's about half a second he lost there to the man out front. Awesome job here from Blade Tilley to close that gap down again. That's the ideal line he wanted to be on. There was a rider in the way the last time, if you recall. That rider's got going again. Are we going to see Jack Pullen falter in the end here? Or is he going to be at the front for the first win of 2021 at national championship level? 85cc's and Pro Minis will be making their way down to the start gates now. They're up next, of course. 25 still to come for the first heat of race action today. Tilley consoling at the moment, just taking it easy, giving himself a bit of a breather, getting back into the rhythm. Alternative Energy KTM down there. It's number 96. And Eli Young trying to get that bike started again. Not easy to do when you're stuck in the mud. Not a lot of mud out there, but it's certainly going to be a lot more difficult to start things when you're stuck in a big rut that was formed earlier on by the ruts. Here's a change up possibly for the lead. Top two going at it side by side and around Tilley. Oh yes, there is! Take that, Jack Pullen. Tilley, who forces a mistake out of Jack Pullen, race leader so far, and now opens up a little bit of a margin because he forced Jack Pullen off the track off that maneuver. It is a contact sport, and that's exactly what happened there. A little bit of contact between the two riders, giving Blade Tilley the chance to take the lead. Jack Pullen in second now on the 31, Husqvarna. How far back has he lost? Look at the gap that he's going to have here. Oh, it's a big gap. It's a huge gap that's opened up. And remember, we've probably only got about 1.5 or 2 laps to go here. So this is going to be a big... Blade Tilley, who leads things out, coming up on back markers as they come into the thick of it. Ruben Kaywood stays out of all the ruts that are formed on the inside of that turn and comes up over the big Cannabis step up. He has left Jack Pullen behind. Pullen, I think, was rattled by that maneuver. Had to go off track to control himself and get back on eventually. But it has cost him a lot of time, and Jack Pullen dropping by the wayside now to almost 4.5 seconds. He's made up a little bit of ground now, but certainly not enough to maybe take the victory here again, unless something goes wrong. Out of Pro Taper they come. And the yellow flag down at the bottom end. That bottom turn is treacherous for 65 cc's. You do not want to put a wheel wrong through that bottom turn. Coming through on the 19 of Riley Roker there. Run here. Here we go, heading down to where there is a bit of trouble. There you go, that's the reason for the yellow flag. It was the 15 bike of Finley Walker who was stuck on the high line and in the mud. Watching that little battle between Daniel Brindley, Derek van Arsvierken, as the leader comes up through 100% through the whoops. He's just gone through, I think, on 63 Leighton Buerta. Tilly doing it all right now, keeping it upright, staying out of harm's way, staying out of trouble. Doing everything he can to try and take this victory for the first time. Yellow flag just after the finish line. It's going to be something to be concerned about. Hopefully they'll have it sorted out by the time this man gets there. He's still got about 4 or 5 corners to go and a couple of jumps to negotiate before he gets to that finish line. He's going to get the last lap board. Last lap board about to come out now for Blade Tilley. One more circulation to do here of this incredible Terra Topia circuit. See just how well this track is starting to rut up into an ideal motocross platform. Back markers are not a concern really for him anymore. He doesn't have to worry about Jack Pullen. He's got through on Pullen. Kind of timed that to perfection for that maneuver on Pullen. He waited for about 2.5 laps to go, put the move in, forced the mistake out of Jack Pullen, and now Pullen has lost almost 9 seconds to Blade Tilley after he went off track. 125 comes up on 124. Liam Carstens to overtake him. Just keeping it all right, upright and out of harm's way. Looking for the ruts that are perfect for 65 cc's there. He's on the VLA racing team, remember. And Blade Tilley will be very happy, and so will the sponsors, if he can come through and make it the first victory of the season in his first effort. 65cc Nationals for 2021. Around the outside of the 44 bike. Derek van Arsvierken not making it too much of an issue for him. A couple of riders to negotiate as he heads down into the tricky section. So he uses just that one line that's ideal for 65cc's. Gets through relatively easily as well. And starts the last quarter of the lap as he gets into the 100% whoops. Not far to go now for this young man as he comes through to complete the lap and complete the first race of 2021 with a victory. This is the way we do it. Blade Tilley, VLA Racing, got through on early race leader Jack Pullen with about 2.5 laps to go, and left Blade With an easy run to the checkered flag. Coming across the line, there is the flag. And it's Blade Tilley for the first victory of 2021. The VLA racing team will be happy with that. Second place, Jack Pullen. Probably be a little bit concerned. Hopefully find some way and maneuver of getting through and hopefully wrapping things up in the next heat if he can. Sharing the spoils in the day is exactly what we're looking for as he comes across the line there to beat out the 29 of Blake Frost for third place. 65 cc's done and dusted. We'll be back soon. And with the commentary, you'll stay with the pictures. We'll get them down on the podium in a few minutes' time. Looks like there were a little bit of issues there for Sven Larsen in the last part of that race as he's parked on the sideline there being helped out. But big welcome to Blake Kruger and to Jason Nell. Great to have you guys part and parcel of our footage on the sideline. Hope you enjoyed all that footage and thanks for the comments, guys. Do appreciate it. Remember to like and share this all over social media so we can create a massive platform for the sponsors behind today's racing. Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP and Prepsol, and all the associate sponsors as well. Unofficial results there, Blade Tilley taking the victory ahead of Jack Pullen, Blake Frost in third, Aidan Henley in 4, Trent Valsecki in 5, Sven Larsen in 6th, even though it looks like he had a little bit of issues on the bike. It's Nickel Smith in 7th, beating out Alex Cooper, Chris Brindley and Evan Frost, your top 10. That was the unofficial result there for 65 cc's. Up next, 85cc's and Pro Minis combined. The Pro Minis, of course, with the slightly bigger wheels. The 85cc engine's the same. It's just the wheel derivatives that are slightly different on these two machines. And in practice this morning, it's Neil van der Vyver who set the pace and did an incredible job to beat out Trey Cox and Liam Botha for the top 3 honours in the 85cc Pro Minis. In the junior category, though, the pace was set by none other than Josh Williams and Tyler Peterson coming through there just ahead of Ashton Martin, and a great effort there as well from Matthew Correa. So that's how they are looking to line up now for the first heat in anger for our 85cc and Pro Minis combined. Trey Cox, as you can see, just on the left-hand side of that start gate, and 18 is Neil van der Vyver on the right-hand side. So the two fastest bikes from this morning's practice session literally split by the start gate in the middle of a gate of 30 riders at national championship level. That is what we want to be seeing, and that certainly bodes well for the future of national championship motocross. Easiest way to watch on a motocross start is to watch the young lady just in the foreground of the shot there. The 15-second and 5-second board lady. That 15-second board goes up. As soon as it turns to 5, the eyes will go down and we'll go racing. Great drop of the gates and down towards turn 1 is going to be Trey Cox. It is Cox who gets the whole shot. Diving through on the inside line and just outgunning the 51 bike of Luca Maynard, who got right up there with him. Cox leads out, Maynard in second as they come through to turn 2. Maynard round the outside trying to find a way through on Trey Cox early on. And 199 just behind that is Vion Deploy. Tucked in the middle of that one is the 747 out of Ridgeway Race Bar, Jordan van Wyk. What a start there from Geordie. Definitely looking for a chance now to be at the front end right from the word go. And just battling to spot the 18 bike of Neil van der Vyver. Did he get held up ever so slightly through turn 1 and the battle for the front end? Just trying to pick up on him as he comes through, but as they get through to the bottom, of course, and past the stripe, we'll get exact positions. As I said, fantastic start coming out of these guys, and hanging on to the front end of that one is the 37 of Trey Cox. 199 through there as well. Vion Deploy pushing hard. He's ahead of 747 Jordan van Wyk. One of the younger riders out there, and staying there with the 199 bike. And then 18 just in the background. I did spot him. That is Neil van der Vyver, I think, coming through there in about 6th place as they cross the stripe for the first time. And that's how things start out here for our action in the 85cc and Pro Minis combined. Pro Minis leading things out here at the front end. Most of them are going to be in the Pro Mini class. And it looks like at the front end of 85cc juniors, Ashton Martin might have got the sort of the whole shot position for 85cc juniors. From the 5-1, and you can see just how hard he's pushing Luca Maynard to stay there with Trey Cox. He definitely wants to find a way through if he can. Two of them pushing to get away from the rest of this pack as they're getting into the first part of 2021 season proper for our 85cc category. Run here at the front end from Trey Cox so far, keeping it all together. Cox doing everything he has to stay at the front end and try and open up a bit of a margin that he probably will look to control from the front. Brad on the sideline giving him lots of support. Maynard in second at this point in time. Third place is Deploy ahead of Van Wyk. Van Wyk on the Ridgeway Race Bar. Machine starting to maneuver up onto the back end of Vion Deploy. Deploy could be in a bit of trouble here because it looks like Jordan van Wyk wants by. You can see there's going to be some changes there, and he wants to get away from them. Hopefully open up a bit of a margin over these riders if he can. On his tail, starting to close things down though. He'll have to keep an eye out because it's starting to open up a little bit there. Battle starting to rage for what is 4, 5 and 6th place on track as well. Timing might be down ever so slightly here. We do have some signal issues there with the timing, but certainly not giving us the right people at the front end. But we'll wait to see as Pro Timing sorts out their issues now. Never give up. I like the way they put that on the sideline. That is what we like to see. Never ever give up, and that's exactly what these guys do. There you go, Pro Timing back up and running now. Cox ahead of Maynard, Deploy, Van Wyk and Tristan de Roo on 144 up into 5th place. Neil van der Vyver is down in 6th at this point in time. And they'll be looking to change up that throughout the race itself. Deploy opening up a little margin now, getting away from Jordan van Wyk. Make some small mistakes through that. Be a problem. Yellow flag, possible rider down here through that section. 2nd place at this point in time, Luca Maynard. Just controlling things in second. 51 and 37. 2:27.1 out of Trey Cox. Fastest lap so far of the race. 2nd place, Luca Maynard, 2:28.6. So he's about a second off the pace that Cox was able to set on that last pass. the action that's coming up in this one, because there is a lot still to happen with 85cc's and Pro Minis combined. The Pro Minis leading it out at the front end. Right now in terms of the 85cc category, it's Matty Correa ahead of Andrea Mainhardt, and Caden Visa there in third on bike number 7. Concentrating on the front end because of a battle that's starting to rage here between the top two. Mainhardt and Cox going at it. Glad you like what you see here, Kevin Moran. I thought you'd be here today, buddy, and I'm hoping to see you on the grid at some point during 2021. Second year still Kawasaki man out there. Should be out on track, not watching us from the sidelines. Yes, Jason Nell, there is nothing better than two-stroke in terms of the smell. We can bottle that, we can make millions, but you and me, we can make millions. Turn that into some kind of odor cologne. Cox still out front, commanding things from the front as well. Why not hanging on for second, controlling that second place gap. And for the third place man, it should be beyond the floor in 199. Yes, it is, followed by a change-up. I think that might be Emmanuel Bucko, who's up into fourth now. Is that the gas just behind? Look out for the red bike behind. Yes, it is. It's Emmanuel Bucko up into fourth place now on the gas. So the man from Zimbabwe has got ahead of Jordan van Wyk and demoted van Wyk down into fifth. Bucko has been a man to watch out for in this class for a while. Very tough man to beat on certain tracks, and you can see the pace he's finding here in the halfway stage of this race. We've got about 8.5 minutes to go, and Emmanuel Bucko is now starting to up the wick slightly. The man from Harare is certainly a tough competitor in all forms of the sport. We saw him a couple of events in Zimbabwe last year on a 125, just getting used to the additional power that he's thinking about stepping up to at some point. Concentrating on the Pro Mini category for 2021 in terms of the SA National Championships. Run here from Luca Mainhardt, though, certainly keeping things within the hunting range. You can spot that number 37 bike just up the road, so he's not letting Trey Cox get away from him. Martin looking good as well for a potential top finish in the 85cc juniors. He's up to second place now, ahead of Andrea Mainhardt. Caden Visa down into third, and it looks like Andrea Mainhardt dropping by ever so slightly down into fourth. Haven't really seen any of that action between them yet, but of course when the Pro Minis get into the back markers, we might be able to pick up on that action. At this point in time, we're concentrating on this fight for the front between Cox and Mainhardt. 300 point, not too far behind them. Another lap completed for Trey Cox. Mainhardt just gone through on the 133 of Kasim Hassim. There's the fight. Look at this. Great little battle here. In fact, no, we've gone to a different shot there, but it is a fight of note between Seth Young and Jordan van Wyk as we're watching the leader go through the Asterix S. Oh, Jay, oh, that's a bit of a pity there. Katleko Makani, unfortunately, or McKenny, I should say. Katleko McKenny parked on the sideline. Didn't work out quite the way he wanted here for the first heat of 2021. He's down in about 28th place there. And now on the sideline. Yellow flags waving frantically. A couple of guys stuck in the bottom of that very treacherous right-hander. A couple of 65s and 85, well 65s got caught up there. Maybe some of the small-wheeled 85cc junior riders have been caught into that little bit of thicker mud patch at the bottom end. The quagmire that's formed up there. They've got got it sorted out pretty rapidly though, got the bikes back on track. Isn't that nice to see on the sideline there, Brad Cox, Trey's brother. First man to give him a double thumbs up as he comes past and says, come on, keep it up, you're doing such a good job. Second place, Luca Maynard. Now about 4 seconds down the road to Trey Cox leading things. He's going to have enough time to close that gap down. There's about 5 minutes to go in this one, so probably about 6 minutes in total. Cox is the man to beat at the front end of the Pro Minis. Number 200 is, of course, the man that we're looking for in the 85cc juniors, Matthew Correa. So we do get a spot of him somewhere. We'll try and pick up on that action between the 85cc juniors. Ashton Martin on 423, of course, in second place. So Yvette, you're going to be happy about that. He's in second at this point in time. As we're getting into the back markers now, and Trey Cox will try and make mincemeat of those back markers to ensure he maintains his lead over Luca Maynard. Is the man we're looking for there in the 85cc juniors, if we can find him. And we are working on giving you all the action we can here, as well as picking up on both classes. So it's number 200, Matthew Correa is the first of the 85cc juniors. Tyler Peterson on 5 and Ashton Martin on 423. Those are the top 3 in the 85cc juniors at this point. Cox leading things out though for Pro Minis. And has not been bettered yet. Good run here from Trey Cox so far. Now 6.5 seconds up the road from Luca Maynard. Bucko's up to third place. So Emmanuel Bucko has made up a lot of ground and got to third now. Overall, can he close in on the back end of Luca Maynard? It will definitely be interesting to watch out for. Bike number 10, Emmanuel Bucko, that will be closing rapidly on 51. That's the leader. There's Maynard into the bottom turn. 25 further back in the field. That, of course, is Seth Young, currently sitting in 7th place. Christian Barrington-Smith in 8th. He's already seen Christian Barrington-Smith in this one, but he was a front runner only 2 weeks ago in the Northern Regions Championship. Also being looked at by the Youth Force Racing guys there. Tina Snell is linked to a couple of very well-known South Africans who have been involved in the world of motocross, and when I say the world of motocross, the world championships of motocross, and both Grant Langston and Tyler Rackray. Barrington Smith being sort of touted as a future star here. He's definitely a future star in the making at the front of this field so far with Trey Cox on his Alfie Cox Motor KTM. There you go. That's our man we want to be seeing. 200, front end of the 85cc juniors, Matthew Correa, leading things out at this point. So good run there from Correa as he keeps it all together for the front end of the 85cc juniors. Then a bit of a fight there with a couple of Pro Minis, Louis Mostert and Tyler DeBrain. Damien Fenter just behind him. We're having to fight it out with the slightly bigger wheeled riders. They've got a slight advantage on a track like this, but of course the engine capacity is exactly the same. So a good run there from Matt Correa. Keeping it all together at the front end is not an easy thing to do, particularly when you've got bigger wheels and the other riders left and right of you. Luca Maynard fighting hard now. How far back is the number 10 of Bucko? Got to keep an eye out on that number 10 of Bucko closing in potentially on the 5-1. Last time out it was about 6 seconds between Maynard and Bucko. .37 Trey Cox still out front though, controlling things to the tune of now 10 seconds on Maynard. He's definitely the man to beat you today. Tyler Peterson just in the shot there as well. Cox saying double thumbs up to his brother. Trey loving that support on the sideline. Some back markers to negotiate. Rider down there as well. 155 is the rider who's gone down. Timolo Mazabuko. Peakless in Pinetown. Maybe Peakless at Terra Topia as well. Plus the front peak of that fly helmet of his in the fly racing section. We can get a discount on the next fly one if you can, considering the fact that he got the live coverage of him going down with a fly helmet on in the fly racing section. Do you ask for better than that? I don't think you can get better than that. So we've got about 2 laps to go in this one. Really awesome to see Tyler Rattray and of course Langston being mentioned in commentary due to the fact that they, of course, started their careers at this level and went on to bigger and better things, and now hoping for opportunities for these youngsters to do the same thing. That is the 18 bike of Neil van der Vyver, currently sitting in 5th place overall for Leert and Husqvarna Racing. Cox is the man to catch though, and I think he's going to be the man to beat here in today's race action if he can keep up this kind of pace through both heats. Fastest lap we've seen out of him is a 2:24.5. It's 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track. And that last lap board is out. So it's Luca Maynard in 2nd. Cox out in front. Emmanuel Bako from Zimbabwe in 3rd. Beyond Deploy still hangs on to 4th place on the 199 ahead of Neil van der Vyver on 18. 747 for Ridgeway Race Bar. It's Jordan van Wyk. Seth Young in 7th. Christian Barrington Smith is now up to 8th ahead of Liam Botha. And Josh Williams making up the top 10. Matthew Correa still hangs on to the 85cc junior lead at this point with a lap to go. Oh, there we go. That's quite nice. The leaders are both in the same shot. Matthew Correa about to be caught and passed by the leader of the Pro Minis. 85cc junior just been passed there on bike number 200. They worked that out to perfection for us, eh? Can you ask for better than that? We get both the leaders in the same shot at the same time. It's what we do here on this live stream coverage. OBCO guys know what they're doing here. Thanks for that. We appreciate it. To find that kind of shot is not easy to do, but only we can do it here at Terra Topia. 58 in the shot, Tyler De Bruin. Having his own little fight out there, of course, with 114, Damien Fenter. This is looking good here for Trey Cox, and potentially the first win of 2021 for him. He heads into the fly section now. Fly racing section, down into the valley. A couple of jumps and some back markers to negotiate, but shouldn't be too much of an issue, particularly when they look over their shoulder and see you coming. And good effort there from that young rider to stay out of harm's way. So there they go, down in the valley. Up towards our final camera position. The last lap brought out for those guys. Trey Cox takes the first win of 2021. And that is exactly what you want to be seeing. The Desert Fox, the first man to congratulate him, and then Brad Cox jumping in to say, that's the way you do it, son. Well done, my brother. Another man coming to congratulate Brett Bircher, multiple SA champion as well, part of that team. Because we'll see his son in action a bit later on as well. It's a great effort there from all of our riders in the 85cc's and Pro Minis combined. Pro Minis going to Trey Cox ahead of Luca Maynard. There you can see Maynard going to congratulate Trey Cox. And Emmanuel Bako from Zimbabwe comes through for 3rd place. A super effort there from the Zimbabwean on the gas for the 3rd spot on the podium. 85cc juniors has crossed the line as well. Matthew Correa taking the victory there and winning things out for his efforts. 2nd place should be Tyler Peterson, and 3rd place I think is going to be Ashton Martin. So there'll be some happy faces on Facebook on our comments section in a few minutes time. We're going to wait for them to get down to the podium. Up next is MX2s.
So we'll make our way now down to the podium and please remember everybody if you could maybe wearing the masks at all times, please. We are live streaming, so we're all very live to the public. So you have to COVID regulations and you have to wear the masks. We do not want our first win.
I was about to say, I stand to be corrected, but I think that may be Trey Cox's first victory at national championship level, and I was corrected 100% by his dad, Alfie Cox, as he walked through the camera shot there. First victory ever at national championship level for Trey Cox. He's going to be a happy man as he climbs up onto the top step of the podium. Trey Cox taking the victory there, second place to Luca Maynard, and eventually getting up onto the 3 spot there on the gas all the way from Zimbabwe. It's Emmanuel Bako. There is your podium for the first race of 2021 with the 85cc Pro Minis.
Hold it up again, guys. How are you?
Well done to our 85cc Pro Mini riders.
MX2s now making their way down into the gates for their first heat of action today as well. Just picking up on what happened in the practice session this morning. It is David Goosen who set the pace ahead of Cam Deroe. Anthony Reynard, the reigning champion, on number 1. Tristan Purdon on 41. Dalton Fenter, he's up there in 5th place ahead of Leonard DeToy for the Ridgeway Racebot team. Jaden Proctor in 7th. Christian Saliers in 8th ahead of Mark Carty. Royce Griffin, Scotty Haygate, Alistair Drennan, a little off-road and enduro specialist making his way into National Championship Motocross again. Sherwin Mumba ahead of Kieran Conway and Michael Baker. As they line up there, you can see it's the 21 bike right in the middle of the gate, not going near the start gate option. That's exactly what David Goosen has decided to go with. Cam Deroe, I think, will probably be just to the right of that shot, if I'm not mistaken, on his Reef Tankers KTM. Anthony Reynard on 23, don't see him in the shot as well. He might be just on the other side of the gate. There we go, Deroe just on the inside of the gate, and number 1, of course, Anthony Reynard. He is there alongside him. We saw a great battle between Deroe and Tristan Purdon at the Northern Regions Championship here 2 weeks ago, so expect more of the same. In fact, what actually happened at that race, Goosen and Tristan Purdon crashed through turn 2, and eventually Purdon got back up, and with about a lap to go, got past Cam Deroe and took the victory in the 250s. So expect more of the same here as they're about to make their way out on their warm-up lap. They get one little sighting lap just to see what the track is like. Conditions definitely have changed. A couple of the riders involved in the 450 race will know a little bit more about the track than just the guys who are concentrating only on the 250 category. And let's see what they think of the circuit as they make their way around now for the first 250 heat of the day. It's an 18-minute moto plus 1 lap, and it's Goosen from Deroe, Reynard, Purdon and Fenter, your top 5 in practice this morning. While the guys go out in their sighting lap, we may break in the middle of the sighting lap just to give you the podium for our 85cc juniors. Matt Correa taking it from Tyler Peterson and Ashton Martin. Let's wait and see if we get them up onto the podium. Fenter on the back wheel up towards turn 1. We won't be on the back wheel into turn 1 in the real start. We'll be looking to maybe get both wheels down. Doesn't look like all of them have made it there. Only our winner, Matthew Correa. So there you have it. Well done, Matty, for VLA Racing. They're going to be happy with that. They've taken 2 victories on the day so far, and that's definitely a squad to be watching out for in 2021. So congratulations to Matt Correa for the victory. A couple of our marshals is getting some water down to try and keep the dust away. Not going to be easy to do. They do a valiant job here and a super effort to get the track prepped. It's been very trying conditions for any of the circuits in Gauteng or anywhere in South Africa over the last couple of weeks with the amount of rain we've had here in the country. It's always great to have so much rain, but of course not good for motocross track preparation. However, it has turned out to be pretty reasonably well prepped for last two weekends ago's Northern Regions Championship in wet, and about a week and a half of dryness has given them almost ideal circuit conditions here for our first heat of 250s and of course the first round of the championship for the Cannabis Energy TRP National Motocross.
Official. Hey, just moving quick.
All this energy, all this race action, of course, proudly brought to you by Cannabis Energy TRP and their associate sponsors. As we're ready to go now for Heat 1 of MX2s. The man to beat, number 1 from last year, is Anthony Reynard from Cape Town. Alongside him, Cam Duro. The man has shown early race pace at the Northern Regions Championship level, only a couple of weekends ago. But keep an eye on David Goosen, who will be looking for a chance now to possibly spoil their day after taking the first victory in the 450s earlier on. Good to go now as the 15-second board flips over to 5-second board. The Cannabis Energy lady moves to the sideline. Gates drop. Duro with a fantastic start out the gate. He timed it to perfection, and I think he might get the whole shot. Yes, Cam Duro with Tristan Purdon right on his tail. Goosen side by side with Reynard as they came out of turn 1. Reynard's on the inside, Goosen on the high line. Dalton Fent around the outside. Ooh, problems for Tristan Purdon. Purdon got completely out of shape there and blocked the road for about 4 or 5 riders. They had to go around him. He managed to hang on to second place, but he was definitely sideways out of turn 2. Purdon hangs on for second at the moment. Goosen in fourth, closing on Reynard. Around the outside comes Dalton Fenter. Mark Carty just behind them. What a frantic start to this 250 race, but it's Cam Deroe who leads things out on the Red Bull KTM. Reef Tanker Services, his associate sponsor, of course, and a big supporter from him over the last couple of days as they get into the thick of it now for 2021's championship season in MX2s. Deroe getting away from the pack, leading things out and starting to open up a bit of a margin. The fight on for second is slowing down Tristan Purdon and, of course, the man with the number 1 plate, Anthony Reynard. Right behind him is Dalton Fenter for Monster Energy and Out of Africa Yamaha. Closing onto the back end of that is 21 on the Husqvarna. Goosen followed by, I think that is the 10 bike of Jaden Proctor, who's just behind them. Good start there from Jaden Proctor. Leonard DeToy just behind that as well on the Ridgeway Race Bar team machine as they come out and down into the Asterix X for the first time. Dalton Fenter going inside of Tristan Purdon, trying to find a way through there on Purdon. TP and Fenter side by side. He looks across him going, "Who are you? What are you doing?" And Dalton Fenter says, "Welcome to my world. I'm not going to give up anything because you're a national championship contender and a national champion in your own right." Dalton Fenter wants his own national championship, and it could be in the 250s. Very competitive class, arguably the most competitive class we've got out here, although I say that with 125 still to come. Let's not say that too quickly, Greg, because I'm potentially going to eat your words there. But there is incredible action throughout all of the classes so far at round 1 of the 2021 championship. As they come out of the top turns now, heading up into the top end of the circuit. Cam Deroe setting the early place, trying to get away from Tristan Purdon, Reynard, Dalton Fenter. The paddle is on though, that is for sure. Reynard up in the second place now, can see Deroe just up the road. Cam Deroe using that one line through that bottom turn. Different line from the outside there coming out of Dalton Fenter. He decided to try and take the high line. Not easy to do. That bottom turn, particularly at that section of the circuit, is very, very tricky indeed. There's a lot of mud still down in that little valleyed section. Deroe hangs on for now. Cam Deroe controlling things and trying to keep up Reynard, Purdon and Fenter. Right behind them, of course, coming along for the ride is none other than David Goosen. So we've got 41, we got 1, we got 58, we got 151, we got 21. The only one who's throwing in a little bit of a different margin in this front end of the field is the 5'8" who leads out. The only rider who doesn't have a 1 in his figures on his number board. Great job though from the rest of them, because we've got 41, 151, 21 and 10 all involved in the top 6 behind 58 who sets the pace. You'll watch this line. This is a great line from Tristan Purdon. He loves that outside line to rail the berm and dive on the inside into turn 1 as they cross the finish line. There's high and wide trying to find a way through there on Reynard. He's got a better line on Reynard as they come through there, and he's side by side with Reynard in the air. He's through and into second place. Into the Asterix S. It's now Tristan Purdon into second and looking to close things down on Cam Deroe. Reynard to third, fourth place, still Fenter. Fastest lap of the race going to Anthony Reynard there, 2:13, even though he was caught and passed by the 2:14.7 of Tristan Purdon. Purdon just placing that motorcycle to perfection to get through, and TP is on it for sure. Definitely a big battle expected between these riders, exactly what we thought was going to be happening here. And in the 250 class, more of the same to come for the next about 15 minutes of racing. Reynard still a bit of a fight on his hands. He's going to have to be very wary about the hard charge coming from Dalton Fenter behind him. Fenter's going to make him work hard. He wants to be the first Yamaha across the line, not the second one. These two, of course, will be fighting hard all season long for the honours in the Tuning Fork factory teams. KTM's 1 and 2, Yamaha's 3 and 4 at this point. It's Cam Deroe fighting hard on his Red Bull KTM to fend off the attentions of Tristan Purdon, who beat him 3 times out of 4, and looks like he's going to try for the 5th time now as they come through and into turn 2. Down into the TRP turn now and across towards the valley section of Terra Topia. Different lines from the 2 riders. Tristan Purdon trying to use lines that maybe he doesn't know about. Possibly could be an advantage to get through on Cam Deroe. Deroe doesn't know about those lines that Purdon's using. Purdon doesn't know about the lines that Deroe's using, but he's certainly learning them as they get into the thick of it now for heat number 1. Look at that high line. Oh, and he's off the circuit almost. There's Tristan Purdon pushing so hard to try and get away and find a way past. It's not going to be easy. And here he comes. Side by side, he switched up, but he goes onto the inside line. That's not the line he normally uses to go through that final corner. And he says, yes, I've got it. Lead change as they cross the line. Tristan Purden now ahead of the row. Reynard in third. Fourth is Dalton Venter. There he is on the 151. Behind that is David Goosen. No answer from him just yet, but maybe he's waiting for a little bit later on in the race before he turns up the wick on that Husqvarna. Purden though at the front will definitely be a radar and something on the radar for David Goosen to be thinking about. The pit boards will be telling him Purden's out front. He needs to turn the wick up maybe a bit sooner than what he'd like to. Justin Purden, 2:10.220. That is the fastest lap of the day so far, coming out of Tristan Purden to take the lead on that last pass ahead of Cam Deroe. Deroe in second still, with Reynard in third. This is a good run here. It's in Swallow Racing, Ace Sports, Dragon Energy man on his Yamaha. Got Cannabis Energy bringing all this action, but we've got a fight on between Monster Energy Yamaha, Dragon Energy Yamaha, and two Red Bull KTMs. Such great action here. More of the same to come, I'm sure, throughout this day's racing. Hope you're enjoying all the action. Remember, you don't have Facebook. If you've got friends that don't have Facebook, there is a YouTube link on the comments. Get onto that YouTube link. Tell them to watch it there on up to 60 seconds. This is a great fight here as Tristan Purden starts to open up a bit of a margin. He wants to control things from the front. Doesn't want to be doing what he did a couple of weekends ago now and have to fight all the way through a field. He wants to dictate the pace and start his attempt to take the 250cc championship that he just narrowly missed out on in 2020. Of course, is the reigning 450 champion. Right now he's got the reigning 250 champion 2 bikes back. It's not Deroe, it's that man on bike 1, Anthony Reynard. Reynard actually looks like he might be closing down on Cam Deroe. Deroe's lap time's 2 minutes 12.2s. Anthony Reynard's 2 minutes 13.7. So maybe not just yet, but the gap looks visibly smaller than what it was earlier on. Different lines going from these guys as well. Using slightly different lines with the bigger wheels and the additional power of the 250s. It's a great fight that's going to be expected to rage right now between all of our 250 championship contenders. These championship contenders are pushing hard, there is no doubt about it, and Reynard probably pushing the hardest right now to stay in contention with the top 2. Not let those KTMs get away. He's in third, he's got a bit of a gap now on Dalton Venter, the second of the Yamahas. Out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha man. Losing a little bit of ground there to his fellow Junior Fork Mountain man. Goosen down in 5, Jaden Proctor's in 6, Hardy's up to 7. Only Detroit for Ridgeway Race Bars in 8, Christian Celiers in 9 ahead of Scotty Haygate. And Royce Griffin just taking the advantage and just outside of that top 10 in 11th place. Problems for Leonard Detroit, the Ridgeway Race Bar man has gone down, that's a big pity for him. He was sitting in 8th place, he's going to lose some ground there, probably going to drop down to 9th or 10th. So Detroit with some problems there, having a little bit of a mistake somewhere on track. Justin Purden absolutely flying out front at the moment, currently lapping in the 210s, maintaining that 210 bracket on the lap times ahead of Deroe and Reynard. Reynard closing in, and so is Goosen. Goosen closing on Venter. David Goosen can see Dalton Venter up the road or through the dust if he can. He'll be looking to try and capitalize. Look at Reynard and Deroe going at it though. This is going to be a great fight, there's no doubt about it. As good as the one that's coming up just behind. 21 and 151. The Husqvarna man closing things down on the back end of Dalton Venter. Look at Reynard. Reynard means business. Reynard is right there with Cam Deroe looking for a way past. Venter's got about 4 or 5 bike lengths now on the Husqvarna of David Goosen. Watch through that asterisk S as they come through there. The other 2 just up the road fighting hard. Here they come. 2 and 3 for the 2nd and 3rd place on track. Reynard once passed. Duro making him work for it. Good run here from Cam Duro, but looks like it might be Anthony Reynard who might have the last say here. Duro looking comfortable though, despite the intentions being shown by Anthony Reynard. Reynard is certainly closing that gap down. Has he got enough? Have to wait and see now as Duro now gets into the thick of it. We're at just over the halfway stage, completed now of this first heat of 250s. Reynard looking so dangerous, looking for chances everywhere he can. Is there a chink in the armor here? There's Proctor. A good run down in 6th place overall, just ahead of Mark Cardy. Left Mark Cardy along for the ride a little bit further back than what he'd like to be, that's for sure. Let's see what they can do about it. Fight on here, big time between 2nd and 3rd and 4 and 5. Back marker coming into play there. That is Michael Baker. They've just gone past on. Baker just staying out of harm's way there as the two fighting for 2nd and 3rd come through. It looks like there's a maneuver on here, particularly from Reynard's point of view. He's looking quite dangerous. Continuing the fight here for 2nd and 3rd place. Reynard now losing a little bit of ground. Looks like he just sat up there for a second. Quite on pace, but that he's going to have to be very wary because have a look who's coming like a rocket ship at the moment. Goosen has got through on Dalton Fenter and he's now starting to close things down on the back end and looking for a chance to spoil the day on his arch rival Anthony Reynard. Reynard must have rearview mirrors on that Yamaha if he can, because it's David Goosen on the Husky closing things down rapidly. Back marker in the way there is 37th Kieran Conway. Not too much of an issue there for David Goosen. Gets through on Conway. He's also one of the Cannabis Energy riders. But there goes 2nd place, Cam Duro. There is Reynard and there is Goosen. Almost all 3 bikes in the same shot. It's not too far away from being that. 2nd and 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and 4th. 3 seconds splitting the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle here at Terra Topia's round 1. MX National South Africa. Good effort here from Tristan Purdon to get away. 5.5 seconds up the road now of Cam Duro and Anthony Reynard with Goosen just behind them. Looks like we've got about 4.5 minutes to go plus a lap. Duro from Reynard, Reynard from Goosen, Goosen closing down. Goosen definitely on a charge. Let's have a look and see if we pick up the lap times there on that last pass. Road just doing it all right, controlling things, but that's not easy to do. Not when you're in the company that he's in. Makes it exceptionally difficult to concentrate and stay upright and maintain the gaps that are required here for National Championship racing. Unbelievable action that we've seen so far here today. There's your leader, there's 2nd, Cam Duro. Red Bull KTM, and 3rd place still Reynard. Oh, rider down. It's Cardy. Mark Cardy's had a big one just before the start-finish line, or the finish line. Maybe he just probably got stuck in the rut and then blew out the rut on the high side of that turn. Is he back on track? It looks like he might be. Mark Cardy going straight off the circuit and into the barrier and picked up I think it was one of the The flags got stuck in his back wheel. They got it out and he's back on track. 41 Purdon doing a superb job at the moment, controlling things from the front end of this field. Exactly what he expected to do. Look at the battle though coming for third and fourth. Here it comes. 21, Goosen has closed down and has found a way to get onto the back end of Anthony Reynard. We've seen this on a few occasions in the past. Reynard versus Goosen, Goosen versus Reynard. Once again, reiterating the fact that we have got a man that used to be on a Yamaha, now on a Husqvarna, and finding the switch over from machinery relatively easy. And about to go past his fellow former Yamaha mounted teammate. Anthony Reynard could be in trouble here. Reynard flying down the back section here. Here's the leader to the finish line again, completing another lap. 53, so probably about two laps to go, I would say, from here. And now these guys are going. This is a great shot here of Goosen up close and personal with him as he closes in and looks for a way past on Reynard. Duro hanging on. Is Duro going to have a factor of these two closing in and maybe spoiling his day for the second spot on the podium? Back markers are going to come into play as well. Could that be Royce Griffin or Alistair Drennan that they're closing in on? I'd say probably Ali Drennan. Yes, it is Ali Drennan, about to be caught and passed by second, third and fourth. Spends most of his racing career, of course, on the off-road side of things as well as enduros, but good to have him involved in motocross. Yeah, they come past him. Is that going to help out David Goosen? He's going to try and use the advantage of the back marker. Is it an advantage? No, not quite the advantage he wanted, but he's definitely closed that gap down and now has put a wheel on the inside of Reynard. Reynard knows he's there. Reynard knows that there was a Husqvarna breathing down his neck looking for a way through. Spotting him for the last couple of laps, can just hear him in the background closing in on him. Hasn't quite seen that he's close enough yet, but definitely as it went past Alistair Drennan, he would have spotted that inside line and the wheel on the inside of the Husky. That certainly would have given him a little bit of a wake-up call to turn the wick up, try and stay on the third step of the podium. Rose just up the road from the two of them, so any mistake from him is going to be a costly one. They will definitely capitalize on any mistakes right now at this stage of the race. Good action here from these guys as they head down into the river section again. It's Purdon, Duro, Reynard. Right on their tail, it's Goosen closing in. Goosen is absolutely flying at the moment. 1 lap to go for Tristan Purdon. 1 lap to go now for Cam Duro. It's a battle on now between the 1 and 21. Last year's champion and the man who'd love to be champion, particularly in the year of his race number. We've really seen him take a victory in the 450s. Can he do something now in the 250s? Don't think he's going to get the victory, but he can certainly get up onto the podium. And that's exactly what David Goosen is trying to do, and that's why Reynard is looking over his shoulder over that jump into the Asterix S. Look at how tight it is. Oh man, it's close. Goosen running high and wide, trying to get the drive. He's got good drive coming out of Twin Air. Can he make it stick now? Go through the switchbacks, back down the hill again. This is where things could change up. Watch for the different lines now coming out of the two riders. As David Goosen looks for a chance to find a way past. He was quicker through the section the last time taking that high line. Watch him close things down now as he crosses that rut. Onto the back end and onto the back wheel now of Reynard. Another wheel up the inside of Reynard's bike. So close between the two of them. Fighting so hard, they really are. And despite fighting so hard, they're actually starting to close that gap down on Cam Duro. Duro seems to have settled down into a bit of a rhythm that might be slowing him down. And if that's the case, he's going to have to be very wary, because it's no longer a case of him having about 2 or 3 second gap. It's only about a second now between himself and Reynard. Last couple of corners to be negotiated. Who's going to have the advantage here? Is there going to be any change up for the second, third and fourth place battle? Are they going to maintain the order they're in? Not if David Goosen's got anything to say about it. Heading into the fly racing section they come. It is Cam Deroe trying to control things now, keep it all together. There is Purdon running high and wide again. Similar to what we saw in the 450s, he used that outside line, nearly blew out the berm. But I think they're going to stay as they are. There's not going to be any chance for an overtaking unless there's something right to the closing stages and into the last corner. He's in the last corner right now. Purdon takes the checkered flag. He's happy with that. Deroe in second. Oh, Reynard just beating out the hard charge coming out of David Goosen. It's an unofficial result there for the top four. Anyway, it's Tristan Purdon from Cam Deroe. Anthony Reynard finishes up in third place ahead of David Goosen. With Dalton Venter out of Africa, and Monster Energy Yamaha, who comes through for fifth place. He beats out Jaden Proctor, Mark Cardi, and Chris Johnson. So there you have it. The 250cc MX2 category race 1 for 2021 is sorted out, and it's won out by Tristan Purdon. He's the 450 reigning champion. Remember, he definitely wants to make a plan to try and take a 250 championship if he can as well. And we'll catch up with the podium. We'll get up with the podium any second now as they make their way down to the Cannabis Energy and TRP race winners podium. Purdon is the man ahead of Cam Deroe and Anthony Reynard. Francesca Bartle will be very happy with the fact that there are two KTMs 1 and 2 on that podium. Anthony Reynard will be looking to step up one step higher, or 2 steps higher if he can, in the second heat on that Ace Sports Tintswalo Racing Yamaha of his.
Second round entry, possibly we can make your way to the meeting as soon as possible. Thank you. So now we're going to go down to the podium ceremony with our top 3 MX2 riders. Brilliant job there for those guys. Nice and gentle. We've got 2 bright orange machines with a blue bar just to make it up a little bit. Let's get our riders on the podium in third place.
So riders on the podium, and there you can see in third place Ace Sports Tintswalo Racing Yamaha's Anthony Reynard, also running in Dragon Energy colours, of course, on the Yamaha. Second place Red Bull KTM's and Reef Tanker Services Cam Deroe. And on the top of the podium for race 1 of MX2s, Tristan Purdon for Red Bull KTM.
Woo! Purdon!
All the guys, brilliant stuff. Racing action for round 1.
Ask him. What must I ask him?
So we're waiting for that race victory interview with Tristan Purdon down at the podium. We're going to catch up and see how that first race went. Let's catch up with Tristan Purdon.
Congratulations on your win. Your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, thank you. It was a super hard race. I got a better start there. This one in the MX2. So I was up front, made a quick move on Cameron and just rode my own race trying to save energy. It's hot out there, so got 2 more to go. Let's see how it goes. I want to thank my team, Red Bull KTM, Bow 100%, everyone, my girlfriend, my mom, my dad, everyone who's backing this, Kevin, my mechanic. let's go have fun in the next two.
Congrats, well done.
So 125's out on track now for their sighting lap. Please to get a little bit of a insight as to what's happened between their practice session this morning that saw Jono Mlimi set the pace on the Red Bull KTM. Baron Totoya is of course right behind him, with Hayden Tully in third place. So a big battle expected between them. Ethan Hopman is in fourth ahead of Callum Broski, second of the Ridgeway Race Bar team. And then you've got Mark Anthony Philippe ahead of Luke Grundy. Lucas Fenter up there, also part of Ridgeway Race Bar, in 8th, and Blake Young beating out Gary Kenley for the top 10. You can see the guys trying to put a bit of water down in between the heats just to try and keep the dust down for the riders. There's the man they all want to try and beat today. He was fastest this morning in practice. He was fastest all of last year, and that's why he's got that number 1 plate on that Red Bull KTM. It's Jono Mlimi who set the pace this morning. They'll make their way around now for the battle to commence. Man to watch out for, of course, who didn't quite make it up into the top 10, but is certainly a contender in this category, Miguel Duval, who was excluded from this morning's practice session. I'm not quite sure why, but he'll be certainly looking to change his luck around after being excluded from the first part of the day's proceedings in the practice session. Duval was quickest here at the Northern Regions Championship level 2 weekends ago, and as we see the number 89 there coming through of young Carl Townsend, part of the Cannabis Energy racing team as well. He'll be looking to go slightly quicker than what he did this morning, to put him down in 21st place. Final heat of the first motos of the day about to make its way onto the circuit, and as they're on the track at the moment, we were seeing them watch out for the different lines that are formed, looking at the different ruts that they could potentially use to put into good practice for the heat that is about to kick in. And speaking of heat, we're up to about 35 degrees Celsius out there at the moment at the top of the day. So if you're not what you want to be, let's go and have a look and see what's going to happen here in the 125s. Fives out on track now, just getting their sighting lap done and dusted. Deegan Bloomfield there for Ridgeway Race Bar. for a chance to get a bit higher up. He finished up 4th place in the Northern Regions Championship here 2 weekends ago, so I think he got some pace around this track. Let's see if he can keep it all together now as they all make their way around back into the start gates for Heat 1 of today's action from the high school class. The Brat Pack, as we like to call them, these are all 125cc machines. They're all about to go and do what they need to do, the necessary to take victories right from the word go in this championship. They want to take on, of course, number 1 plate, John Omlimi. He's on TRP Red Bull KTM. You can see him possibly doing a bit of practice and getting used to the 250 in the regional championships, but I don't know if we'll see him doing any of that until maybe a bit later on in the season at national championship level. Hayden Tully on the right hand side of the start gate, alongside him Callan Broski. 101 is Barrington Toy. And you've got by the looks of things 398 Nathan Mabry. It's literally the 3 Ridgeway Raceball bikes side by side alongside Tully. Inside of the start gate is number 1, John Omlimi. Just looking at Luke Grundy's position there on the 450. He'll be looking to go on the inside line from the inside of the gate, and then the highest outside line comes out of 26, Miguel Duval. So he's expecting to get a good gate drop out of that high line and cut right across this field of 27 riders. Good number that, by the way, heading into turn number 1. Under starters orders. Mechanics and assistants move to the back. Revs pick up. 15 seconds changes to 5. Watch those eyes go down for the gates to drop. Here we go. Great start from Tully, and looks. Oh, Broski coming together with him as they came out of the gate. They just tipped handlebars. Who's going to have the whole shot? Looks like the inside line was the place to be, and it's the 12 bike. What a start coming out of Bryce Peterson. Bryce Peterson leads out into turn 1, gets the whole shot, rider down out of turn 2 there. The rest of the pack get through relatively unscathed. Deacon Bloomfield in the mid pack there at the moment, fighting hard, trying to find a way through on that down rider. And it's now the number 4 bike who squeezes through there of Ethan Hoffman. Hoffman goes side by side, squeezing through as well. Mark Anthony Philippe on 136. This is a frantic start between the 125 category, and here comes Mlimi. Mlimi getting through on the inside, trying to close down on the back end of Bryce Peterson, who stuck it on the inside of everybody as they came through there at the start of this one. Didn't quite expect to see all of that action, but Ethan Hoffman now controlling things from the front end as he hangs on. Can he do anything about opening up a bit of a margin right from the word go? Not easy to do when you're in the company that you're in 125s. Bryce Peterson from Mlimi, from Duval. Duval followed very closely there by 398. What a start coming out of that man. Keep an eye out on Nathan Mabry as Mabry starts to put the pressure on right from the word go. He's got Philippe on his outside. Two of them go over that little tabletop side by side and now back down into the valley and back up the hill. This is an undulating circuit. It goes back up and down through some twisties. And this is where it's all about. 20 coming through there is Tully. So this is what it's the start that we want. Hayden Tully closing onto the back end now. You can see just looking for a way through. Can he find it though? Yes, he can. Just gets the better line through there and has to give up the ghost there to Nathan Mabry, who loses out to him. Miguel Duval on the back end of the number 1 plate. But he's not at the front where he wanted to be, and that outside line actually wasn't the right place to be out of the start gates. Maybe he'll change his mind for the second heat. Comes on the inside. Oh, and there's a touch between the 2 KTMs there. It's Rad KTM taking on the TRP Red Bull KTM. So close between the 2 of them, and Miguel Duval has had a couple of downs this season. He had a bit of a crash at Dirt Broncos at the first Mayfair Gearbox Inland Championship. He also had a bit of a crash here at Terra Topia. He had some issues with some electrical problems on the bike as well. Hopefully those are all being sorted out, and he can go mano a mano now with the number 1 bike. But they've got to try to find a way to catch onto the back end of Hoffman on bike 4. Oh, and he's down! Miguel Duval goes down, crashing out in the quad bus, staying out of that bottom section. Everybody's told them to stay away from that bottom section, but these riders, they all tend to know what they need to do, and they know they need to stay out of harm's way, but it's not an easy thing at all, particularly when you're in the thick of it. And that's what we're in right now with 125s. Bryce Peterson under attack now from Hayden Tully. Nice run here so far from 398, I've got to tell you. Nathan Mabry has found something special this year. Part of that big team out of the Ridgeway Race Bar Village there on the side of the mountain. This is a man that they have certainly not taken into account. On bike 4, looking very comfortable indeed. Second place Bryce Peterson hangs on for now, but I think he might have just lost out there to John O'Mlimi. And has so, and he's about to lose out to Tully as well. Hayden Tully coming alongside and along for the ride, and joining him is Mark Anthony Philippe. Oh, Tully sideways and almost blows out that berm as they came out of turn 2. Unbelievable stuff here from these guys to start this out for the 125. Bryce Peterson was a massive turnaround there from him to get the whole shot into turn 1. He's hung on to the back end of Tully though. 101 Barn to Toy goes down. Now that's a big pity there for him. The Ridgeway Race Bar bike back up and running, gets kicked in and gets going again, but he's lost a lot of ground there, unfortunately. Going to probably drop him out of the top 10 with that mistake here in lap 2. Running from these guys as they're seeing a maneuver here from Mark Anthony Philippe to get through on Bryce Peterson. Bryce Peterson goes high and wide. Oh, and Tinky just squeezes through there. Nice maneuvering there. And Philippe up into what is now 4th place. Make that 5th place. Hayden Tully, of course, just up the road from him. 1 and 2, it's a battle between 4 and 1. We also had a problem. The 2 riders who had some crashes already. Oh, speaking of crashes, right on cue and right in the camera's view. That's a pity there. Looks like that possibly was... I don't know if that was... I'm not quite sure who that was. Went down there, we'll try and pick up and see, maybe we can pick up who it is. Change up for the lead though, and as I say that, a change up again. So it's a chop and change there between the 2 lead riders, and they are in the air at the same time as they head back down into the valley. Has Mlimi now secured it? Yes, he has. Mlimi got through there on Ethan Hoffman. Hoffman came straight back at him, and then they swapped out again as they come into Asterix S. It's now Mlimi who leads out. John Mlimi just sitting the far half of the race at a 2:19.2 for his efforts at the front end of 125s. This is Hayden Tully. He's up to 3rd place now, ahead of Mark Anthony Philippe. Tinky certainly looking like he's got what it takes to close things down there on Hayden Tully. Hayden Tully fended off some attacks 2 weeks ago at Northern Regions level, and he do the same here at National Championship level. Out of Africa, Yamaha, Monster Energy giving what he needs to stay at the front end and hopefully close things down on the Red Bull KTM, and Ethan Hoffman on the other Yamaha out front. Captain and Mlimi's already opened up there. It didn't take him too long. He was very patient, calm and collected, and got to the front after a couple of corners and a couple of laps. 16 laps of action here today, 16 minutes I should say, of action between our 125 plus a lap. And right now Mlimi just doing it all right. Finding the lines, finding the ruts, getting through them, just setting the pace. Further back in the field there, 55, Dylan Kirk on the back end of Luke Grundy. Just behind him you can see the 28 bike of Garrick Henley starting to make his way to the front, possibly into a top 10. In fact, he's just gone into 10th place there on that last pass. So Garrick Henley, also out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha, into the top 10. 1 and 2 complete another lap in anger. Nice fight here between Deegan Bloomfield, fighting for 15th with Rory Donaldson and Barron Totoy. Teammates just behind him. 2 teammates fighting hard there with Rory Donaldson for 14th, 15th and 16th place respectively. Tinky in there as well now, starting to close down. So it looks like Mark Anthony Philippe can see Hayden Tully up the road and wants to get past him if he can. Don't think there's going to be an answer here from Ethan Hoffman. I watched Mlimi go past him and he just hasn't had an answer to the pace that Mlimi's able to get from that KTM of his. So he's going to have to be very wary because Hayden Tully is starting to close down on him. 220.8 on the last pass there for Hayden Tully and a 224 for Ethan Hoffman. So he's 4 seconds slower per lap than the man in third place closing down on him. It's just a matter of time now between Hayden Tully and Ethan Hoffman. If Tully's coming, it means Mark Anthony Philippe will be coming along for the ride as well. Not too far behind them. Bryce Peterson, whole shot man, still in 5th place on number 12. Getting through on some back markers there. Asanda Mchunu getting out the way. Michael Strake about to be caught and passed as well. The gap, there it is. Tully now on the back end of Hoffman. Hoffman about to feel the effects. Can he get on the inside of the fellow Yamaha rider? He can. I wonder if Hoffman's got a problem. He gave it up a little bit too easily for my liking, although I say that he comes back at Hayden Tully. And just makes me eat my words there slightly. But it certainly looked like Hoffman was not in the same frame of mind as what he was earlier on. Look at how he's having to make Hayden Tully work for it. It might be just his riding style. He looks just too cool and calm on the bike. He looks actually like a little bit out of sorts. It doesn't look like he's actually racing hard, but then he just throws in some block passes and says, no, I am actually racing hard here. This looks too relaxed for my liking, and then just throws in a block pass here or there. Tully will be agreeing with me going, hang on a second, it looks like you're slowing down. I come up to pass you and you bomb me or you block pass me. Inside line for Tully now. Can he find a way through on the back end and up towards the switchbacks? Yes, he can. He gets through eventually and puts Hoffman down into 3rd place. So it's Hayden Tully up in the 2nd now for out of Africa, and one stand is Yamaha. Tear off there from Hayden Tully, give himself some clear vision now that he's got through on the 3rd place rider. You can see Hoffman's not lacquer. There's definitely something wrong there. He's definitely not feeling like he was earlier on. Hoffman just seems uncomfortable on the motorcycle. As hard as he pushed to try and keep Hayden Tully out, definitely isn't feeling it as well as what he was earlier on, and just now trying to maybe get to the end of this first heat of the MX125s, the high school class. Mlimi is just taking it real easy at this point in time, controlling things as we go. Difficult man to beat when he's in this kind of form, that is for sure. John Mlimi just really showing everybody else that he's the class of the 125 field. Tully is definitely looking for a chance here, that is for sure. He's not giving up. Mlimi relaxes too much. Tully could maybe catch and pass him. The boards will be telling John Mlimi all about the progress that's being made here by Hayden Tully. Lap down again for our leader. Another one completed for John Mlimi. Tully in 2nd, Hoffman in 3rd. How far back is Mark Anthony Philippe? There he is. Philippe starting to close down as well, pretty rapidly on Hoffman, and just behind that Miguel Duval. Probably one of the fastest riders on track at the moment. I'll get confirmation of that on the pass as he gets across the start finish line and over the pro timing tape. But I think Miguel Duval could possibly be in with a fast lap time as well to try and close things down there on the Yamaha mounted riders ahead of him.
73 further back in the pack there. That is Daniel Brunette, one of our youngsters. Oh, rider down as well, is it? 155, who's crashed out there. Yes, it is. So a little bit of issue there for the 155. Unfortunately, just this one. Pulling to the sideline and actually making his way back down into the pits as well. Looks like he's going to be able to complete this one, right? Not quite sure who that was, because he's not on our timing monitor here at all. Number 1, out front, like he should be. Controlling things after taking the championship in 2020. Looking for a back-to-back championship if he can, then wants to move on to the 250 class. He wrapped up this championship early enough. We may even see him in the 250 class in 2021. 115 with some problems out there as well. Michael Strake just getting caught out. One of the big ruts that's formed. He's on the gas, remember. So across the line, another lap completed there for John O'Mlimi. We've got about a minute and a half to go plus a lap, so this could potentially be the second last lap of the race for John O'Mlimi. Coming up on the back end, some of the back markers. Going around the outside of the 71 of Christian Sheehan. Christian Sheehan right now just sitting outside of the top 20 in 24th place. 44 Blake Young, just ahead of Tyler Tarantino. I haven't seen Tyler Tarantino, but there he is. First shot of Tyler Tarantino. His first outing on a 125 this year. National championship level. Nice to see him doing such a good job out there. Watch out for that man in the future. Certainly got a good talent on a motorcycle. As have basically this whole pack of riders in the 125 class. There's no doubt about the talent pool that runs relatively deep in this particular category. Maxim Limi at the front with some back markers. Coming up on 75, Cole Meyer. Cole Meyer, of course, actually quite a nice story there with Cole Meyer as we see Limi going past him. Cole Meyer's school just recognizing his efforts in motocross, giving him half colors for his efforts in motocross as well. So congratulations there, Cole Meyer. Keep up the good work, buddy. I know you're concentrating more on the northern regions and the Mayfair Gearbox Inland Championship. But good to see the young man being given some support from the school he attends, the sport he loves so much. Possibility of the last lap board coming out now for John O'Mlimi. How comfortable does he look on a motorcycle though? He really does look good. 25 just saying around the outside please. Problems there for the 2.5 of Sandom Chunu. Good friends of the circuit, those two guys. Just waving O'Mlimi by. As that last lap board did come out, we're on to the final one right now for John O'Mlimi. Hayden Tully, Miguel Duval now up into third place. He's got through on Mark Anthony Philippe. The 26 Duval, 2:19.540. One of the fastest laps we've seen out of the 125 class. Not the fastest, 2:19.2 out of O'Mlimi earlier on as the fastest of the race. But needless to say, take nothing away from Miguel Duval after crashing out, getting back up on the bike and back up into third place. Just try and get that head right on Miguel Duval. He just seems to make little small errors. If those errors weren't made, he'd probably be right here with O'Mlimi fighting for a win. It's not the talent, it's not the motorcycle, it's just the head game that we need to get right for Miguel Duval to be up here. It's the small mistakes that are costing him dearly. And it's the no mistakes that are making it all worthwhile here for Mlimi. Incredible job from this young man. Definitely someone to watch out for in the future of the sport. Worldwide, never mind just here in South Africa. Coming up on the back end now, Carl Townsend once again. Cannabis Energy rider about to be passed now by the leader. Not just yet. Carl wants to keep him at bay for a while. Not like circuit racing where you get a blue flag to warn you the leader's coming. You've got to just look over your shoulder or just wait for him to find a way past you like John O'Leary's just done. Couple more back markers to negotiate, plus the 3 jumps down the valley. Once that's all done, checkered flag will be waiting for the first time in 2021 for your first victor in the 125 high school class. And Red Bull TRP KTM, John O'Leary taking the first victory for 2021. Great run there from Mlimi. He takes the victory, comes across the line a long way up the road from Hayden Tully on the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha. And Miguel Duval on the red KTM. Looks like he might hang on for 3rd place and a step on the podium. Mark Anthony Philippe coming through for 4th place ahead of Ethan Hoffman. Hoffman battled hard, but unfortunately just fell by the wayside. Luke Grundy right behind that, so we're going to see some support there from Tony Pateras on the sideline. He's of course a big Luke Grundy supporter. Hope you enjoyed that one. Jaden Proctor, of course, is his other man that he supports. Bryce Peterson, the whole shot man. He is going to finish up, I think, in 7th place. There he comes. Yep, comes through in 7th place, beating out Garrick Henley and Callan Broski for Ridgeway Race Bar, and Baron Totoy and Lucas Venter and Nathan Mabry. How's that for a finish in terms of Ridgeway Race Bar? They finish up in 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14th place respectively for the Ridgeway Race Bar team, with Deegan Bloomfield bringing up the rear there for the Ridgeway Race Bar team. We'll be back shortly as we get to the podium for the 125s, and of course that brings us to the first part of the day's racing for our heats here at Terra Topia.
So really great representation from all the bands of round 1 of issues. Which of course is Bushman, 100% FMF, Oggio, all those top bands, Final Voice, Fly, all those bands that you know and love. It's all done by TRP.
So unofficial results there for the 125s. Mlimi, Tully, Duval, the top 3 will have them on the podium any second now, but down in 4th was Mark Anthony Philippe, 5 was Hoffman, 6 was Grundy, Bryce Peterson, the whole shot man, in 7th ahead of Callan Broski in 8th, Garrick Henley in 9th, and then as I said, Baron Totoy, Lucas Fenton, Nathan Mabry, Blake Young and Deegan Bloomfield, and Luke Katemba make up the top 15 in the 125 class. So for Rad KTM in 3rd place, it's Miguel Duval who gets up on there, the mixter. 2nd place for Out of Africa Yamaha and Monster Energy Hayden Tully. And top of the podium for Red Bull KTM and TRP distributors, it's John O'Leary.
Well done, guys. Exceptional racing.
So we'll be back shortly with more action here from Heat 2, starting with the MX50s. We'll be chatting, of course, to John O'Leary as soon as he gets off the podium.
And then we'll catch up with you when we start round 2 of the racing action. Just so please again, everybody, we need to wear your masks at all times.
Congratulations on your win. Your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, I got a bad start, so I had to make my way to the front, but I did that in a few laps. I managed to catch Ethan, pass him, and then I just stretch it out and ride my own race. And yeah, looking forward to the second heat.
Well done.
Great job, John and Mlimi, and more of the same I'm sure to come their way in the very near future, because that's the man to beat in 2021 if he sets the pace so early on. Hayden Tully and Miguel Laval have got some work to do. So have Mark Anthony Philippe, Ethan Hoffman. They'll work on the fitness a little bit, I think, as he just fell by the wayside there. There may have been a bit of a problem on his bike. We'll have to get and find out what happened actually there. Luke Grundy came through in the end ahead of Bryce Peterson and Callan Broski, with Gary Kenley and Byron Dutoy making the top 10 there for the 125s. We'll be back shortly with action from the MX50cc category Heat 2.
Yeah, I saw that. Please, if you can make your way to the medical room as soon as possible. Please make your way to the medical room as soon as possible. Thank you.
All this Heat 2 action now from Terra Topia of the Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships, proudly brought to you by those two sponsors and all our associate sponsors on the sidelines as well. Big welcome back here to Terra Topia. It's Heat 2 time now as we get into the thick of it now for the second heat of racing. It's MX-50s that are down in the gates and are ready to go. Heat 1's victory went to number 1, Trenton Kretzmann, ahead of Casper van Sale. Aiden Retief up there as well, and Raiden Wolves looking for opportunities to be at the front end of this one and see if there's going to be more of the same. Raiden Wolves eventually squeezing through into second place in that first heat, beating out Maxwell Faree. He came through for third place. Then Ross McKenzie, he was the whole shot man, beating out Adrian Retief, Travis Liddell, Ulrich van Arswijk, and JD van Verster, and Wilco Deploy with Lo Rademeyer. All right, 5-second board. Eyes down, gates about to drop. Kretzmann with a good start. He gets out the gates nicely. Heads up towards turn 1. He's going to have the whole shot though. On the inside, looks like a couple of riders. That inside line seems to be the place to be, and there's exactly where you want to be if you're going through there. And your name is Ross McKenzie, because that's 2 whole shots out of 2 starts there for Ross McKenzie. Kretzmann right on his tail as they come into turn 2. That's the way to do it. Nice start. Everybody upright, except just in the background. I saw a rider go down there. Kretzmann hits the front though, coming into turn 3 as they go through TRP. It's basically a left, right, up and down the hill on either side of that start area. And Ross McKenzie trying to keep Kretzmann out, forcing him to go on the high line. This time he goes on the inside line and eventually squeezes Ross McKenzie out for the lead. So it's Kretzmann at the front. Got for Raiden Wolves just in the background, trying to come through there as quickly as possible as we get into the thick of it now for the second heat of racing here today at Terra Topia. It's the first round of the National Championships, and we've had some great racing so far and expect more of the same, and probably even better in the second heats, because what normally happens is there's no holds barred in the second heat. Coming down onto that river section and into the start-finish area. The finish line is where we're at, and Raiden Wolves trying to come through there to get past on Ross McKenzie as they get to the top of the hill. Right behind them, they start to line up thick and fast with 131. Travis Liddell, a much better start coming out of him. He's up there in possibly 3rd and 4th place. Remember, they cross over and they don't do the full track here on the 50cc's. They do a little bridge crossing there. And Liddell now trying to stay with those front 5 as they get into it for lap number 2. Ross McKenzie into 2nd. Looks like a bit of a change up there. Raiden Wolves and Liddell then just behind that. Looks like coming through there. A nice start also from none other than 460 Xavier Victor. Lots of support on the sidelines from the moms and dads. They'll be out there, of course, to help the riders if they go down. Remember, these little 50cc's, they've got small wheels, and if they get caught up in those big ditches and ruts that are formed, it makes it very difficult. They're going to try and stay out of them and avoid them if possible. You'll see them using slightly different lines to what the main riders and the bigger riders will do later on. Crasher again. Bottom there coming out of TRP, followed very closely by the 23 bike coming through as they start to sort things out. And you can see it's going to be a tough fight in the mid-pack. Not too hectic at the front end though for Kretzmann as he starts to open up that margin. And it looks like he's going to have to do some work. It's a big pity we don't have Cody Bircher here. I did see him on the sideline, but I also saw him in a cast, so probably the reason why Cody Bircher is not racing in the 50cc class today. He may have broken his arm somewhere in between now and 2 weeks ago at the Northern Regions Regional Championship that was held here at the same circuit. Aiden Retief making a big move there on McKenzie, trying to find a way past. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. Definitely putting the pressure on. 131, Travis Liddell. And then 555, Maxwell Faree. Having the same start as he had in the first heat. He's battling a little bit to get through the pack. The Ridgeway Raceball rider looks to try and close things down now on that 3, 4 and 5 place battle. Raiden Wolves also wants to be up there in second place. He's got through on Ross McKenzie. McKenzie's dropped down to third. But has Rules got enough time to catch this man? And we'll look over the shoulder there from Trenton Kretzmann. The Banana Boy doing a great job of it there at the front end. Further back, picking up on some of the riders in the backpack there. JD for Stab. He's just behind Wilco Deploy. Two of them fighting for the last part of the top 10, so single digits up for grabs between those two. One in 9th and one in 10th place. They love the single digits as opposed to the double digits. 47 Chloe Udendal about to be caught and passed incredibly within the first 3 laps there by the top 2. So Udendal now caught and passed by Trenton Kretzmann and by Raiden Wills. Through the switchover point. 50cc is now doing a great job out on track. You can see them. The top 2 there really going through those whoops like there's nothing to it. And seasoned campaigners like they are, I certainly know exactly where to place those motorcycles if they need to get through those whoops as quickly as possible. Further back in the pack as well, picking up on some action there. 460, that's Xavier Victor. Wilco Deploy on his tail. Similar looking machinery in terms of the colours on their bikes, but different helmets of course on the 2 riders. Nice little fight out here for, as I said, top 10 honours. Back to the front again though. Kretzmann absolutely flying at this point. Going through there on Riley Feldermace as well by the looks of it. Nice battle between these two continuing. And as I said, that's 9th place Wilco Deploy. Ulrich van Arsviken just behind them, and just ahead of him is of course Xavier Victor in 8th place. So 8, 9 and 10 very evenly matched. Another lap down for the leader, Trenton Kretzmann. 1:16 flat last time out. It's 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else on track. Campbell Depruit comes through there, just being closed in by the 33 of Riley Geldernace. Back marker there, but of course a big pack of 25 riders fighting here. And now traffic will be the name of the game for the rest of the day's racing for Trenton Kretzmann. The ability to get through traffic, hang on, and stay upright, and hopefully not get involved in their own little battles that are fighting out in amongst these back markers. Kami 2 being passed now. Raven Wills going through also on Campbell Depria. Picking up yet again on 42 there. That of course is Aiden Retifi sitting in what is now 4th place on track, just ahead of 555 Maxwell Ferree. Casper Fonsell just behind them. Jen Travis Liddell, Wilco Deploy and Xavier Victor making up the top 10 will be Ulrich van Arsviken. Another back marker being lapped by the leader, showing them the way around. Connor Rawlins is that rider. And Wills goes through on the 23 rider as well of Jaden de Blanche. Wills in second. Has he got some time now to close down on the leader? Doesn't look like it. It's incredible to see how quick Trenton Kretzmann is going. Kretzmann now coming up on the 46 of JP Newman, Joshua Peters Newman. Just finding those lines, those special lines they're taking on the 50s to stay out of trouble. As I said, they don't want to be anywhere near those big ruts that are formed all around the circuit, and stay out of them as much as possible. Sort of fights here in the mid-back, as I said. Great to see them fighting so hard there. JD Verstappen fighting it out. Of course, he's got Wilco Deploy and Ulrich van Arsviken in company with him. Problems for the 33 bike being helped out there. Riley Geldernace gets back up and going. Team in the background who are working hard to get the dust down, to get the circuit wet as possible between the heats. Riley Geldernace getting a little bit of screen time there. I'll be loving that. Being closed down by Is that number 25? Yeah, low Rademacher. Lady Rider in the mid-pack there. That's 47, Chloe Udendahl. Progress at the front and continued progress coming out of Trenton Kretzmann. Staying out of harm's way, staying out of trouble with the back markers as well. 5:03, Campbell Dupree comes across the line. Good run here from the youngster. Our younger riders in this pack is Campbell. Kretzmann now in the mid-pack. He's lapped up to about 10th place by the looks of it. A man to watch out for in the future is this man. He's pulled about 6.5 seconds now over Raiden Wills for second. Aidan Retief still in third, and Casper van Zyl still in the fourth spot ahead of the Ridgeway race bar Maxwell Fourie. Kretzmann coming up to low Rademacher, so that'll be 12th place he's about to lap. And there is Maxwell Fourie coming up on some back markers. Look, you can see he's just battling with those back markers a little bit. And she gets through on them, but it's given a chance to Ross McKenzie to close down on him. McKenzie in with a shot now of maybe giving Fourie a run for his money to the line. Lots of back markers, but as you can see, with Kretzmann doing such a great job, he just hangs on and keeps it all together around the outside of them, stays out of their way, doesn't let them affect his ability to circulate in the 1 minute 20s that he's busy circulating at the moment. He's definitely keeping it upright and out of trouble, and way in control. Raiden Wills though is certainly looking like he could be closing things down now and got through the traffic a bit easier than Trenton Kretzmann has got. Just saw a shot of him in that last one. Might see him in the background. There he is, 3:45. Current lap times of 16s as opposed to the 19s coming out of the leader. So Kretzmann has slowed down dramatically. Maybe he's got a little bit of an issue on the bike, or maybe he's just taking it a little bit too easy. When he looks over his shoulder, he realizes Raiden is there now and will probably be looking to overtake him. Raiden diving on the inside of the back marker forcing Trenton Kretzmann on the high side, or blocks him slightly. And Wills would have seen that. Going to give him a run now, see if he can get there as well. Kretzmann fortunately didn't lose out too much ground there. He did lose a little bit of time. There's going to be some battles to finish this one up between Kretzmann and Wills. So we've probably got 2 laps to go in this one. We'll start the penultimate one now with 45 seconds to go on Mark Lock. Raiden Wills being caught out ever so slightly by the 31 bike of Connor Rawlins. Eventually finds a high way around, a long way around as well, Rawlins forcing him to go even further than he'd like to have gone. That's given Kretzmann a little bit of breathing room. Kretzmann getting through there on Kamani 2 again. Raiden Wills just lost the advantage that he had there. The surprise attack he had on Trenton Kretzmann nearly caught him out. Kretzmann was equal to the challenge, took him on and beat him. Ross McKenzie still hanging on for a potential top 5. Fighting hard there with Maxwell Fourie, 555 just up the road from him. Raiden just unfortunately has lost that advantage he had of the surprise attack. 33, Riley Caldenes. And last lap board now for the leader. Raiden Wills getting that last lap board as well. Can he do anything about it? Look at Casper van Zyl and Aidan Retief also down in the 18s and 19s now. Trying to pull away from Maxwell Fourie. He's currently lapping in the 1 minute 20s. Wow, Trenton Kretzmann just sets the fastest lap of the race on that penultimate lap. 1 minute 15.2, just to ensure that he's got some room to play with now to stay in the front end of this race. But look at Raiden Wools in the background, coming like a rocket. Raiden Wools is really going like a rocket ship now to try and close that gap down, but I think there's enough of a margin of 4.5 seconds as they cross the line for Trenton Kretzmann not to worry. Although Kretzmann is looking over his shoulder all the time now. You can see Raiden Wools coming. Is there going to be a tight finisher? Is there a problem on Kretzmann's bike? Because he did slow down dramatically and then just turned the wick up, came back again. Kretzmann, here comes Wools. They're side by side, in fact. Yeah, they come. There's definitely a problem on Kretzmann's bike. Raiden Wools has overtaken him with literally 500 meters to go. There's an issue there on Kretzmann's bike. He's going to roll across the line in second, and I've been dying to say this, but Raiden wins. Unbelievable stuff. Mortal Kombat can take it anywhere else other than here at he's looking at going, what went wrong there? You can just see what has gone wrong there. He thought the previous lap the checkered flag should have come out. He only saw the last lap board possibly there, but an issue for Trenton Kretzmann has cost him dearly, and Raiden Wools has taken the victory. So it's Raiden Wools, Trenton Kretzmann and Casper van Zyl, who's just come through across the line, will take third place. But that was a big surprise. So Kretzmann just slowing down, not realizing that he was on the last lap and still a lap to go, and with 500 meters to go, loses the race. Not sure what the issue was, but that's how it finishes up for our second heat of 50 cc's. Let's catch them down on the podium and see how things go there. There you have it, our top three, well, the top man on the podium at the moment. Looks like Raiden Wools is the only one who's joined us there on the podium. We were expecting to see both Trenton Kretzmann and Casper van Zyl join him, but there he is. Second win of the day and possibly the overall victory for the day as well. We'll get confirmation of that a bit later on. But congratulations to Raiden Wools for taking the victory there for the Talkcraft team, and I'll be very happy with that. And as I said, I've been dying to say that. Raiden wins in Mortal Kombat for our 50 cc's. There you go, joining him on the podium now, Trenton Kretzmann, last year's champion. He'll take second place for the day. And something went wrong on that motorcycle on the last lap, that is for sure, for Raiden Wools to pass him with about 500 meters to go. That's how we wrap things up for the 50 cc's. Up next, the Premier Class, 450s and NX1. All this action from the MX1 Heat 2 of round 1 of the Cannabis Energy and TRP Motocross Championships is proudly brought to you by those two sponsors and their associate sponsors here on our live stream feed today from Terra Topia. We're just outside of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. If you're joining us from all around the world, a big welcome to everybody on our live stream feeds and on Facebook and YouTube alike. It's great to have you guys here, and please, as I said, like and share this onto all your social media platforms so we can get it out to the world and show what we're doing here in South Africa at national championship motocross level. The track is prepped to perfection. It's turned into such a great motocross platform, but you can see that dust is becoming a bit of a factor, which is why the team from Terra Topia are trying to get some water down in between the heats to keep the dust down and give the riders the ideal conditions to race in. It's not quite what we had 2 weeks ago here. If you didn't hear that during the commentary during the day, we had an epic week or 2 weeks of rain here in Gauteng, which turned this into a very different circuit to what we're seeing here today. But the team here at Terra Topia, as you can see, has prepped something pretty spectacular for us to go racing on here today. It's Heat 2 now of MX1s. And the MX1s, of course, have had a great day's racing so far in terms of what they've put together with race action. It was a bit of a fight at the front end, which saw David Goosen eventually finish at the top of the top step of the podium, ahead of Tristan Burton and Anthony Reynard. Jesse Wright down in 4th place and Brad Cox in 5th. Johan Vogelsang finished up in 7th place behind Jaden Proctor, but he was the man who got the whole shot, and expecting to see him do more of the same. De Freya had some problems. He unfortunately looked like he had an overheating issue on his motorcycle with lots of steam coming out of the engine, and Mark Cardy pulled to the sideline. The road only went out for practice. He's going to be concentrating on the 250s. We'll see him in the MX2s a bit later on. But also keep an eye out, of course, on Ricky Raff, Leonard Latoy from Ridgeway Racebar, Seth Van Nabile, Adriano Catalano, and Shane Steenkamp, who make up the field of MX1 riders here today. David Goosen looking for 2 out of 2 today. Can he get it? Or will Tristan Purden be looking for 2 out of 2 in terms of victories? Because he hasn't taken one in the 450 class, where he has the number 1 plate for 2020. Can he do it again here in 2021? Sighting lap is now done. They make their way back into the start gates, take up their elected start gates that they have chosen, and let's find out who brings you all this action. It's time for Heat 2 action now for the MX1 450 category, and Lloyd Brown just bringing them all under starters orders and ready to go. Our Cannabis Energy lady puts the 15-second board up as it's fixed round to 5. Watch those eyes go down, and we're going to go racing shortly for the second time and final time today at round 1. Gates drop. It's a good start coming out of Goosen. It's a great start coming out of Vogelsang, but it's Anthony Reynard who gets into the whole shot position alongside Johan Vogelsang as they go in there. Tristan Purden around the outside. Vogelsang into 3rd. It's David Goosen coming through there for 4th by the looks of things as they get into the mix into turn 2. But Reynard leads out. Vogelsang in 2nd, and Purden diving on his inside to squeeze him out there for a potential 2nd place. He's got through. And looks like Vogelsang dropped down to 4th because it's David Goosen in 3rd. Freya getting a good start as well. He's right there. And look out for Jesse Wright on the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha, who was just able to squeeze in and get into that little battle Hasn't quite got ahead of Vogelsang just yet for the 4 spot, but he's all over the back of him and looking for a way past as we get into it. Good start there from Tristan Purdon, exactly where he needs to be, as close to the front end of this field as possible. That is how we got to be getting things going here for the second heat of racing in MX1s. The 450s are in the house and putting on a great show. Look at that. Cox going side by side with Jesse Wright, De Freya behind that. Then it's Jaden Proctor with Seth van der Biele right there with him too. It's a 3, 4, 5 bikes in the air at the same time for this little battle that Vogelsang hangs on to the lead off. Jesse behind him. Oh, problem there for Cox. And it looks like it cost De Freya slightly. Yes, Proctor getting through on De Freya. Behind that, Ricky Roth lines up just behind them as they get into the thick, and then right behind him, of course, it's Mark Cardy. So they're all just trying to sort things out here and get themselves into a position that they can fight for. But it's giving opportunities to the front 3 to get away. At this point, Vogelsang hangs on to the 4 spot, but keeps the rest of this pack at bay. Doing a great job is the Whole Shot King. Oh man, look how tight it got between those guys. So tight and very, very close to a little bit of a touch between them as they came down into the Pro Taper corner. It's almost a 180-degree corner, that Pro Taper turn, and as they come into it, you can see it's Jaden Proctor who's in a position he's not normally in, ahead of the Freya, closing onto the back end of Mark Cardy by the looks of things. And Cardy now having to fend off the attentions that have been shown here by Mark of the Freya and Jaden Proctor. Reynard at this point sitting in second place. In fact, he's in first place. He's ahead of Purdon. He's found a way through there. Tristan Purdon somewhere on track. We missed that one. Tristan Purdon looks like he might have had a little bit of issue. He's got lots of mud on the front end of his motorcycle as Reynard hits the front now for the first time. So it's Reynard leading things out as they go down into the Cannabis Energy turn and into TRP. You can see that's how things are going to change up here for the second heat of racing for the 450s. Reynard leading the pack ahead of Tristan Purdon. Back to Freya now, trying to close down on Proctor. He's got a little bit of a fight on his hands there with the 84 of Leonard Detoy. Detoy looking for a way through on him as well. And we go back to the front end of this field again with the battle for the lead. It's all about this fight between 23 Anthony Reynard and 41, or number 1. He normally runs 41 as his race number, but he's got number 1 on his race bike because that, of course, is the champion from last year. 2020's 450 champion Tristan Purdon going at it now with Anthony Reynard behind them. Goosen sitting back and just holding station. Probably going to go a little bit later on in this race. Purdon comes back at Reynard, gets back to the front. So Reynard and Purdon going at it mano a mano here, chopping and changing for the lead. Could possibly be slowing themselves down ever so slightly, and I think that's why Purdon's at the front. He's decided, right, let's get the pace on. I can see Goosen is there. I don't want him to take another victory here today in the 450s, if possible, which is not always easy to do. It's easier to say that than do it, particularly when you're in the company that these riders are in. Some of SA's finest as well as the world's finest motocross riders that we're looking at. 4th place waiting for him to come into shot. It should be Jesse Wright at this point in time. There it is, out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha. His tail, he's got Johan Vogelsang and Brad Cox. The brother leading trade, KTM and Brad Cox. Now up in the 6th place there with Jaden Proctor, who's still fighting hard with Marco de Freya and Linda Detoy. So Purdon hits the front. Now trying to pull a little bit of a gap from Anthony Reynard. He did that earlier on, then made a mistake. And Reynard was able to capitalize on that mistake and get through on it. Purdon cannot afford to make mistakes. Not with Reynard and Goosen breathing down his neck. Goosen out of shape there, getting the back end stepped out, but not worried. Likes a little bit loose at the back. There's David Goosen. Keeps it upright. Oh, right it down at the bottom end of the circuit. Looks at De Freya. Yeah, it's Marco de Freya who's gone down. It's stuck in that mud at the bottom. It's just a nightmare down there. There's literally 3 lines down in that corner. If you don't hit the right lines, you are definitely going to be in trouble. Continuing to fight for 3rd, but staying in contention for a potential 2nd win on the day is David Goosen. Looking good up there, that is for sure. Trying to stay ahead of the rest of this pack and content. Just keep in sight the 2 front runners. And he is doing that. Interesting to see here, as I've mentioned all day long, it's Cannabis Energy and TRP that bring you all this action for 2020's championship, but the fight at the front end is also between 3 different manufacturers and 3 different energy drink manufacturers as well. It's awesome to see this kind of action. KTM versus Yamaha versus Husqvarna, Red Bull versus Dragon versus Rockstar. Haven't mentioned them all day, but there's a Rockstar sticker on the side of that Husqvarna. Looks like another manufacturer coming into the play for 2021. It's similar to what we're seeing, of course, in the world of motocross overseas with the Monster Energy Supercross. We've got the Cannabis Energy Motocross Championship here in South Africa. All the energy brands involved, amazing motorcycle brands involved here as well. Purden seems to be just controlling things now from the front end, putting in consistent lap times. In fact, on the last pass was one of the quickest laps we've seen all day. Not his fastest, we've seen him go down into a 2:10 earlier on in the day, but 2:12.7s are still 3 seconds quicker than what's coming out of Reynard and Goosen. Goosen now starting to feel the effects of that roost. Maybe he wants to get out of it and give Anthony Reynard a bit of his own medicine there and give him a little bit of roost. Further back, they continue to fight as well. And there's big fights in the mid-pack too. See Ricky Roth and Seth Van der Bide fighting with Adriano Catalano. De Freya still at the back end. He's actually just been able to recover up into what is 13th place after that little mishap he had. Purden continues at the front end ahead of Reynard. Goose coming through now for 3rd. What can he do about those top 2? Is it time to turn the wick up slightly for David Goosen to look for a double victory here on the day to start his championship contention? Catalano with some problems. So Adriano Catalano pulling to the sideline, looking back. He's got maybe a slow puncture on that bike or something. Something not right on the machinery though. Closing on Reynard. Reynard just also closing the gap ever so slightly there. It's about 2 seconds between the 3 of them at this point in time. Nothing in it for the first 3. Long gap down to Jesse Wright, who's all on his own in 4th. David Goosen. 14-1 out of Anthony Reynard, also started to just turn the wick up ever so slightly there on that tuning fork machine. KTM leading at this point in time, has got 2 very hungry motorcycles on his tail. 2 very hungry riders for victories here in 2021's championship. So consistency is key, but so are race victories. Get them done earlier on. Don't worry about those very difficult things to come by in terms of race victories. These guys right there in 4th. He's looking good. Certainly looks like he's got what it takes to catch Reynard. Reynard is holding him off though. Doing a great job of defending. About maybe going on the attack. He's definitely looking to do exactly that. Look at the visible gap there between Anthony Reynard and Tristan Purden now. As another lap is completed, we're just over the halfway stage of this one. This is an 18-minute moto, and we've now got 9 minutes to go. Closing onto the rack end of Reynard. Reynard doing the same thing to Purden. A sort of chess match about to kick off here. The front end here, who's going to have what it takes to make the right move at the right time. Back marker coming into play as well. I think that might have been Catalano with some problems. Standing up on the pegs and just slow back. Goosen high line. Reynard on the inside line, trying to get the drive out of corners as David Goosen. It's working for him. Whew, look how tight it is though. They have definitely gone to the back end of Tristan Purdon. Purdon is going to be in a bit of trouble here because it's now time for them to make a move. Very, very close indeed between these three riders now. Probably throw that proverbial blanket over them as you can see them almost all in the air at the same time. That's when you know it's close. All three riders hit a big jump and they're in the air at the same time. That's when we're going to see just how tight it is here between Purdon and his two rivals, Reynard and Goosen. That number one plate is a heavy plate to handle, particularly in the first outing. Taking a victory here today already, he knows what it takes. Goosen, look at how Goosen is closing on Reynard. So now Goosen and Reynard fight. Oh, here we go. There you go. A little bit of slip out there from Reynard. You can see he's backing with traction out there, and Goosen can see it. Goosen applying a lot more pressure than what he was earlier on, trying to find a way past on the Yamaha. I just can't do it on this one. Slots in behind Anthony Reynard again. Coming to the top of the hill, Goosen goes high and wide. Has to cut back and find another line over the little drop down into the valley. Goosen's going really well. Goosen is all over the back of Reynard now, looking for a way through. If you're looking for that pass, if it's available, using similar lines to what Reynard's doing, so he's getting a little bit of roost there, which is just slowing him up as he comes out. You can see going to take that tear off. He got the rip strip on those goggles just to give him a bit of a clearer vision. Closes down and then backs off, closes down and then backs off, just applying the pressure all the time onto Reynard. Reynard soaking that pressure up though, not falling for any of the antics of his rival behind him. Just see Goosen back in with that rip strip. I think the rip strip might have broken on those goggles. He's going to have to just settle for whatever vision he's got left with those goggles he's got on. Reynard hanging on. Has lost a little bit of ground now to Tristan Purdon. His defensive tactics slowed him down slightly. He's giving Purdon a little bit more breathing room than what these two would like. And again, David Goosen closes onto the back end of Anthony Reynard. Gets the power down through the fly racing section now, heading back up over the top and into the valley. Purdon at it at the front end. Reynard still hanging on for second. This is just poised on a knife edge here to see what's going to happen for second and third. Have they got enough time to possibly even make it for first, second and third? That's what Reynard's thinking. Goosen saying, well, if you go, I'm coming with you. There's first. Second and third. A little bit of a gap now. Not as close as what they were earlier on. Shane Steenkamp being caught and passed by the leaders now. Reynard goes through. He's actually been caught and passed by Purdon a bit earlier on, but Steenkamp out there as well. Currently down in 14th place overall. Reynard used to continue their fight. Use your money on. Going to be tight at the end of this one. 11.8 from Tristan Purdon on the last pass there, so one of the fastest laps, not his fastest so far of the weekend. done 2:10.2s earlier on in the day. But it should be enough to control these two and keep them out of potential of spoiling his day for the win. Goosen wants that win though. Reynard hangs on. Goosen rides straight into the roost coming off the back end of that Yamaha. Itching to get through. Oh, here we go. Could be here. Can he have a go as he looks on the inside? He comes around the outside now into the high turn. Oh, changes lines. Oh, he's down. He's clipped the back end. He clipped the back wheel there of Anthony Reynard as he tried to go onto the inside line and crashes out. Doesn't lose position. Very lucky not to lose position, but he just went to cut back on Reynard, and the back wheel of Reynard caught the front end of his as he went for that cutback. And Goosen hangs on for third place. Doesn't lose any ground to Jesse Wright. But that's going to basically open up this race until the finish now. Probably got about 2 laps to go now. They're coming to the Asterix S. And Purdon doing it all right there at the front end. Staying out of trouble. So it's Purdon out front, Reynard in second, and Goosen still in third place, but now with about 7 seconds back on the back end of this. Here it is. Oh man, just going into the corner. You can see David Goosen try to cut back on the inside of Reynard. Reynard saw him coming, blocked him slightly, and the 2 wheels touched and he went down. It's given Tristan Purdon some breathing room. It's given Anthony Reynard a lot of breathing room. He doesn't have to worry about David Goosen until that checkered flag, unless he makes a mistake somewhere on track. Worked out for him, but it's certainly worked out for Tristan Purdon, that is for sure. Since hitting the front, he has not put a wheel wrong. Hits the lines perfectly every single time. TP in this kind of form is very difficult to beat. Let's have a look at that in the actual replay here in slow-mo. You can see high side here for David Goosen. He tries to cut back as Reynard goes for the block, but then those wheels just touch and he goes down. Very unfortunate there. Reynard also lucky not to go down with him. But that's exactly what went wrong between those two. So awesome job there. Just to see how it all works out and what went wrong there between Anthony Reynard and Goosen. Last lap now for Tristan Purdon. The last lap of the day for him. He's still got some work to do in the 250s later on, but last one in the 450s for him. Last one for David Goosen. He's about to come across the line to start his last lap in anger. Tristan Purdon controlling things to 7.2 second advantage over Anthony Reynard. Ricky Ralph getting a little bit of air time there as well. Tristan Purdon comes back in the shot. Half a lap to go now for Purdon. Run here from Tristan Purdon to take the second victory of the day. Probably going to get the overall victory for the weekend as well because of the gap that he's got over David Goosen. Plain sailing now for Purdon into the last part of the track. He looks over his shoulder just up the top. See what the gap he's got over Reynard. He can't see Reynard, so you'll be happy with that. He does another look through these switchbacks, which gives him an opportunity to see where Reynard is. So he can just ease off slightly and roll to the line. The second victory here today in the 450s. 1 to Goosen, 1 to him, but the overall should be going here to Tristan Purdon, especially because it's the second heat of the day, but also because of the gap between himself and David Goosen compared to the gap between Goosen and himself in heat number 1. Celebratory salute as he came over the 1 step up, and there you go, he's a happy man. Saluting the supporters on the sideline. Checkered flag is out. Tristan Purdon is your second victor in 2021 in the 450 class. Reynard's going to come through for second place. Starts his championship campaign off relatively well. And third place, David Goosen surviving, maintaining the third place, even though he went down after that little incident between himself and Anthony Reynard up at the fly racing section. Jesse Wright's in fourth, and Brad Cox finishes up in fifth place. It's unofficially, of course, at the moment. Jaden Proctor in sixth, Marco de Freya ahead of Leonard de Toy, Johan Vogelsang and Ricky Roth making up the top 10. Goose just being asked to come down to the podium. And we're going to get a chance to catch up with Tristan Purdon, or possibly with David Goosen might be the better option for the interview down there, just as a heads up for our interviewee. Might be one to chat to. We've already chatted to Tristan Purdon today about his victory. Let's go down and catch up with David Goosen.
Your race comments? It's hot and bothered, yeah, but very cool. First round of the year, I'm pretty happy with that. So 2 podiums on the 450 and the track's beaten up now, so we're really hanging on. So yeah, very happy. Thanks to everybody, thanks to the team, Husqvarna Factory Racing, everyone involved. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Nice one there from David Goosen. To find out what he thought about that incident between himself. Was it his fault or was it Anthony Reynard's fault? I think he realized it might have been his fault. That's why he was so cool, calm and collected and politically correct in his assumptions of what went wrong. There, the two of them having a little conversation about what went down there between the two of them. But it ended up with, of course, Reynard getting second and Goosen getting third. The winner, though, Tristan Purdon. He'll be on the top step of the podium and in the gates right now. MX3s and ladies about to go out for their second heat of the day. And speaking of the heat of the day, yes, it is certainly at its highest at this point in time. We're at 35 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, and you just heard from David Goosen how hot it is out there on track.
I saw. And then this.
Marshals are good. Guys ready for medic?
Watch my cable. Sorry. Come on.
Top 3 450 riders. Well done, boys. Excellent start.
Official podium there, of course, with Tristan Purdon on top. Alongside him, Anthony Reynolds in second place and David Goosen in third. The 450's second heat of the day.
There's no time left, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Yeah, we don't know.
Welcome back to Terra Topia for action now from MX3s and the ladies combined. Grant Frerichs taking the victory in the first heat for the 30 pluses and overall. It was Ian Topless in second place who took, of course, the honours in the 40 plus category, and he was second overall. And then it was Dwayne Kleinans second in the 30 plus class and third overall in the MX3s. Ladies was Kayla Raff, Leah Haygate and Jadine DeLima. More of the same about to happen as that 5-second board moves to the sideline. Gates drop and we're racing towards turn 1. It's Frerichs looking for the whole shot this time. Is he going to be outgunned again by Dwayne Kleinans? No, Frerichs this time cements it and gets through. Kleinans into second place, Topless into third. As they come through there, it's Jaco Smit in fourth place, forcing 44, a little bit high up and wide for Bruce Viljoen. But Viljoen eventually gets through there and finishes up in fifth place as they go down towards turn 2. Looking at the ladies just in the background, trying to pick up whether it was Jadine DeLima who got the whole shot in the ladies category. It was again DeLima who gets the whole shot in the ladies class. So a fantastic effort from her to have 2 whole shots on the day to outgun the reigning champion, multiple SA champion, of course, 4 times in a row there for Kayla Raff. If he knows what she's doing on a motorcycle when it comes to the dirt side of things. But she's got some competition this year, and it comes in the form of Jadine DeLima and Leah Haygate. Watch out for the two of them fighting to keep her at bay. Across the line goes Frerichs, and Shannon Frerichs on the sideline. They're giving lots of support to her man as Topless closes in and looks for a chance to possibly spoil the day there for both Dwayne Kleinans and for Grant Frerichs. Doesn't have to worry too much about the two of them ahead of them. They are in slightly different classes in terms of their age category. But remember, in this class, most of these riders only want the overall honours. They're not too worried about the class categorization that happens as per age in this class for MX3s. Raff looks like she's got through and moved up to the lead of the race now, ahead of DeLima, and now hangs on to potentially another victory in the ladies category for motocross in 2021. Kleinans still in second behind Frerichs. Frerichs behind them comes Topless, that man right there. Out of Africa, Monster Energy, and running hard. Oh, problems for 74. Crashing out there by the looks of Philip Harper. Looks like a big one too. There's a chain coming off that bike. Is that DC going to go and help him out there? I think it was. Yeah, DC going to help him out, try and get the chain back on the motorcycle. Looks like he had a big one there because the peak has gone missing on his helmet as well. There's always a big crash when you lose your peak. Watch Frerichs by the time he gets down to Natal at some point in this season. If we do a national in Natal, if COVID all works out well, we'll probably see Grant Frerichs running no peak when we get to Natal, similar to what he used to do in Pinetown in the Supermoto Championships. All 3 of the Frerichs brothers used to run peakless in Pinetown. Top 3 getting away now. Controlling things from the front. Bruce Viljoen is in 4th place with Jaco Smit on his tail. Oh, Kayla Raff with a mistake. Kayla Raff with a big mistake there and crashing out. We heard there from David Goosen how rutted and hard this track is becoming to ride. Even more difficult than what it has been all day long. So you heard it from David Goosen himself. He said you're hanging on out there. And if you're not hanging on, there's a good possibility that's what could happen. Kayla Raff doesn't normally make mistakes like that, but she was caught out there. It could have been a costly one. Possibly means the Lima's gone through. Pick up and see if that's the case as they come through the first 3 now. The leader tread KTM out front of Topless in 3rd. Ian Topless hanging on for 3rd place at this point in time. There you can see riding back into the pit lane Philip Harper after that big crash of his. I think it's Jadine DeLima now that leads things out in the ladies category after that uncharacteristic mistake from Kayla Raff. Was it possibly Leah Haygate? It might be Haygate that might have taken the lead there. It is. Haygate's taken the lead of the ladies ahead of Jadine DeLima. Kayla Raff is behind the 127 of Dion DeToy, so she's got a bit of work to do now to close in on Haygate and DeLima. Topless still 3rd, but looking to close down on Dwayne Kleinans. Looks like Raiden Wills has just joined us as well. Some of the action that's happening out on track. Some youngsters stepping off the motorcycles and immediately coming to watch what's happening on the live stream. Anthony Chica, all the way from the United States, has also been with us almost all day long. I saw Cheryl McClellan joining us too from Belgium earlier in the day. So we had international coverage of the first round of this incredible MX Championship here in South Africa, and the dice for first, second and third heating up here in MX3s. Ferrex, Kleinans, Topless, and all within a couple of seconds of each other. Topless on the inside of Kleinans looking for that block pass, couldn't quite get there. And saw him coming, shut the door. Here comes Topless now around the high side. He can drive, no he can't. Door shut, we saw some action earlier on. There is Leah Haygate, leading lady. Just behind Jaco Smit then, it's Jadine De Lima on 77. And it might be Dion Toy just behind them as well on 127. And then you only see Kayla Roth. Topless getting the hurry up there from the sideline. Topless has won multiple SA championships in motocross in South Africa. Certainly knows exactly what to do in a scenario like this with two very fast riders ahead of him. Just waiting to pounce and catch them off guard if possible. Let's run here from him as he goes over that big step up at the back end of the circuit. Closing down on that leader tread KTM. Dwayne Kleinans, second lady is De Lima. She applying pressure onto the back end of Leah Haygate. Haygate soaking up that pressure and just maintaining that gap nicely. Roth seems to have fallen back slightly now behind Bruce Viljoen. Looks like a bit of work to do there for Kayla Roth. She's about 8 seconds back at this point. Once again, yeah, Topless closes on Kleinans. Kleinans seems to have an answer to Topless's pace through this section. There's certain sections on the track where Kleinans is good. There's some really good sections where Topless is exceptional. And they're both catching Grant Ferrex. I wonder if Ferrex is starting to feel the effects of possibly not enough time in the saddle, or does he just want to make a bit of a race of it here? Has he slowed up just to have some fun with these guys and fight it out a bit? Don't want to have a lonely ride again. That can to make, particularly with Dwayne Kleinans and Topless on your tail. You can see the hurry up that Shannon was giving him on the sideline, saying you better get a move on. These guys are hauling. There she is on the sideline now, waiting to give that board. Love to see what's on the other side of that board and what Shannon's telling Grant to do. It won't be one of those think and come with me ones. It won't be calm down. It'll be get angry or something like that. Because that's what you need to do in a scenario like this. Or like probably on the sideline of the American ones, they always say, get mad. That's what they're doing, getting mad out there. Doing a great job of putting on a good show. Coming up on Dakota Krobler, going past the young lady rider. This might help Ian Topless out slightly. No, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to capitalize on it. Neither is Dwayne Kleinans on Ferrex. Remember, those two are fighting for honours in their own class as well as for overall. So that's first and second in the 30 plus class, and first and second overall. I think Topless might have actually been caught out by, Topless was caught out by Dakota Krobler and has dropped right back now. Had to give way to the lady rider as she was possibly in the way on the one line that was available through that turn. Look at the gap that's opened up now from first and second to Topless in third. No, he definitely got caught out there, I think. If you're a slower rider on the track, the idea, of course, is that you hold your line and the faster rider will find a way through on you. But if there's only one line through the corner, that faster rider has to, unfortunately and frustratingly, wait for you to get through. Ferrex comes right past our commentary position now and heads back down the hill with Kleinans on his tail. Here's a good example of a corner that's only got 2 lines in it at the moment. In fact, there might be 3 because there's a Tristan Purdon high line out of that berm too. Is there a bit of a problem on that front wheel of Dwayne Kleinans? Just picking up on that last couple of shots of him. If we can get a shot, maybe a close-up of that front end of that bike. I wonder if there may be a slow puncture. So it looked like that front wheel was taking a little bit of strain. For X is okay. It's Kleinans I'm worried about in second. I think that could possibly have the issue. But it's very, very dodgy, that front wheel. Let's have a look and see. A nice shot here from our camera crew. They've done a great job today here. No, it looks okay. Just in certain sections as you're under braking, it might just be the pressure of the braking that's causing that front wheel to deflate slightly. Maybe just running very low tire pressures. Yeah, Haygate still maintains the lead here. She's actually up to 4th place overall on track as well. Looking to see whether it's Kayla Roth who's up in the second. It is. Kayla's got to 2nd place now. And there's enough time for her to possibly catch Leah and get past again. There is 2nd place Kayla Roth. Just up the road from her will be Leah Haygate. It's Jaco Smit behind them, and I think JD Nalim has dropped to 3rd and behind Jaco Smit. Coming out of the fly racing section now. This is the leader in the ladies. Three and a half minutes plus a lap to go in this MX3s and ladies combined. Maintains a nice margin over Kayla Roth. Can Kayla Roth do anything about it though? Let's have a look and see what the lap times are like as they cross over with about 3.5 minutes to go. Currently Leah Haygate 2:32.0s, Kayla Roth 2:34.8, so not enough to close in and pass. Can start any heat up again as Kleinans puts the pressure onto the back end of Ferrix. It's going well here, really pushing it to the limit to stay in front of Dwayne Kleinans. Fast House Savage Man beating out the leader Tread Man at this point in time, but how much longer can Ferrick soak up that pressure? Can he get it through the last 2.5 minutes of racing plus a lap? It's probably about 3 laps to go in this one, possibly 2. Yeah, that's last lap goes. Once again, Get Mad on the sideline there from Shannon Ferricks. See the gaps open up slightly again. 2 seconds on the last pass across the line. Ferrix just seems to have the ability to just hang in there and maintain his gap. Topper's still in 3rd, but a long way back. 23 seconds in fact between himself and Dwayne Kleinans in 2nd. You see what the gap's going to be between the 2 ladies. Go to Cobler being caught and passed now. It's behind her. It's a nice little fight to the back end of the ladies as well. Dion Dettori still continuing to circulate nicely as well there in 9th place overall. And if I look at his results, also 3rd in his class. So Dion Dettori will be 3rd in the class there. He stays in that 9th spot. Ferrix probably with a lap and a half to go, I would say. Great run here from him so far. Dwayne Kleinans has not let Ferrix get away at all. I expected Ferrex to get away and maintain his gap at the front end and control things from there, but he's been pressurised almost all race long there from Grant Kleinans. Hasn't let him settle down at all. The gap there now between our lady riders has gone up to about 9 seconds between Kayla Roth and Leah Haygate. So Haygate might be able to control things there for this last lap. MX3s have started their last lap. There's about half a lap to go for the ladies before they start theirs. And looking at the lap times, 2:30s out of Kayla Roth, 2:31s out of Leah Haygate. And with 9 seconds to make up, it might not be enough time for Kayla Roth to close in and catch and pass Leah Haygate unless she makes some mistakes on track. There is Haygate. Let's see, we can see where Kayla Roth is. She's just going down the bottom. Now that might be a big enough margin there for Leah Haygate to control and manage for this last lap and a half. Good run here from our two lady riders though. Jadine De Lima still hanging on for third. She's got a big enough advantage over her sister Cheyenne, Dakota Krobler, and of course Kayla Williams. There is Dakota Krobler. We've just been chatting about her. Massive improvements coming out of that young lady. She's done some great work. Toy closing onto the back end of Bruce Fillion. Nice little fight between them. Toy in the 30 plus class, third overall in his class, and Bruce Fillion fourth overall in his class in the 40 plus class. Ferrex with half a lap to go. Bit of pressure now from Brian Kleinans. Will he apply a bit more pressure than what you expected? Looks like he is. Sheldon Watkins just being lapped again, but doing a great job of being out there. Currently sitting in 10th place overall and 4th overall in the 30 plus class again for him. Getting to the fly racing section. They're on the last lap. There's only about a K to go for those riders where they are right now. And it's Ferrex. He looks like he's going to make it 2 out of 2 for the day. Good start to his welcome return to South African Motocross National Championship level racing. Plain sailing, and yet again another victory for Grant Ferrex here at Terra Topia. He'll be happy with that. Second place has crossed the line as Dwayne Kleinans right on his tail. And Ian Topless comes through for third place there. Waiting for the ladies now to come to take up their positions. Is it going to be Leah Haygate, or are we going to see a potential change up for those top two ladies as we look to close things down? Leah Haygate's still got her work to do. Jaco Schmidt still fighting hard there as well with Bruce Fillion. There is Leah Haygate heading down into the second half of the lap out of the 100% whoops. It's usually turn 2, but of course it's into a different section there as they come through.
Okay, let's get the bike on, boys.
Waiting for that checkered flag now for Leah Haygate. I think she's going to be able to control it to the line and keep Kayla Roth out. It was 8 seconds as they crossed the line as they started the penultimate lap, and on the final lap stayed at 8 seconds, so should be enough for Leah Haygate to come through there. Looks like we might have got 2 of our static cameras that have gone down there. We're going to get them sorted out as soon as possible, but now waiting as they come to the line for the ladies category. Will it be number 76 Leah Haygate, the next rider in shot? It is indeed. So Leah Haygate shares the spoils and the honours on the day for the ladies category with Kayla Roth. 1 victory apiece. She's stoked about that, that's for sure. Been working hard to try and get a victory ahead of Kayla Roth, and eventually one has come her way at national championship level. Kayla Roth will come through for second, and Jadine De Lima will finish up in third place in the ladies category. This is unofficial results, of course. It's Grant Ferrex from Dwayne Kleinans in Topless, taking the top 3 there. In MX3 is Leah Haygate from Kayla Roth and Jadine De Lima, the top 3. in the ladies. There are our top three waiting at the podium. We'll be joining them in a few minutes' time as we get to the podium celebrations, and maybe we'll catch up with Grant Ferrix after a good double win on the day and a welcome return to South African motocross racing. Maybe just want to give the heads up there to our interviewer down there, to Fricky, just to let him know that it is Grant Ferrix's welcome return to national championship level after a long off and out of racing, and a double victory on the day for him.
But on top step of the podium, Grant Ferrix, double win for the day. Excellent stuff from our MSU riders. Well done, boys. Thank you so much for the one-class racing, as always. Thank you very much, and take some of the riders and we're going to stick around for our top three.
So we've got our 65cc's down in the gate, ready to rock and roll, but before we go to them, we're going to Grant Ferrix down at the podium and catch up with him after a long off.
Back from a long layoff.
Yeah, it's good to be back at racing. It's been, I think, 8 years since I was last behind the gates at a national, so it's pretty good. You know, I just got to the age now where I can race vets, so I'm racing against like-minded people that have normal jobs and families and kids and everything else going on, and yeah, I'm loving it. You know, my fitness isn't quite there, but I'm working on it, so we'll get there. And looking forward to PE. I know the track's going to be rough, but I'm going to put in work now for the next few weeks, so it should be good.
Awesome to catch up there with Grant Ferrix, and look forward to seeing what he can do down in PE. Remember, PE is the second round of this championship. It falls on the weekend. I think it's on Easter weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be heading down there, and here comes the bumper for the 65s. Five-second ball, gates drop, and we're down into turn one. Here they go. Who's going to have the whole shot down into turn one? What a great start here from our 65cc competitors, as always. Looks like Blair Tilley is the man they're going to be catching down into turn one, and then Trent Valsecki with a much better start this time in second place as they head down into the battlefield here at Terra Topia. Yeah, it is once again Blake Tilley who leads things out. Valsecki now being outgunned there by the 29 of Blake Frost. Sven Larsen in the mix there as well, and two riders going down. Oh, that's a big one. 98 being one of them, or was it 96? I think it might be there. Eli Young, yes, 96. Eli Young, and just getting up in the background is that number 85. By the looks of things, it could be, who unfortunately has crashed out there in turn number one. But out front, there's no catching Blake Tilley as he starts to open up the margin to try and pull the gap right from the word go. He doesn't want Jack Pullen anywhere near him. He had to fight hard to eventually get through on Jack Pullen in the first race, but second heat is all about Tilley as he gets away at the front end again. Coming to complete the first lap in anger on his tail is Blake Frost. Behind that is Trent Valsecki. Then you've got the 5-1 of Aidan Henley. 94 coming into the mix as well. Didn't see much of him in the first heat, but good to have him up there. That's Trenton Kretzmann. Remember, we saw Kretzmann participating in doing the 250cc races. Now that they're out of the way and he's got the victories there, he can just have a little bit of fun here with these guys, practicing of course on the 65cc for the change up eventually that has to happen from 50s to 65cc's. But what a start there from him on the first time out. His third race of the day, which of course is going to put him in a slight disadvantage in terms of the fitness with these other riders, but needless to say he's right up there and pushing hard from the word go. 51 Henley in the mix there as well, of course pushing it to try and get that out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha of his up as high as possible. Just trying to see as Valsecki comes through there. There's Henley, and is that trying to pick, there he is. He's trying to pick up on how far back Jack Pullen was. He's a long way back with a bit of work to do. Nickel Smith actually just ahead of him. So he's actually fallen right by the wayside. I wonder if he got caught out there by that crash and maybe just got hindered slightly through turn 1 and 2 after those riders went down, and he had to take a slightly different line to what he'd normally take, and then got stuck in some traffic. We'll wait and see, and we'll keep an eye out on the progress of Jack Pullen, who's down in 6th and 7th place at the moment, fighting for honours just outside the top 5. And who leads things out though, Blake Tilley, just giving it all he can to stay ahead of Blake Frost. Frosty's starting to close down on him though. He's just behind. And then of course it is Trent Valsecchi. Valsecchi ahead of Aidan Henley. Gap now into, Jack Pullen's advantage over Trenton Kretzmann. 22 is Nickel Smith. Then you've got Sven Larsson. Sven Larsson's got Chris Brindley on his tail. And that's how things are at the moment in the 65s. Remember the 65s, if you think the bigger bikes are going to be taking strain out there on what David Goosen termed as a very hard track that you're hanging on for, the 65cc little wheels, you're going to be hanging on by the skin of your teeth and the skin of those blisters under the gloves that you're wearing. Rider down again as the Marburn medical team make their way down. Oh, Nenny needed a medical team for himself. They're just missing the drop-off point. It's Finley Walker who's on the side again, being helped out there by, of course, the man behind Youngblood Racing. 29 in the house though. It looks like Frosty definitely wants to make some maneuvers higher up in the 65cc battle. Looks to close down on the front end. It's not going to be an easy day to do that. That is for sure. Not when Blade Tilley's in the form he's in. Fastest lap of the race so far from Blade Tilley, 2 minutes 40.280, but a 2 minutes 40.790. Equidistant apart there between Tilley and Frost. It's Blade versus Blake. And will Frost to be able to do anything about Tilley ahead of him? Just see how hard these guys are working. Certainly not going to be easy there for the Alfie Cox man. He closes down on the back end to play Tilley out front. I see lots of yellow flags, I think, in this one, due to the fact that we got riders crashing out all the time because of the track and how it's starting to rut up and become so difficult. There you can see, both of the leaders being caught out by a rider stuck in the rut that they wanted to be in. Had to change their minds as they went into that turn. Fortunately, it didn't cost them too much time. Tilley lost a little bit of ground to Blake Frost, but was able to stay in the lead of the race, fortunately. And as you can see, all around the track, there's just 65cc's littered and stuck in ruts that they didn't want to get into. .36 still stuck in that rut, trying to get his way out. 96, I beg your pardon. It's like 36 is Eli Young again. He also had some issues in the first heat. Blade hangs on for now. Traffic is going to become a big factor, as it always does in the 65cc heats. Coming up around the outside of the 90 bike of Nick DeSantos. .65cc's in the house, and such a big field of riders. There's about 34 of them out there, if I'm not mistaken. So just action all around the track at all the time. Watching in the background for the progress of Jack Pullen, who's moved up to third now. Pullen's through on Trent Valsecchi. Watch out for Pullen, he's on a fly here big time. Last lap he did a 2:44, but I'm sure we're going to probably be seeing a 2:40 or 2:39 out of Jack Pullen now, as he's up to third place. Make it 2:36 in fact out of Jack Pullen. That's the kind of pace he's been able to find now that he's got a little bit of breathing space. So opening up that Husqvarna here is to try and close down on Tilley and Frost out front. Tilley goes through, Frost comes through, here comes third place. Jack Pullen absolutely hauling at this point in time, closing down both of the leaders. Definitely a man on the move. Yellow flag waving again as another rider goes down just in the foreground. But Jack Pullen is just staying upright and staying in control of his motorcycle. Hopefully he got his head on straight this time as well. Doesn't want to make any vital mistakes at this point as he starts to close down. And second place Blake Frost. far up the road is Frost. You can see from the body language on Jack Pullen, he's not too far up the road. Tilly hangs on to the lead for now. Still about 7 minutes of racing plus a lap to go. Third place battle starting to heat up as Pullen closes in on the back end of Blake Frost. He's got him now in his sights. Looking to find a way past. Sven Larsson goes down. Youngblood Racing, Sven Larsson unfortunately crashing out there as well. Could possibly losing 7th place there to Chris Brindley and to Trenton Kretzmann, who may have snuck through and got past him as he was on the sideline. 3 on 2 here. 3rd place closing in on 2nd. Can Pullen find a way through there? And Blake Frost, is he able to keep them out? Problems here for the number 12 as well, pulling to the sideline. It's gone down here, unfortunately, for Carl Pienaar. Mechanic being brought into the effect and trying to help that motorcycle sort out whatever the issue is. Pullen, he's absolutely hauling through that section. Look how nice that track is just rutted up and oozed up into a perfect motocross track. Blade hangs on for now. Can he keep it all together for the next 4.5 or so minutes of racing plus a lap? Great run here from Blake Tilly. He's just maintaining this lead. It's a 4-second gap he's got over the 2nd place riders that are fighting hard. Comes up on Minky Kaywood. One of our young lady riders in the 65cc class goes round her outside and disappears. VLA. I'm very happy with this one. Certainly going to be a man to watch out for in this season. That is for sure, is Blake Tilly. Blake Frost and Jack Pullen still fighting for 2nd and 3rd. It is slowing them down slightly. Although as I say that, the lap time doesn't say and concur with my thoughts. 2:35s out of Jack Pullen to close that gap down even closer between himself and Blake Frost. It's only 0.8 of a second, and in fact it's changed up to 2nd now for Jack Pullen. Pullen's through on Blake Frost and he's down to 3rd. So it's Blade Tilly now who has to try and control things for the next 3.5 or so minutes. Plus 1 lap, remember, and they're lapping in the 2:30, so probably about 3 laps to go. Jack Pullen, there he is, 2nd place. And that's the gap between himself and the leader, Blade Tilly. Vic Legacy Auto Racing man here flying at the front at the moment. Can he keep it all together ahead of Blake Frost? Well, he's been able to do that, but now Blake Frost has been bedded by, of course, Jack Pullen. Now, can Jack Pullen do anything about the man in front of him? Possibly spoil his day and steal that victory away with only a couple of corners to go. Leader crosses the line, completes another lap. Pullen in 2nd with some traffic now. Blade has got through the traffic and gone around the high side of a whole bunch of riders. Are we going to be able to say the same thing there for Jack Pullen? Jack Pullen might have to take evasive action on some back markers as they go down into the dip here. Pullen now holding, trying to close things down. Getting caught up by a couple of riders. Mohammed Noble, one of them, just not seeing the quicker rider come through, and he nearly goes down. And right in front of Jack Pullen. He actually went down and fell over to the side that Pullen was overtaking him on. He was very lucky to avoid the rider who went down there. Would have shaken him slightly, but I don't think it's going to faze him too much. His concentration, of course, is looking at that 125 in front of him, trying to close him down and get the race victory. That's cost him a little bit of time. With 2.5 laps to go. The yellow flag's waving down into that treacherous corner at the bottom end of the circuit. affect our leaders at this point, but it'll be something they'll have to keep an eye on as they come down there again if the yellow flags continue waving. Blade Tilly doing everything right at this point, and the yellow flags are waving, so he's headed to that section where the rider is down. Let's see who it is as they go through there. It's on the inside, so we don't see the rider's name or number, unfortunately, but there was definitely a rider out the way now, and they've got him back out of harm's way, so the yellow flag should be withdrawn at the top of that jump, hopefully. Blade still hangs on to that lead. It's about 2.5 seconds now over Jack Pullen, and Jack Pullen still controlling things in terms of the faster laps of this race. Possibly about 2 laps to go now as they pass this one. Using that 65cc to try and clear those big step ups and step downs on the bottom end of the circuit through the valley. On the back end of the back marker there, 32 by the looks of things. Being caught and passed there, one of our back markers. Ivana Fenter, that is, one of our lady riders in fact, so a good effort there from her, staying out of harm's way. So this is probably the second last lap, with about 42 seconds to go on the clock, and they've still got to do a lap after that, so penultimate lap possibly here for the 2 riders fighting for the win in the second win of the day in the 65cc. Oh, big look over the shoulder there from Blade Tilly to see how far back Jack Pullen is. He knows exactly what he's got to do now to try and keep the intentions of overtaking for the lead. The Jack Pullen side of things. Great run here from Blade Tilly though. He really has been in his zone here today at Terra Topia. A little bit of work to do now. He's got to find a way through there on Nate DeSantos again. He won't be hindered too badly by the back markers. He's got through on DeSantos. Looks like next one will be Minky Kaywood or possibly Chris Brindley that he's closing in on. Kaywood that he was closing in on there. Trying to find a way past. Taking the high line to try and stay out of trouble. Ooh, gets cut off there by the 69. So Ruben Kaywood didn't see him coming. Has that slowed him down enough? Oh, it has. It's slowed him down quite dramatically, and here comes Pullen in the background. Pullen trying to find a way around the outside of the back markers to stay out of harm's way. Well, Ruben Kaywood do a similar maneuver here. He didn't see the faster rider coming. Of course, he wouldn't know the faster rider's coming at all until that happens. And you get bombed up the inside by the quicker rider. But look at the gap now between Tilly and Pullen. And I would say probably going to be getting the last lap on this next pass. So last lap board now for Jack Pullen. Can he do anything about the leader Blade Tilly on this last lap and find a way past him? Magnificent recovery coming out of Jack Pullen here, considering he had such a bad start. Last lap board goes out, always let the lap last board. Last lap board is out, and it's Pullen versus Tilly. Here comes Jack Pullen. Look at the pressure he's putting onto the back end of Tilly. Tilly looking for a chance now to try and stay ahead. We've got yellow flags waving, possibly another rider down. Yes, we do. Oh, 2 riders in fact. Alex Cooper going down there, and looks like 28 is the other rider, Evan Frost. Alex Cooper gets back up and riding, so does Frost, but the 2 of them crashing out together. Blade Tilly now trying to hang on. 0.3 seconds the gap between them as they cross the line, so there's nothing in it there between the leader and second place, Tilly and Pullen. Another back marker to negotiate out on track. Very difficult now. Concentration levels are probably past what they're able to do. Now some more back markers to contend with. 124, Liam Carstens. Good move, diving on the inside. Carstens saw him coming, gave him a bit of breathing room and allowed him through as they go through the 100% whoops. So Blade this time gets the line he wants. Comes out, squares it off. Pulling behind him, trying to come through on the high line. Trying to get drive and carry momentum through the corners. He's only got half a lap to do it in, and I don't think Jack Pullen is close enough to do anything about potential win out of Blade Tilly here. Blake Frost, Aidan Henley and Sven Larsen came through officially for the first heat. Unfortunately, on the results sheets that I've now been able to pick up on the Telegram group, it looks like Blade Tilly, Jack Pullen and Trent Valsecki were excluded for whatever issues. So Blake Frost, Aidan Henley and Sven Larsen were given the victory in the first heats. This is going to change things up here dramatically if these three go through. Possibly because of them passing under yellow flags. That was jumping on the yellow flag section, so they've been watching for that very, very carefully. That's why you saw them not doing any of that. A checkered flag they can jump, that's for sure, and he's going to be jumping for joy as Blade Tilly comes through for the victory to beat out Jack Pullen and Blake Frost in third place. So the 65cc's learning a very hard lesson in the first race of the season there. Going back to that official result, of course, for race 1, the official result was Blake Frost getting the victory ahead of Aidan Henley and Sven Larsen, ahead of Nickel Smith and Alex Cooper. It was exclusion for Blade Tilly, Jack Pullen and Trent Valsecki as they came into the last part of the first heat of racing. The last part of the second heat of racing, though, change up there as Blade Tilly gets the victory, winning out over Jack Pullen and Blake Frost, and they'll be making their way down to the podium as we get ready now for the 85cc Pro Minis and Junior.
So for the rest of that.
into our minds in terms of racing as we get into the second heat of 85cc Pro Minis and the junior category. Oh, what a start there. Look at that, banging bars as they go up towards turn 1. Who's going to have the whole shot as they go through there? It is so close. Unbelievable. It's Jordan van Wyk who hits the front. The Ridgeway Race Bar man leads things out over the 18 bike. Oh, what a start. And you can see just how tight it's going to be there. 18, of course, is Neil van der Vyver, and he is going to have to work as hard as he can to keep out this big field of riders as they come hunting down for opportunities to be at the front end. Luca Maynard once again at the front again and looking for a chance to spoil the day there for everybody else. And it's Jordan van Wyk under attack from what is that? Look at that little Husqvarna diving on the inside there. And Neil van der Vyver hits the front for the first time as they go down into turn 4. Maynard's right there with him. Luca Maynard going to go for the lead as they get down to the bottom end of the field. And yes, he gets there. Oh, we've had 3 leaders in the space of the first third of this race. Unbelievable stuff in the 85cc Pro Minis. And eventually they sort things out down in the Valley Road. Or do they? Because Maynard comes up the inside again and looks to get through there on the hard-charging Neil van der Vyver. Van der Vyver versus Maynard. Maynard versus Van der Vyver right behind them. Oh, what a shape, big time. I think that might have been Liam Berta. It was just literally bike left, right, and nearly threw him out the front door. Very, very lucky to survive that one. Van der Vyver now settles down slightly behind Luca Maynard. Luca Maynard just gets things sorted out himself. There's problems there for third place. Oh, and Trey Cox banging into the side. Oh, it wasn't. I thought it might have been Fernando Boy, but it was actually Emmanuel Bakker on the gas who was so out of shape. Emmanuel Bakker was literally left, right on that gas and managed to stay upright only just. Trey Cox banged into the side of him to find a way past and eventually makes the stick. Remember, Cox looking for another victory here today after he's taken his first one ever at national championship level. A bit of work to do now for Trey Cox to close down on the top 2, but they've opened up a little bit of a margin over him due to his having to take evasive action on the left and right and sideways machine. There's a quick glimpse at our 65cc podium. Congratulations once again there to that young man, and let's see if we can maybe, no, we're not going to catch up with him, we're going straight back into the racing here. Well, from the 65 to the 85cc Pro Minis. Cox, on the break. And the gas there, of course, is Emmanuel Bakker. But it's Maynard who leads out ahead now of Neil van der Vyver. Maynard through the 100% groups. Behind him comes Neil van der Vyver, Husqvarna and Leop Racing. Trey Cox out in third place. Behind him comes Emmanuel Bakker. With some work, he just settled himself down ever so slightly. And they line up in the form of Bjorn Deploy and Liam Buerta. Josh Williams in there as well. Jordan van Wyk seems to have dropped back ever so slightly. Not sure where he ended up, but he definitely he's not in that first 5 as it says on the timing monitor. He might have fallen by the wayside somewhere on the track there. We'll wait and see if we can pick him up somewhere on track a bit later on in this heat. Remember, this is a 15-minute plus 1 lap as well. And Luca Maynard looking to get it done as quickly as possible. Van der Vyver hangs on for second place. Third place is Bakker still. Bakker closing down on Van der Vyver slowly but surely. Trey Cox in there as well. Cox just ahead of Emmanuel Bakker, remember, there for the 3 and 4 spot. Bakker with some work to do now to close down both on Van der Vyver and on Trey Cox. Two minute 26 from Luca Maynard on his second lap. 2 riders down. One of them is bike number 5. That is Tyler Peterson. And is that just trying to pick up 44 is the second rider, Andrea Maynard. So Andrea Maynard and Tyler Peterson coming together, both of them crashing out. Neil van der Vyver still hangs on for that second spot, but he's lost a lot of ground. It's almost 3 seconds up the road to Luca Maynard, who's setting the pace at the front. There he is. There is the second place rider. And you can just see in the background Trey Cox starting to close down on the 2 of them. Cox in the 229s at the moment. 226 is coming out of Luca Maynard, so he sets the pace. Cox has got to get into a rhythm and see what he can do about first of all closing in and then passing. And also keeping an eye, of course, on the rearview mirrors for that gas of Emmanuel Bako from Zimbabwe. Here's your first four in full flight. 5th place, 199 beyond deploy. Jordan van Wyk not too far behind him. He's dropped down to 6th place now for the Ridgeway Race Bar team. It's Liam Buerta in 7th and Josh Williams with Seth Young. Ryan Adler also out of Ridgeway Race Bar up to 10th now ahead of Tyler Peterson. Nathan Kuhn is at 12th. It's Andrea Maynard and Phil Johnson. Tristan DeRoe in 15th. And at this point in time, remember, it's Tyler Peterson that leads things out on bike 5 with the 85cc juniors. He's ahead of Andrea Maynard on 44. And Maynard actually coming together there earlier on. It's dropped down quite a bit. Damien Fenter just ahead of Kasim Hassim, and then Blake Osner, Timo Topra, Katlego Makani. It's Ashton Martin down in 22nd and Louis Mostert, who is fighting at this stage for the top 20 honours. .226 now out of Luca Maynard, so continuing to set the pace at the front end. It's going to be a tough man to beat if that's the kind of pace he's setting. 226 is out of front of Fafa, 27s, and oh wow, in fact, a 225.9 out of Emmanuel Bako on that last pass. That's why he's caught Trey Cox so rapidly. Bako around the outside. He's looking a little bit ragged, but ragged is fast. He's just got to keep it upright. That's what he's battling to do. The handling on that bike probably not as good and not as tested as the other two, but take nothing away from the gas manufacturers. They build great motorcycles, and Emmanuel Bako seems to have just gelled with that bike of his very well. Closing on the back end of Trey Cox. Bringing along for the ride Vion Deploy, who's just behind them as well on 199. A three-way fight here for potentially 3rd place. Cox in a bit of trouble now with Bako closing in. Maynard still maintaining the lead. It's about a 3-second gap now. Maybe come down slightly there to 2nd place Neil van der Vyver. Rockstar Husqvarna running that Lead kit. Trying to close down on Luca Maynard in front. Maynard's done such a good job here today. Certainly in for an overall victory here if he can get the 2nd heat done. And I would also put him up there in light of rider of the day as well, because he really has been an aggressive young motocross combatant. Van der Vyver trying to recover after not such a great outing in the first heat. Results there for him, of course, put him down in 5th place in the Pro Minis. It was Cox, Maynard, Emmanuel Bako and Vion Deploy who beat him out in the first heat. So it's pretty much the same contestants yet again back at the helm here for Heat 2. Bako closing in now on Trey Cox. Cox's confidence must be right up and high after his first victory at national championship level, but he knows just how difficult it is to race against Emmanuel Bako. Man from Zimbabwe is known for his very strong riding antics, and to make passes he will definitely put a wheel in where he shouldn't. Being a contact sport, he's gotten used to the fact that they can bang bars out there. Cox knows that and is going defensive, hoping to maybe catch him out. Neil van der Vyver setting the fastest lap of the race so far on that last pass in his attempt to close the 2.9 second gap down to Luca Maynard. He's gone down into the 2:24.9s. Fantastic run here from the gas rider from Zimbabwe. There is your leader, Luca Maynard. run today, isn't he? Still at the front of this race and still controlling things. Second place man though, Neil van der Vyver still controlling things in terms of lap times, and by doing so, we've got to change up. Bucko's got through. Bucko's got ahead now. Trey Cox for third place, but Cox is coming back at him and comes straight back at him. Take that, Emmanuel Bucko, and Bucko comes straight back at Cox. It's side by side. Oh, they are chopping at every single break point here. This is brilliant stuff here between Bucko and Cox. Eventually the gas just gets ahead down the bottom straight. Keeps it all the way through into the final turn. Cox now going to have to do some work to try and close him down. There you can see his dad on the sideline, happy about that. Emmanuel Bucko now ahead of Trey Cox for third place overall in the 85cc Pro Minis. Cox just squeezing through on some of the back markers. Bucko's been caught out by one of them there by the looks of it. Is that the 7 bike of Caden Visa, I think it was. Just slowed him up a little bit. Cox off the side of the jump. Oh, that was so close there for Trey Cox. Nearly missed the landing point completely. How many times we've seen that in the Cox family? Brad Cox, just take note of that. On a few occasions he's done exactly what Trey just did. And it ended up a lot worse for wear for Brad Cox than it did for Trey. He comes back at Bucko, tries to make him pay for what he's done to get into third place. Going to try and come back at him as soon as possible. High line from Cox, inside line from Bucko. Minard controlling things at the front end, and he's opened up the margin a bit bigger now. It's a lot bigger, in fact, between himself and Neil van der Vyver. 2.2, it's gone to 2.7. So half a second there between them on that last lap. Looks like it's getting even bigger out there now for Luca Minard to try and hang on. Maynard having a fantastic run here, that is for sure. As he hangs on with about 2.5 minutes to go, plus a lap. Maynard crosses the line, another lap done. Still continues to circulate ahead. Neil van der Vyver and Emmanuel Bucko. Emmanuel Bucko is not going to have enough time, I don't think, to close down on van der Vyver. Though we will keep an eye on that. 4:23 further down. Ashton Martin is fourth place in the 85cc juniors as they go into the Asterisk S, as his leader of the overall position on track comes to overtake him. If we do get a chance, we're going to be looking for, of course, bike number 5. That's Tyler Peterson leading in the junior category. Find him somewhere, we might get a glimpse of him. Good possibility that these guys going the way they're going, they're probably going to lap him at some point as well. There he is, right on cue. That is the leader of the 85cc juniors, Tyler Peterson. Despite going down, has still been able to get up and continues to lead things out. He's got a good margin over Matthew Correa, the winner of race number 1, and Timo Topfer, who is now sitting in the third place in the 85cc juniors. So a good run here from the first place man in the 85cc juniors, Tyler Peterson. It's Ashton Martin fighting there with J410, Katlejo Makene. And some back markers now to be negotiated, and yeah, this could be a change-up. Cox going to use the back markers to his advantage. Will Trey Cox get through? Very good chance that Cox has got through there and ahead of Emmanuel Bucko. Just saw them getting into those back markers, and I think Trey Cox might have capitalized using those back markers to his advantage. Tyler de Bruin just getting in the way now of the leader. That could help out here a little bit for Neil van der Vyver's attempt to get to the front. Just held the leader up ever so slightly as they went through those turns. Now coming into the fly racing section and around the outside of Qasim Hassim. Well, tried to. Hassim just shut the door. Didn't give him any room to play there. He's in the, of course, 85cc junior class. You can see the slightly smaller wheels on that bike. Full-size wheels on the Pro Mini. And eventually gets past, but has that lost him some ground and some time there to second place, Neil van der Vyver. Van der Vyver doing an amazing job there for second as the last lap board comes out. Now, can Van der Vyver do anything here on this last lap to close down and pass the man in front of him, Luca Manhart? Just want to get confirmation as well. We're going to see Cox ahead of Bucko. Waiting for them to come through now. There is Bucko. Cox behind him, so he wasn't able to get through. Emmanuel Bucko hangs on for third. Only just ahead of Trey Cox though. .194, Timo top for that third place in the 85cc juniors. Just too far back from Tyler Peterson to do anything about the lead, or possibly even Matt Correa for second. 169 coming through there as well. Good to see all the guys getting a little bit of a day in the sunshine there. That's Thor Johnson. 141 with some problems though, unfortunately for Christian Barrington Smith. He gets going again, one of the youngest riders out there in the 85cc Pro Mini class. He stepped up from 65s last year straight into the Pro Mini category on the big wheels. And here we go, problems for the leader. Manhart in trouble, stuck behind one of the back markers, and now that has given Neil van der Vyver a chance to have a go at him. Van der Vyver has a big look here. This is the final lap, remember. It's do or die time, and Luca Manhart very lucky to survive that. But Van der Vyver means business. He's not giving up now, and he's seen and had a bit of a sniff of the blood in the water here at Terra Topia. Can he do anything about it here on the last half of the lap? They go into the switchbacks here on the southern side of the circuit. Down into the switchbacks. Here comes Van der Vyver onto Manhart again. Manhart going defensive, trying to keep Van der Vyver out now. Kind of thought this would happen. Coming up on another back marker, that is Matt Correa, second place in the junior class. Winner of the first heat, remember, in the juniors. And a little mistake there from Luca Manhart. Is that going to be a chance now yet again for Neil van der Vyver to have a go at him? Watch these two. There's going to be everything they've got out of these two motorcycles down the back straight now and into the valley. Very, very close stuff here between Manhart and Van der Vyver. Van der Vyver, I think, might just be lacking about half a bike length as they come to the line. It's very, very close, but it's going to be Luca Manhart. He's going to hang on only just to win it out and beat out Neil van der Vyver. You can see the disappointment there. He tried so hard to try and find a way through and just got the wrong line past that back marker. If he'd gone the other way, the back marker could have saved the day for him. But incredible stuff out of our Pro Mini category yet again here at Terra Topia. The third last heat of the day. Luca Manhart taking it from Neil van der Vyver. Emmanuel Bucko hanging on to take out third place ahead of Trey Cox. And that is very, very good stuff for him in terms of this championship. It's going to open this championship up big time, because remember, we've already seen some victories out of other riders here today. And Luca Manhart will be very happy with that. Van der Vyver in second and Bucko in third. And Manhart should be able to get enough to take the overall victory here for the race day win. Tyler Peterson, there he is, picking up on our 85cc junior rider. He is the leader at this point in time with half a lap to go for him. Looking to second place, of course, that will be none other than Matthew Correa. We just saw him come across the line. So Correa has actually taken the checkered flag, if I'm not mistaken, because he was passed by the leaders just before they came to finish their laps. And Tyler Peterson going to be taking it to the line now. He comes up on the back end of Caden Visa. He won't be too worried about back markers. He knows he's got a comfortable margin over the second place rider. In fact, he doesn't even have to worry about the second place rider, because he's already pulled off the circuit, having been lapped on that last lap by both the leaders. Peterson goes around the high side of Visa and gets past him. Through fly racing for the last time today in anger. And a great effort here from the young man. Take a victory here for the second time of asking. Tyler Peterson was second in the first heat, beaten out of course by Matthew Correa. This time out he's reversed the role, and he's reversed it by a huge margin, so it should give him the overall victory for the day as well here in the 85cc juniors. Up next, we're going to be heading into our MX2s. The 250cc class are probably going to be down in the gates already waiting for us, and we'll try and catch up with that podium ceremony as well for all of the action that happened here in the 85cc Pro Minis and Juniors. And you have him up on the podium there on the gas bike number 10 from Harare, Zimbabwe, Emmanuel Bako. Neil van der Vijver being told to smile. I think you can quite see the smile through those masks for COVID. Taking second place, and a great effort there from Luca Minart to win things out there. And that is definitely a great battle to watch out for in 2021.
Well done, boys. Excellent stuff. We're going to catch up with our junior riders now. Last couple of pictures for our Pro Minis. And then we're going to celebrate with our junior riders before we see the MX2 penalty get out of track for their warm-up lap. So, well done to our top 3 of the Pro Minis.
Sighting lap now for our MX2s. Their second heat of the day's action here at round 1 of Cannabis Energy and TRP's National Motocross Championships in Terra Topia. We're just outside of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, a massive thanks for the support so far today. We've literally had some great action on track and some great action that's been passed all around the world as well, showing what South Africa is doing in COVID to keep our national championship racing up and running. First time of asking, of course, Tristan Purden taking the victory over Cam DeRoe and Anthony Reynard. That was your top 3 in heat number 1. They beat out David Goosen, Dalton Fenter and Jaden Proctor. Mark Cardi in 7th, Leonard Dutoy in 8th, ahead of Christian Cilliers and Scotty Haygate. Royce Griffith, Alistair Drennan, Sherwin Mumba, Kieran Conway and Michael Baker make up the 15 riders on track at the moment, and making their way back down over this little sighting lap to see how things have changed. Now, we really know from interviews that we've heard so far that the track is rutting up and getting extremely difficult to ride. And now with 250s and one of the most competitive categories we've got in SA racing, should be very interesting to see who can stay upright and Who can get to the checkered flag first here in the second heat of MX2s. There you get another example of just how dusty it's got here compared to the earlier heats in the morning. I've tried to put water down in between the heats as much as possible, but there's only so much you can do when we're sitting with current ambient temperatures of over 30 degrees Celsius, even though it's late in the afternoon. The heat has been a big factor. We also heard that in some of the interviews. And as we've seen with some of the riders, 4 races on the day means your fitness level has to be at its optimum. Some of them battling a little bit with fitness, not quite there yet. Second round of this championship heads down to the incredible Rover motocross track in Port Elizabeth on the 2nd and 3rd of April. It's the Easter weekend, so should prove to be an interesting bit of maneuvering that's going to happen for that one. Assuming the riders make it down there also to see what's going to happen. Of course, hopefully no more negotiations from our family meetings that we have on occasions, when things change dramatically in terms of events and what you can do. Everybody sticks to the plan and sticks to the COVID rules and continue racing. That's exactly what we're asking everybody here to do and everybody around the world to do. Final prep being done down on some of the gates there by the officials and of course assistance to the riders. See a little bit of digging work being done there by Mrs. Goosen. So interesting to see a couple of riders taking out some goggles just for the warm-up lap and then getting a new set of goggles there for the heat itself. A couple of them taking some water and just pouring it down their backs to get as much cooling as they can. As I said, with temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius at the moment, makes it for very tough conditions to go racing in. Mark Carty getting a little bit of water in lastminute.com there along with Cam DeRoe. Under starters orders now, DeRoe on the left-hand side of the start gate. Tristan Purden, his closest and arch rival, on the right-hand side. Watch out for Linda DeToy, Mark Carty and Goosen as the 15-second board gets put up now. It changes to 5. Gates about to drop, and here we go towards turn 1. Fantastic start from Tristan Purden. Great start yet again from Cam DeRoe, and he holds shots by a country mile as they go into turn 1. It's DeRoe from Purden. Goosen on the inside of Purden into turn 2. And there you can see the champion from last year, Anthony Reynard, just diving through for 4th place. Can he make it stick though for 4th? Looks like he's side by side with David Goosen and Purden. Purden forces him onto the high side of the track and he gets through onto the inside and eventually sneaks through for their 3rd place. Dalton Fenter right on their tail. Then it's Christian Saliers. Good drive there so far from the two of them, and Mark Carty just behind them as they come up towards the top end of the circuit for the first time and towards the Fly Racing corner. Unbelievable action amongst the 450s and 250s today, particularly in the 250s. And expect a big battle now between Cam DeRoe and Goosen. Goosen wants to take a victory here. gets on the inside line and takes the lead as they come to the start-finish area. But a new leader for the first time out in the 250s. It's now David Goosen. He wants to try and control things from the front ahead of Cam Deroe and Reynard. Reynard ahead of Purdon. Purdon ahead of Dalton Fenter and Celias. If they tuck in behind there, looks like it might be Scotty Haygate, who is just behind the two Yamahas that are fighting hard there. Good start there from Scott Haygate if it is him. Much better start coming out of him, that's for sure. Let's see if it is, if I'm just going to get that number as he comes through. Yeah, it is Scotty Haygate who's just ahead there, I think, of Mark Cardy. And Royce Griffin in the mix as well. Dalton Fenter out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha closing in on the Red Bull KTM of Tristan Purdon. Out front, it's the Rockstar Husqvarna. Dragon Energies, Anthony Reynard in the middle, and all of them fighting for honours here in the Cannabis Energy National Motocross Championships. 39 is Celias. Christian has been fighting hard to get the factory ride, and eventually it's come his way with out of Africa. Monster Energy Yamaha, definitely a man to watch out for with Dalton Fenter and his teammate. At this point in time, Fenter's got a slight advantage on him. The advantage starting to be opened up ever so slightly now as well at the front end by David Goosen ahead of Cam Deroe. Deroe and Reynard and Purdon. And Dalton Fenter, 5 bikes. And all 5 within about 4 seconds of each other. That's starting to be a big factor, as we said it would be by the end of the day's racing. The track is also rutted up into such an incredible motocross track. Reynard now under pressure from Purdon. Purdon on the high side. He likes the high lines around these corners, but Reynard knows that and goes across to cut him off. This time he goes on the high side on the second part of the fly racing section, and the fly racing rider gets through on Reynard. But Reynard comes straight back at him. Oh, looks like Purdon might have gone down. No, he had a big moment there. Nearly had a big one. Nearly got thrown out the front door, but very lucky to survive that one. Sure. Tristan Purdon going to have a change of shorts, please, turn 2. Just saying and singing his praises that he did a great job in front of his own sponsor at his own sponsor's corner, and then just nearly throws it away coming out of that section. Has recovered though, hasn't lost any positions to Dalton Fenter or to Christian Celias, who's just behind them. At the front, David Goosen controlling it by 0.2 of a second on the last pass on this first lap ahead of Cam Deroe. And to that asterisk S they go. Pushing it to the limit now will be just important to try and recover from that mistake he made. Not to do anything about the riders in front of him now after that little incident, but didn't really faze him. Remember, as I said to you, if you watch the first couple of heats, he went down at the Northern Regions, crashed out with David Goosen, in fact, got back up and still was able to get through to take a victory. So it's going to be a tough one for him today. Looking down the field as well, trying to pick up on the rest of that pack. It's Reynard and Purdon, currently 3rd and 4th on track. Dalton Fenter behind them. Fenter just hasn't had an answer to close that gap down on Purdon, even though he made that little mistake. Pressure on David Goosen now from Cam Deroe. Deroe goes on the high line, comes to try and get the drive out of that bottom turn. Very treacherous corner all day long there. We've seen a couple of riders with some problems in that area. Both of these riders giving 100% through that section. Probably a bit more than that even. Particularly from Cam Deroe as he tries to find a way through there on the Husqvarna. Deroe sliding out of that corner. You can see how traction is becoming a big factor here as well. And the lack of it out there, making those tyre choices vital. And of course the tyre pressures that they're going to run going to be just as vital in these tricky conditions. The track starts to rut up and gets even rougher and rougher. The more reliant you are as a rider on that tyre pressure and the ability for the rubber on those tyres to get the grip you need. Using the high lines now, trying to use the berms to keep him on track. Reynard doing a similar kind of a line through there and then cutting across at the last moment to close down on Cam Deroe. Purdon hasn't recovered yet to the back end of this three-way battle for first, second and third. The reigning champion certainly has as he gets onto the back end now of Cam Deroe. Mark Cardy, but further back in the field, currently sitting down in 9th place, just inside the top 10. Hardy has had some great outings in the Northern Regions and the Mayfair Gearbox Series, but of course now needs to put it all together at National Championship level. Big change up there as they came through. Lead change as Cam Duro found a way past Arne Goosen, caught him just opening up the door ever so slightly. You don't want to do that with Cam Duro on your tail. Duro will make you pay big time, and he has. Rip off as he goes across the top there. Clear vision now that he's got through and made that maneuver stick and trying to get the gap down now and away. Tear off is what it's called, rip off as well. A good rip strip on those goggles. Has he got a rip strip or has he got a tear off? We're not sure. He knows 100% you can have both. As they go down there, you can see just how hard he's working to keep out the hard charge once again from David Goosen, trying to return the favour after he lost that position. Fighting hard now to get back at Cam Duro. He's closed the gap down again dramatically. It's within half a lap that he's been able to close back down onto the back end of Cam Duro, looking to get back and up the inside of him. Very, very close stuff between these two riders as they come through the fly racing section. On the inside, we've already seen David Goosen. That's the kind of maneuver he wanted to move on Reynard in the last 450, and then he went down, and now he's trying it on Cam Duro in the 250s. That's a big look, but Duro just keeps him honest. Husqvarna versus KTM. Oh, look at the massive air time that he got there, trying to pass him in the air. Gets onto the power now through the last turn. As they cross the line there, or side by side across that line. Goosen fighting hard to try and find a way through here on Cam Duro. Oh, left and right whips as they go down into the valley again. Tristan Purdon just behind them. Look at how tight it is. This is amazing stuff here for 250s. This is what 250s is all about. Oh, big move and looking for a block pass there. Has he been able to make a stick? Yes, he has. Oh, they tangle. They tangle and nearly take up the cameraman on the inside line. Oh, that cameraman got a great shot as they went on the inside. David Goosen eventually block passing on Cam Duro and finding a way past. It's the only way he could get through. He had to force his way past, and the two of them tangled up. That's allowed Reynard into the mix now. So Reynard has closed that gap down. Oh, and Goosen makes a mistake. He makes a big mistake and allows Cam Duro back into the lead. So there's just mistakes being made here, left, right and centre, and action aplenty in this 250 second heat. Brilliant stuff. This is what 250s is all about. MX2s has been arguably one of the most competitive classes in South Africa, never mind just in motocross. Bar banging again here between Goosen and Duro. Duro now trying to open up. Have a look at this. That's the block pass that Goosen put in. He just locks up. He actually puts his elbow into the front fender there of Cam Duro, keeps the inside line, and then Duro almost gets taken out by Reynard. Reynard going on the high side, saw him coming, shut the door. So that's how it all happened. And of course this is what happens as we get into the mix of it here. Might get a chance to have a look at it in slow-mo as well. But it's Cam Duro from Goosen, Goosen from Reynard, Reynard from Purdon. 4 riders in the mix now. And just behind them, closing down, is 5th place. There's a possibility that 5th place rider could be in the mix any second now if they continue to have the fight that they're having. Duro from Goosen, Goosen from Purdon now as he dives on the inside of Reynard. And takes away that 3rd spot from the champion and then makes a mistake. Squares it up though, gets the drive from the KTM, fortunately didn't lose any ground. Yamaha rider didn't see what happened there and he could have capitalised, but unfortunately was just too far back to capitalise on that small mistake from Tristan Purdon. Clear vision once again there from Purdon as he goes down into the valley jumps, getting towards the finish line. Oh, here we go again. Goosen and Duro. Duro goes high, Goosen cuts back. Heading down the hill, watch for the opposite whips. No, they stay together this time. Same whip side this time to try and avoid crashing into each other. Dalton Fenter closing down on those first 4 again. We could have a 5-way battle for first place here. Fenter can just bridge that gap ever so slightly. This is where it all went down through that asterisk S. And in the asterisk S, it was Goosen who managed to block pass and get his way into the lead. And then only a couple of corners later made a small mistake to allow Duro back into the front. Purdon now trying to find a way through there on Goosen. Goosen keeping him honest. Keeping him out for now, but there is a fantastic move there from Tristan Purdon. Can he keep it all together on that inside line? He can. Slots up into 2nd place, so a change up for the 2nd spot on the track. First time we've seen Purdon into 2nd. Oh, Goosen looks like he might have made a small mistake coming out of that turn. No, just missed out and tried to find a way back at Tristan Purdon, but wasn't able to make it stick. Rowe, Purdon, Goosen, top three. Reynard behind them, waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. The two KTMs and Husqvarna in front of him. Reef Tanker Services, Red Bull, KTM up front ahead of the TRP, Red Bull, KTM of Tristan Purdon. Very good run here from Reynard as well, staying out of trouble. Man who is king in this sport in 2020 and runs the number one plate, waiting for something to go wrong here, to pick up the pieces if it does. Possibly waiting for a little bit later on in this race. We've about 6.5 minutes to go plus a lap, and here comes Purdon. Purdon looking for a way past on the road. 2 weeks ago we saw this battle, almost exactly the same kind of riding between the two riders, except in treacherous downpour and rainy conditions. This time out it's all dry, it's dusty. The road wants the second victory. Here comes Purdon though, looking to get the drive alongside him. Look at the drive he got off that last jump, holds onto it through the last corner and takes the lead. Tristan Purdon leads out now over Cam Deroe. So a man who wants the 250 championship, definitely wants to fight for it this time. On 41, ahead of number one, ahead of 21, and then 58 in the middle of them as well. The man who didn't come to the party with a 1 on his bike was 58 Cam Deroe. Everybody else has got a 1 at the front end of this field. Coming through on some back markers there, that's 43. They've just gone through there on Michael Baker. Michael Baker incredibly in 9th place in the second heat. So they've lapped up to the 9th spot at the moment. 58. Cam Deroe looking to return the favour here on Tristan Purdon. TP is not going to let that happen. He's worked too hard to take the victory in the first heat. He wants a double win here over Cam Deroe in the second one if he can, to lead a nice margin going into the second round of this championship in PE on the Easter weekend on the 2nd of April. 2nd, 3rd and 4th of April is when we head down to Rover Motocross Track for round 2 of the Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships. Purdon now starting to close onto the back end now. Another back marker to contend with. It's going to be Sherwin Mumba. I think it was Sherwin Mumba just staying out of harm's way. Just a little bit of a tougher time there to Cam Deroe, which has allowed once again the 21 Husqvarna to close in on Deroe. Different line there from David Goosen to do that. Behind him it's a hard charge of Reynard. Reynard hasn't given up the ghost just yet either. He certainly wants to be back on the podium here in the 250s. Here comes a move from Gusto. And the inside line goes high and wide and tries to get the cut back to get the drive down onto that valley road. Step down. Step up. Another step as they go through there as Purdon crosses the line. That's the gap he's got now over second place Cam Deroe. Here comes Reynard. Reynard putting the pressure on and going on the inside. He got phenomenal drive on the Yamaha down that valley road and squeezes Goosen out. Goosen loses out there to Anthony Reynard as they came through. Now coming up on the back end, I think, of is that Royce Griffin they're closing in on? I think it might be 37. No, in fact that's Kieran Conway. Conway going to just try and avoid the intentions that have been shown here by the top 3 riders fighting for honours for second place. The leaders left them behind ever so slightly because they're fighting so hard. Defensive riding coming out of Goosen to keep out Anthony Reynard. He's trying to go on the attack to get through on Cameron Deroe as well. Not always easy to do, fight and defend at the same time. But what is required in the sport when you're in this kind of situation and this scenario? The idea is that you should concentrate on the attack and the defense will take care of itself, but sometimes you've got to just slam the door shut in your opponent's face. This usually means an elbow or a fender, possibly an elbow or a fender and a thrown set of goggles. His name is Michel Pichon. So, Goosen closing on the back end of the road. 3.9 seconds up the road to Tristan Purdon, so he can just control things from the front there. Let's see if he's able to do just that. Rowe, Goosen. Goosen using the inside line on this turn. Exiting to what is turn 2 off the start line. And of course the second part, he's around the high side this time, looking to get the drive. Oh, it's going to be side by side here between Goosen and Rowe. Husqvarna was out of shape and tries to come back into the fly racing section. Here comes Anthony Reynard along to the right as well, looking to try and spoil the day here for the KTM and the Husqvarna ahead of him. High line from Goosen again. Watch him cut back and try and get the drive down into the Valley Road. Rowe knows he's coming. Oh, down now, side by side. This is what it's all about. Husqvarna versus KTM. 250 versus 250. Husqvarna just seems to lose out on the top end there, but look at him come back on the aerial time that he's able to get on the inside. Watch for the traction control now kick in. If there was any, that's for sure. That's what exactly we're looking for right now. As he goes around the high side, is he going to be able to get through? He is side by side yet again. Similar whips as they go down into the valley one more time. Goosen on the inside, DeRoe on the outside. And DeRoe still hangs on. Unbelievable riding here out of Cam DeRoe to keep out David Goosen. Both of these guys with international experience, never mind the local championship experience that they've had. Cam DeRoe, of course, spending a lot of time overseas. He got a little bit of injuries with these riding overseas, but those injuries definitely don't seem to be hindering him now. Speaking of injuries, the one that David Goosen had certainly isn't hindering him at all, but now he's under attack from Reynard. He'll be watching out for the attack and the attempt to get past on him for third place from Anthony Reynard. As I said, just try and concentrate as much as you can on the attack mode as opposed to the defensive mode, and that's what he's doing to try and close up again on Cam DeRoe. Dalton Fenter's into the mix as well. Fenter in the background has slowly but surely snuck up there in that all-black kit, almost like a stealth bomber. There he is, for the Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha team. So we've got two Yamahas, a KTM and Husqvarna, trying to close down on that man there, Tristan Purdon on the Red Bull KTM out front. David Goosen again looking for a way through on Cam DeRoe. He's tried every which way to find a way back into second place ahead of Cam DeRoe. Ali Drennan getting out of the way. He realizes there's big trouble coming his way. And there's a maneuver from Goosen. He's just on the wrong side for the second part of this, and he cuts back in the fly racing section and squeezes him out. What a move there from David Goosen. Finding a way to get through on Cam DeRoe. Can he keep it all together now as they get down onto that valley road? He cuts across the bows of the reef tanker services machine, and very lucky to hang on to that one. He's eventually got through. Now can he keep it all together? Is there enough time for him to go on the hunt for the man out front, Tristan Purdon? They're on to the last lap. This is good timing here from David Goosen's point of view. Reynard realizes he's got to go for it as well. He comes side by side with DeRoe. They head down into the bottom jump, into the valley one more time. Fenter just behind them. DeRoe hangs on just ahead of Anthony Reynard. Goosen, DeRoe, Reynard. Dalton Fenter behind them, looking for a chance also to maybe spoil the day there for the other two riders. Hoping that they trip each other up ever so slightly, and he can capitalize on those mistakes. Reynard on the inside of DeRoe, he's through. But DeRoe comes straight back at him, turning the favour almost instantaneously, but this time Reynard makes it stick. Reynard has got through on Cam DeRoe and is up to third place with about, I would say, 4/5 of the circuit completed, or 4/5 of the circuit to be completed, I should say. Coming up the hill again. DeRoe now with the work to do. Come back at Reynard. Do about another end. You can have an answer here as he comes up into the OGO section. The last lap board is out for all the riders now, so they're all onto their final lap. You might just see in the background of that shot Tristan Purdon hauling to take the second victory. See Jesse Wright standing on the sideline there as well, watching his fellow Yamaha riders go at it. Watching David Goosen hang on for second place here. Cam DeRoe's dropped down to fourth place behind Anthony Reynard. Ace Sports and Swallow and Dragon Energy Yamaha. Yeah, DeRoe's backed out of this one. He's not going to fight for honours anymore. He's decided that fourth place is good enough for now. I want to survive the day. Reynard looks over his shoulder and realises that he's basically given it up there. Let's see what's going to happen as they come to the line. Tristan Purdon should be crossing the line any second now for his second victory of the day. And he'll be a happy man as he attempts to go at it for a potential win now in the 250 class after winning the 450s in 2020. He takes the second victory and the overall victory as well in the 250s ahead of David Goosen and Anthony Reynard. Comes through there in third place. What a great dice. Arguably the best race of the day there coming out of our 250s, and it's usually the case as we get into the thick of it for the final two heats of racing. There are the celebrations, the high fives and hugs from the riders that can give hugs, and of course that's only to family members that they're allowed to do that. But incredible stuff as always out of the 250 category. Unofficial results of course going to Tristan Purdon beating out David Goosen, Anthony Reynard, Cam DeRoe and Dalton Fenter making up the top 5 there in the 250 MX2s. Looking forward to what they have to say on the podium after that one, that is for sure. Some great riding coming out of all 5 of those top 5. Leonard Sawyer eventually finished up in 6th place, beating out Mark Carty, Christian Saliers and Jaden Proctor, with Scotty Haygate and Royce Griffin, Ali Drennan, and then Kieran Conway, Shuren Mumba and Michael Baker, top 15 in the MX2s. Up next we go to the MX125 high school class for our final bit of race action here from round 1 of the Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP National Motocross Championships from Terra Topia.
Overall in MX1 and MX2, just I can't thank everyone. It's been fun. A lot of hard work this. I just want to thank all my sponsors. It wouldn't be possible without them. Thank you.
A real emotional Tristan Purdon. Don't normally see that from him, but you can see just how hard he's had to work to get, as he said, the overall victory in both the MX1s and MX2s today. That's how difficult a day it's been, and when you're at the top step of the podium and you've worked so hard, the emotions tend to get to you. So Jaden Proctor had to stop on the sideline there to pick up some leftovers, and his bar pad went missing, so he'll be back into the pit lane shortly. 125s in the gates, they'll be off on their sighting lap any second now, and our final bit of race action will be kicking off here from Terra Topia. Podium celebrations now for the MX2 category. On top, Tristan Purden, a very emotional Tristan Purden. Alongside him in second place there, a great ride from the Fox Husqvarna man, that's David Goosen. And in third place, Anthony Reynard, the reigning champion in the 250 category. Celebrations, and of course looking forward to race action down in Port Elizabeth on the 2nd and 3rd of April, Easter weekend, for round 2 of this championship. One, 2, 5's in the gates. John Mlimi is the first man to take the victory in 2021. Hayden Tully was second and Miguel Duval was third after a crash. So hopefully Miguel Duval can stay upright this time. Has he gone for the far left-hand side gate again? We'll wait and see. Just pan to the left slightly there, we could have seen, but just missed out on that side of things. Maybe he's gone onto the inside line there. As you can see, that's where the number 1 of John O'Mlimi has gone to. Hayden Tully's alongside him. 101 is Byron Totoy. 398, watch out for an attempt to get to the front end there from that man, as Nathan Mabry looks to go side by side with Callan Bosky, his teammate out of Ridgeway Race Bar. Eyes down and racing, and here we go, in towards turn 1 they go. Tully and O'Mlimi going at it side by side and trying to break through on the inside. Is that Townsend? It is! What a move there from the Cannabis Energy man, getting the whole shot into turn 1. Oh man, that was really close stuff. He just loses out there as Kyle Townsend hangs on for one corner and then just gets swamped and mugged by all of these 125 high school Brat Pack riders. Fantastic start coming out of O'Mlimi as well, as he was able to capitalize on the maneuver that was happening there. Ethan Hoffman went with him. So it's Hoffman who is now pushing to the limit to try and stay at the front end there with John O'Mlimi if he can. We've got a rider who's crashed out on the front straight here by the looks of things. 18 is the rider who has crashed out there. That's Calvin Ashford Smith. Another rider crashing out there. Is that Byron Totoy? Yes, it is. Byron Totoy making a slight mistake as well on the 101. So riders feeling the effects of how this track has changed up dramatically compared to what it was earlier on in the day. O'Mlimi leads out over Hoffman. Miguel Duval in third place, closing down on them on the red KTM. As they start to sort things out now and settle down ever so slightly. It's not normally what happens in a 125 race. Settling down is not an option for these riders. As they come through, let's have a look and see exactly who's where. 12 bike of Bryce Peterson, the man who whole-shotted in the first heat, didn't quite get it right in the second one. And Hayden Tully looking to squeeze through there on Callan Bosky as they came out of that top turn. Change up as well between those two riders. 26 is Miguel Duval on the back end of Hoffman. Ethan Hoffman hanging on for now. Can he keep it all together for another opportunity to be near the front by the end of this one? John O'Mlimi getting away from these two as they start to fight it out between themselves. Sun setting over the mountains there in Krugersdorp, so it's starting to become a bit of a factor to watch out for as well in this race. Didn't really speak about it too much in the first couple of heats into the late afternoon, but as that low sun comes down, as they go up and down the hill, his advisor might be an option on those goggles. Really doing it all right at the front. Changing out of the all yellow kit got time, and the red knocking this time out. Ahead of two fellow mounted riders there. Grundy up into the fourth spot, if I'm not mistaken, the 450. Yes, it is. Luke Grundy up into the fourth place position. Nathan Mabry right behind him. A much better start out of Grundy and Nathan Mabry this time out. Hayden Tully losing a little bit of ground. Oh, look at this. Duval tangling already, and there's a problem. Duval pulls to the sideline. There's an issue there on the 26 bike. Not quite sure what's gone wrong, but he pulled to the sideline, and yeah, well, I think he just got stuck in some of that thicker mud that might still be a remnant of what was happening earlier on in the day. No one's taken that line before, as he tried to find a way around the outside of the number 4 of Ethan Hoffman. He just got bogged down and just seemed to slow up dramatically. It looked like he even stopped, but he was just able to keep it going on that red KTM. So Red Bull KTM out front, leading things out on Hoffman. Hoffman on Duval. Duval on Grundy. Grundy on Hully now. On Tully, I should say. Tully's now moved up, and there's a change up. Mixer stealing through and getting ahead of Ethan Hoffman. Grundy looks over his shoulder, straight into the eyes of Hayden Tully, closing down on him. Coming along on that out of Africa Yamaha. Very, very tight stuff here between these riders. 1-2-1 is Dalton Fenter a bit further back. I beg your pardon, Lucas Fenter. Lucas Fenter out there for Ridgeway Race Bar. His brother Dalton was in action only a couple of minutes ago in the 250 heat. And stands a chance now of getting into the top 5 there for Lucas Fenter as well. A 2:18.9 out of John O'Mlimi on that last pass, starting to up the wick and open up a very commanding lead over both Ethan Hoffman and Miguel Duval as they fight it out behind him. Luke Grundy's joined the battle there as well and actually got through. So where is Miguel Duval? Miguel Duval's gone missing there. Hoffman, Grundy, Hayden Tully trying to pick up on that 26 bike. I didn't see it come through there, so has he got a problem? said, oh no, there he is, he's in second. That's why I can't pick up on him. He's managed to get through on that group. He snuck ahead earlier on, I beg your pardon. So there he is on the rad KTM. I was just trying to pick him up in the usual spot he would have been in. But he's catching even myself out here. Mixter trying to close down on his good friend and arch rival, John O'Mlimi. About 11 minutes of race action here for Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships at Terra Topia. If you have just joined us now, where have you been all day? Because you've missed out on some incredible race action here for this first round of the National Championships in South Africa. Race action continues here, that is for sure, as they give it everything they can. Fastest man on track is now Miguel Duval, getting down into the 2:17s. And 2:17s are very, very rapid lap times on 125s around this track. And he's looking to try and close that gap down of 2.6 seconds on John O'Mlimi out front. 22s out of Hoffman, 21s out of Grundy, 21s out of Hayden Tully. They are definitely looking like they could be the danger men in the closing stages of this one. Are they going to have an opportunity to possibly spoil the day here for these riders? Miguel Duval hangs on for now. That second spot. He's just up the road, of course, on that battle that is raging behind him. He's starting to... Ooh, that's not Miguel Duval that we know. A little mistake there from him. How costly would that one be? Not 2-5 battle on here, big time. 1:26. They're fighting hard out front. Levy controlling things, but how much longer can he? With the intentions firmly set there for Miguel Duval to close down on him and possibly pass him. Pushing hard here is John O'Mlimi. Miguel Duval now getting the pit board, telling him to concentrate, stay upright, tick off those lap times, tick off the margin between himself and John O'Mlimi. Same thing could be said to Ethan Hoffman. Just get back into that rhythm, see if you can close the gap down between yourself and 26 Miguel Duval. Hayden Tully going to close down on Hoffman. Barn Toys had a little bit of an issue earlier on, now fighting in the mid-pack. He's of course made his way up into the top 10. Bryce Peterson just brilliant stuff from all of the riders throughout the day. If you've just joined us, as I said, where have you been? You've missed out on some phenomenal back on this live stream. Rewind and fast forward as much as times as you want. And remember, please like and share this onto all your social media platforms. We definitely want to grow the sport in South Africa and definitely grow the opportunity to do this on more occasions at different sports, not only at motocross. Lucas Venter currently sitting down in 14th place, just ahead of Tyler Tarantino, Carl Townsend, Reese Romans, Cole Mayer. Look over the shoulder there from John O'Mlimi just to make sure that he's still maintaining a decent enough margin to keep him at the front end ahead of Miguel Duval, but you can see Duval might be closing down on him. There is that battle once again between the 101 of Warren Totoy. Bryce Peterson just ahead of him. Here we go. Another lap completed. Mlimi and Miguel Duval. And Mixter is definitely closing that gap down. It was 3.9 seconds at the previous time of asking. As we wait for that lap monitor to change over, it's down to 1.4. 1.4 seconds now between the top two. Nothing in it between Miguel Duval and John Mlimi, and it closes down even more. Mlimi could be in a bit of trouble here. Trying to find the right line through the rutted sections on certain turns through Twin Air there. Now looking for another chance here for Miguel Duval to change the luck he's had so far this season. He's had a very difficult season. First round of the Inland Championships, Mayfair Gearbox Inland Championships, he had some problems. Electrical issues in the wet. At the Northern Regions Championship, he kept crashing out, up and down, losing power on the bike. He's come back dramatically here into the National Championship side of things. It looks like he could be in with a chance here of a great day in the saddle. We see the first victory from him here in the closing stages. 4.5 minutes to go and 1 lap. So currently lapping the 2:18 bracket and some back markers. Probably about 3 laps to go. And Miguel Duval now right in harm's way. If you're John O'Mlimi, that is. Mixter certainly knows what he needs to do now. There's a move on the inside. Change up for the lead. Miguel Duval dives on the inside of John O'Mlimi. We have got a new leader. The Rad KTM man hits the front for the first time today. Now, can he get away from John O'Mlimi? Not sure why O'Mlimi let him through so easily. He comes back at him to give him a bit of a taste of his own medicine. But Mixter is up for the challenge. This is the Miguel Duval that we're used to watching. Confident. Able to keep it upright and look for opportunities where there are usually none. 2 KTM's down the back straight away now, and of course into that valley road. Heading up towards the finish line. Mlimi comes try to come back at him on the inside line there, but there's certainly not as much grip as there was there earlier on in the day. Mixter hangs on now to keep out Mlimi for first and second. Mlimi looking over his shoulder, oh, that little step up. And I can see he's battling to stay upright. The fitness level might be coming into play here. Remember, these riders have had a tough time of it over the off-season. We were in lockdown over the December period, so it made it very difficult for them to get out and do some riding. So the fitness levels are certainly going to be tested right now. Looks like he might be battling a little bit there with the fitness levels. Have to do some work between now and Port Elizabeth, because PE, we all know, can get real rough. We heard it from David Gooson's point of view, how difficult the track was to ride. John O'Mlimi is now finding it and seeing just how difficult it is to ride. Daniel Brunette getting in the way there. Eventually moves off the track and allows the second place man through there. Good riding from the youngster, showing that he's got some future to be watching out for. If he wants to have some fun in the high school class, and good to have him out there. Remember, it was Duval who was in third place after race number 1. And as we chatted to him on the podium, and we saw him on the podium, I was saying there was a good possibility he would like to step that up and possibly be on the top step after race number 2. And it looks like he's going to be trying to do just that. John O'Mlimi now just falling by the wayside. Looks like the fitness level is starting to be a big factor here, or is he maybe just shaking off a little bit of the cobwebs of the off-season? Mixter not doing that. He's shaken those off with the 2 rounds he's already raced in and realized the mistakes he's made. He's now got the race face on that's required to try and win races at national championship level. Oh, Mlimi goes down. Mlimi goes down. I thought they were starting to feel the effects of that fitness level, but for him to crash out shows just how tired he might be. Maybe he's just battling there. It is very hot out there still as well, so it could be also a heat factor that's coming into play. As Mlimi crashes out with about 2 laps to go. Miguel Duval wouldn't have seen that. It was behind him as he went down into the valley dip, so you'll only get to see the gap that opens up now as he goes through the twisties left and right. And if he looks up over his shoulder on a few occasions, which the riders tend to do at this point in time, he'll realize he's got a very comfortable lead over Mlimi. He looks across, he doesn't see Mlimi, so he's going to be thinking to himself, what has gone wrong here with John Mlimi? Here's the replay. Mlimi just getting it onto the high side, and I think he just loses the front end here. No, the back end steps out. He actually puts the wheel over the back of the dirt and over that berm. It just washed out from behind. Very lucky that he didn't high side there as well, but he just got the back wheel over the jump, or not the jump, the berm on the outside of the track. Gets back up and riding. I don't think he lost out second place to Luke Grundy. He was too far back to come into attention there. There is Mlimi, there's Grundy, and there is Hayden Tully. So Grundy and Tully must be thinking to themselves, hang on a second, we've still got a chance here. With a lap and a half to go, we might be able to get past on Mlimi and put Mlimi off the podium. Sunday and Chuni a bit further back in the field there, sitting down, of course, in 22nd place on the 25 bike. The seasoned campaigner when it comes to this form of sport, up and coming through the ranks on lots of occasions, and now looking for a chance to up his game ever so slightly, but not quite on the same pace as the 26th man in front of him. So 1 digit up in terms of numerical order, but about 21 positions up the road is Miguel Duval as he comes through for the last lap board. 1 lap to go now for Miguel Duval. He wants to try and keep it all together. This will be an amazing effort if he can put it all together here and hang on for that last lap. Duval definitely in with a shot here of his first victory in the 125s for 2021. Closing in on Luca Temba by the looks of things there as well. Rory Donaldson, another man to be negotiated. Rad KTM are going to be ecstatic about this. Dean and Mom on the sideline will be the first men and lady to get across to him to congratulate him if he gets this all right. And he's got about half a lap to go. 16 seconds in it. There's only about a second between Mlimi and Luke Grundy, so if we can maybe pick up on that second place battle as quickly as we can. There is a bit of a fight on there between Mlimi and Grundy. Grundy pushing hard, try and get ahead of John Mlimi, but it's Miguel Duval now with a bit of traffic to negotiate here in the closing stages. Rider down on the sideline as well as they come up into the 100% section. There is that battle I was talking about. Look at that, 3 riders in it. Mlimi for second, Grundy for third, and Tully for fourth. And all within about half a second of each other. Very good chance. Grundy on the inside there, had a look at Mlimi. And he might have got through. He has, no he hasn't. Just been able to keep him out there, but it's very, very close for second. Luke Grundy and Mlimi going at it here. Grundy once by. He sees there's a bit of blood in the water. It's got some Red Bull KTM flavour to it. And he made Mlimi pay for a mistake he made in the latter part of this race. Oh, there's a happy man at the front end there for the Rad KTM team. Miguel Duval has turned his season around after some very unlucky starts in the first 2 rounds of the championships he's competed in. He goes from 3rd place in race 1 to 1st place in race 2, and a good possibility of the overall as well. as he comes across the line to take the victory. Is it going to be Grundy for second? I wonder if Luke Grundy's going to come through for second place. Let's keep an eye on that one as they go down into the closing stages. Has Grundy come through there, or is it going to be John Mlimi? Mlimi's just hung on by the looks of it. John Mlimi, no he hasn't. Luke Grundy beat him to the line. Luke Grundy beat Mlimi to the line. And there, as I said, first man to congratulate him was the mechanic, and straight after that, it was Dean coming across to say that's the way we do things in the 125 category. Mlimi goes over to thank him as well and to say well done. So it's Miguel Duval from Luke Grundy ahead of Jono Mlimi, the top three in the 125 high school class here at round one of the Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships. Looking forward to the comments that are going to come out of Miguel Duval after that one. He'll head down to the podium ceremony now. Down into the podium area now for our top three. Our good friend Rob Portman will be doing the live presentation there, but we're going to bring it to you here on the live stream. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action here, courtesy of our team, Dave Peterson and all the cameramen, and of course Anton and Obi Ko for setting this up. Paul Bedford from Up to 60 Seconds for all the assistance in the background as well. It's been a great day's racing, there's no doubt about it, and phenomenal action on track as well in all of the heats. If you haven't watched it yet, remember you can go back and watch this as many times as you want, but please like and share it as well. Let's go down and catch up with Miguel Duval.
I'm pretty speechless right now. That was something I worked really hard for really long, and I've had a bit of a tough past like 3 weeks. Struggled to believe that I could do it, so it feels really good to finally get it done. First one ever, so just really happy.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Ricky. There you have it. Congratulations going out there to Miguel Duval. First ever victory in the 125 category, and certainly a lot more to come, I'm sure, from that young man if he gets his confidence back up to that level. And that's what we like to see Miguel Duval at. To all of our team on the sideline here at Terra Topia, congratulations on the incredible track that you put together for us to race on. We do appreciate the incredible effort that it does take to get a track up to World Championship level and National Championship level as well. We loved all of it. To Marbury and the medical team, and to all the marshals and medics on the sidelines for their assistance, a big help. And of course from our side, we certainly enjoyed being here with you and bringing you all of the action here from the first round of this championship. It's the Cannabis Energy and TRP National Motocross Championships here at Terra Topia in Gauteng, South Africa. We head down to the Friendly City on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of April. It's the Easter weekend for round 2. We'll see you soon. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
So the first one was Norman shouting him so loud. Luke Grundy, what a ride there for Luke. There's music for you now. Obviously Luke Grundy was one of the top step of the podium in front of his sponsors around KTM. Well done, Mr. Miguel Duval. Well done guys, that was epic, that was world class racing. Thank you so much for putting on that epic show. You can go home now, wash all the dirt out of every single car in your body. I don't know how you do it, every time. But well done, that was brilliant. One big round of applause then for the final time today for our high school to CC superstars. That was absolutely epic. Thank you boys, and just a reminder to all the abilities in the 50cc, 65s and 85 junior classes, from their participation medals, and then all the trophies for the day, once the results have been finalized, and you can get your trophies at the